crazy, bro. You're slacking, bro. Did you even do a tweet for me today?
Did you? What? Huh? Oh,
Huh?
what? The fuck?
Okay.
Oh.
Alright. Have fun tonight, guys.
Will do.
We will. Thank you, Hirsch.
Oh, by the way, PBS my cam's broken, so I can't send the bot or ninja or whatever it's called. Yeah, let me send that. It's the same one as always. And
So, if your camera's not working, you can't even use what am I thinking of? VTube, or does that not need that?
the what?
The avatar, like VTubers.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
Miles
Miles.
does that. Got it. Got it.
Yeah, I don't see that.
I was like, I didn't think you did, but I was like, I know someone does.
Yeah, that's Miles. I was like, what? Yeah, I think that one needs your camera too, though, right? I don't know how that works.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. I guess I was asking that because I thought maybe it was you for some reason. I'm like, wait, no, that's not him. Smiles. Smiley Miles. Why do we have a diamond in here?
Oh, a
Why?
diamond.
I feel like we have too many people here. All right, let me go close up all this shit. Of course. Been playing too much Lego Star Wars.
Hey, let's go.
So of course the bow staff came out today for training. Dude, I love
Kai'Sa first pick. Interesting enough of a first pick. It's going to be responded with by Aphelios Trundle and Kane in the jungle as well. So TDS, a lot more exotic picks, a lot more flexibility in the draft. That Kai'Sa can go mid, of course. But what do you think we'll see here in this blue 3?
More purple, since obviously Kane can go purple form.
Oh,
We're
true.
gonna get
Yeah,
purple Kai'Sa. But Kai'Sa, I like it because it's that weird flex pick that can go mid because of the AP style that she can always play, or she could be that bot laner, be the ADC. Again, whether she's building AD or EP doesn't matter. But we have a Soraka pickup. So my theory was right as we're starting with more purple. We could keep continuing the purple with the Galio. There are certain skins that have it here that could work. We already have Trundle with the purple hair, and we got Aphelios. So let's keep the trade going.
Oh man, that's I don't know if they want to keep going purple. I don't know. Maybe give us a green. Give me an Akali, man. But yeah, Soraka, that even as they pick up the Soraka, that could still go mid, right? That the Soraka mid is very strong in its own right. We've seen it, C9 take it a few different times, and it performed, right? But Galio getting picked up kinda, I think, negates that a little bit, makes it hard for the Soraka to function, or else you can get caught out and taken down with the Trundle Galio combo.
Yes.
Yeah, taking away the Jace, taking away the Arya is BDE, TDS taking away the Malphite, and waiting on this last ban here. It's gonna be the Kitten locked in. Last second she switched, so now we're looking for more of a Galio delivery system, right, for BDE. Some way to get him into the fight if he's, far away. So maybe a Hecarim here, maybe a Diana, Camille as well. They have a few different options to go for. Ooh,
A Rumble. I like it because so here's the theory I have. So Galio's gonna go on Trundle, most likely, or a Rumble, because Rumble could throw down his missiles, and then now everyone's burning right there. They try to get away. He crashes in with that there. Could go dash forward and taunt, and then we'll be able to just lock people in there more, so that area of effect and that damage over time is going to be ticking down on them. And it's going to be really nice that that's how they hook it up. But the fact that they have a Vigar now, a TDS, maybe a little bit harder if you don't blow him up right away. But here's the thing too with that, like, it's Vigar. He could go in both lanes too, where it's like, we don't know if he's going bot or if he's going mid, and I hate that.
Yeah, I mean, high key TDS has a lot of flexibility in the draft. Vigar support isn't uncommon. Set mid isn't uncommon. Soraka mid, Soraka top isn't uncommon. More than likely, though, we know where everything is going. It's going to be the Kai'Sa bot. It's going to be the Soraka Kai'Sa combo. Kane in the jungle, Set in the top lane, and Vigar in the mid lane. But like you said, they still have a lot of flexibility in their draft. They still have a lot of ways to sort of cheese out BDE here. But BDE rounding out their draft with the Graves. So at the end of the day, we don't see that Galio delivery system. Now the real question is, does the Graves go in the top lane? Is it going to be Rumble top, Rumble mid? Where's the Trundle going to go? Both sides kind of have a lot of flexibility in the draft, and I think the only thing that we can say for certain where we know that everything is going is going to be Kai'Sa, Aphelios in the bot lane, Kane in the jungle, and Galio in the support role.
Yeah, I feel like it's going to be, if I had to predict, Galio and Aphelios together. Graves is most likely the jungler I'm going to go with. Only reason you're right, because he could go top and so could Trundle. I feel like it's a Rumble. Ooh, wow. Why would they put Rumble mid?
I mean,
I guess Graves can go in any solo lane at this point. So reality, it's probably Trundle matching up into the set because it'll be easier for him to subjugate. Out of all of them, pretty easy. Again, it could be that he does go towards that mid lane, or not that mid lane, that jungle spot, just because of the fact that, yeah, obviously he excels very well in the jungle, can get some really good ganks off, would pair well into that Galio, so that way then they can get like more of those pillar dash taunts coming off, because you just pin someone in the wall and then you're like, or around the pillar, and now you're like, oh, well, how am I gonna get out of this? And then there's Galio right there in your face, and you're like, oh no. But that's what I'm looking at, is going to be more the style that they're going with. So then if we throw Trundle in there, then we have probably Rumble mid and Graves top.
Well, we'll have to see what they lock in, what each team chooses to put where. But I think that's a plausible idea. Rumble mid, Graves top. I like the Graves top because it kind of neutralizes the set. Like set isn't able to find anything cheesy, but Rumble is sort of often we've seen picked into the set. So it's interesting that they kind of counterpick themselves like that, right? It's interesting that TD Shadow picks the set into the Rumble when it's often seen as a counterpick. So maybe they know something that we don't. Maybe they have a plan for that. But one thing I just want to highlight is this Vigor pick and how good it is into this team composition, right? Look how many melees there are. There's the Trundle, the Galio, Rumble, and short range and the Graves. This Vigor is going to be eating in terms of collecting stacks, collecting kills if they don't have a plan to go around his cage, bait it out somehow, circumnavigate it or something. He's going to be stacking quite frequently off of them and look to burst down even one target in team fight. So as we get into it, we're waiting for them. So it will be the Trundle top. It will be the Graves going into the jungle. Very nice, very nice. And I think that works for them. Put Rumble in the mid lane, and I think you have a strong three-man top.
Yeah, because that's what I was figuring is like, yeah, obviously if it's Graves not top, he's going jungle. You have Trundle top with the Rumble mid, and yeah, because I was like, well, what's really going to help them out if they have the Galio there, and obviously the Galio has to go bot, because unless they're just gonna pull Trundle like as support like out of nowhere, like I just don't see that happening. So, but yeah, it's a really good one, like I said, in the set. So I feel like it just works better, like kind of a thing. Because again, they had pretty much the most like versatility out of switching. It seems like with their team compared to TDS. TDS, you already knew Soraka was pretty much bot at that point. Even at third pick there, I could just tell. Like
You just had a feeling.
Yeah, because the moment you see the Vigor, you're like, yeah, that's going to see the dark. There's no way it's not, like, kind of a thing. And then you see the set and you're like, yeah, that's definitely that. But what I do like out of this though with set is when he showstoppers, he can throw it someone into the cage, gets the stun off, and it gets another stun off with his face breaker. So
oh, true. Yeah, I didn't even think about that combination. That's a very good point. Yeah.
And then you layer again with, if Kane goes right for him, of course, the knockout.
Of course, yeah. Or the Soraka silence on top of that. Oh man, that's a kind of a nasty combo. One person is gonna get instantly blown up. Yeah. Speaking about blowing up, both sides have a lot of damage coming through, right? The equalizer really makes fights difficult to navigate for the side of TD Shadow, and then they have to deal with Trundle Pillars forcing them into even tighter spots. And then at the end of the day, Aphelios just loves shooting down, fish in the barrel, right? With his long range sniper, with his chakrams, with his turrets. And then Galio is just in the area, just kind of body blocking for the Aphelios. I think the Aphelios is really looking to do a lot of work here. And on the opposite side, See in the Dark, he has to do so much with his cage that it might be overwhelming at times. Like he has to block so many people, so many different angles, that it could get difficult. So we really just have to see those two players in particular perform if we want to see a victory for either side.
Yeah, I look at the whole, everything for BDE is reliant on the Trundle Galio combo, and then oh god, he switched it. So Graves is top. Jeez, I hate them when they do that. Yeah, like, okay, guys, just pick the champion that you're supposed to have ahead of time. Anyways, the Trundle is still really good, regardless. Again, able to subjugate two of them very easily. So when it comes into the team fights, isn't necessarily going to need it on maybe the Soraka unless she gets tankier, like later game, kind of a thing. But at that point, Kai'Sa should be able to kind of blow him up pretty quickly. So that's where I feel like game's going to be really hard in the long run. But in the beginning, yeah, should be able to do what they need to do there. And, like I said, just pin Soraka. Like, you just pin Soraka against the wall, or, get her slow enough where it doesn't matter if you throw down her silence. It will just, unfortunately, be inevitable death.
Yeah. And you were talking a little bit about it. I don't think ganks are really easy for either side, right? Like Galio and Aphelios are very good at kiting back or turning on the gank onto the Kane. And the Trundle, like you said, even if he does get the pillar out, I don't think he has an easy time of getting there. The Soraka has good ways of slowing, a nice silence. That's a pretty decent area. Um, I don't see a lot of easy gank setup in the spot side or in the mid lane even, or even in the top. So I think we're really just going to kind of see more of a farming match come out between these two junglers. But with that, we will be taking to a very, very quick break, folks. Don't go anywhere. This is game one of the semifinals. Big Duck Entourage versus TD Shadow. Don't go anywhere.
There's no medicine for what you put in. I don't know and I don't know why, but I let it in. For that I repent, and I don't know and I don't know why. Look, I was safe from the shit that you said. Wish I could change the words that you said. And there's no medicine, there's no medicine. Your words crawl into my ears tonight.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Again, Arlette, just in case you forgot in that little bit of a pause, I am going to be your play-by-play for this evening, joined by Gigatron. Gigatron, I ask you every single time at the start of every single game, but my friend, anything interesting about runes, summoner spells, anything you spot at all?
No, I don't see anything I feel like too out of the ordinary. You still have the fleet on tamed. You have pretty much Conqueror coming out for most people. You have the Predator is always also taken on the Vigars lately. Nothing like I said that feels super out of the ordinary, but I like that everything that they've chosen.
Absolutely. Can you let's talk, let's focus and hone in sort of on this Rumble mid matchup versus the Vigar. You don't often see Rumble mid. You honestly, you don't often see Rumble anymore in the current meta. He's kind of a what's the word, dead pick to put it nicely, to put it in a nice sort of way. He just really hasn't been around in this game for quite some time. So kind of walk me through how you expect this lane to go and what mythic we're gonna see out of him.
Well, this is where I think what was smart by TDS was to ban out the Kennen, because if you had Kennen plus this comp, it's just a ton of AoE, a ton of damage over time, and the fact that it's just an easy shoe-in for Revan to just come in with the Heroic Justice, it's just way too much lockdown for them. So that's where I like that, yes, it's going to get poked out, I think, still very well into the Vigar, as much as he is able to kind of clear with his flamethrower there. Vigar's just still able to just keep poking him out slightly, get that CS going for himself too, and once he gets those stacks going, it's just going to be way too much hurt for fishing for honor there.
Yeah, I think you're pretty much right about that. I don't really see a way for Fishing for Honor to really start to get those Dark Harvest stacks going. I think it's really hard for him to effectively achieve those in this lane. It just seems hard because I don't think he ever gets priority to go to fights. But we do see an engage on the boss side. The taunt does go down, the ignite goes down, and the flash is forced out by second-rank sniper there. But at the end of the day, nothing else comes of it, and he's going to get healed back up by Rex here. But that just shows you the power of the Galio support, the engage potential, and the damage he's able to put out in this early game.
Yeah, Nat is just really good here, just being that nice protector for second rate. Yeah, unfortunately, does have to burn that flash, but in the end, I mean, the ultimate goal is now Trundle should be able to gank that a little bit easier. It's on the going. Ooh.
Ooh, another taunt in the bot lane lands, but the sniper shot doesn't quite land. But look at that, Jesus Juice on his signature gain pick. He's in the area, he's looking for stacks. Doesn't quite find the W, doesn't find quite the Q, so at the end of the day, he's just gonna walk out of it, just giving his bot lane a little bit of that extra pressure.
So my theory of the game here, we had pretty much almost purple here. Unfortunately, Set did not choose the purple skin. Neither did Graves.
Graves, yeah, and Rumble, that's red and orange, or white and orange rather. So you know.
Yeah, unfortunately, he did not choose right either, but that's fine. I mean, I guess we could say it's the blue is kind of more of a purplish, but regardless, you know, we get to see a lot of purple this game, so I was kind of excited with that. But
Another taunt here on the bot side, but look at that, Jesus Juice in the area again. I think Revenant might die here. No, the exhaust slows him up, but he does have flash. The heal comes through as well, and that's 2 summoner spells blown on the side of BDE, and the only one left in this boss lane is the flash and Preval. So even though they are the aggressors in this lane, they haven't been able to find a lot of advantages. But now in the mid lane, fishing for honor, fishing for W's, or rather E's rather, not quite finding that one, and that trade becomes kind of null and void at the end of the day.
yeah, when you can't get those harpoons off and all you're trying to do is just whittle down with flamethrower, it's good, but the issue is until you get some more AP on yourself, which unfortunately also means that See the Dark will be able to burst you down more when he has Primordial. That will be like the major problem, but until then, you're really not going to see too much of a difference. Like we said earlier, it's just a farming game for them, and unfortunately, the farming game that Fishing wants to play, he's not going to get any bass out of it. He's not going to get those Dark Harvest stacks. So unless he leaves late, that would be the only way he's going to get them.
I 100% agree. I think he's really able only he needs to be unlocked in the lane, right? He needs a jungle gank to like help him get those Dark Harvest stacks. I don't realistically envision a way he's able to get them by himself. Like even he's dropped his whole combo and didn't do even half HP, right? So I just don't really see for a way for him to get those by himself. But what we do see is the bot lane of BDS using their advantage that they have found in the lane, pushing it in, grabbing this first Drake for themselves. Swag is in the area just to collect that, just to secure that. And that's just nice macro overall. That's nice game plan knowledge, and they just did what they had to do.
Yeah, I mean, you have to look at doing the first strike here is pretty easy. You knew at least Kane wasn't really around to potentially do something. You had an advantage on your bot side there that you knew that they had a recall. You're already pushing in, see the dark too. So, excuse me, because of that, that's where I look at you're not worried too much about stuff there. Plus, see the dark really doesn't have a lot of mana. So even if he tried showing up, yeah, he might have enough for a cage, but can't really follow up more than just auto attacks, which obviously aren't going to really do much from him. So that's where I think it would be still really good if they tried to rotate, but again, there's just no way. I mean, fishing is just able to push in, no problem.
Yeah, that's one thing I'm glad you highlighted is just that little difference in aspect in that one area. I think that fishing for Honor has the advantage, and he has at least until Vigar reaches a certain AP limit, he has the pushing advantage into the Vigar. The Vigar, once I said, once he reaches that certain AP limit, he can of course one shot the backline and kill two minions with a single Q. And then he can outpush the Rumble. But until that point happens, the Rumble is just gonna, I think, just keep him shoved in under turret and just really take control of that lane, try to get priority. But the real question is what they're able to do with that priority that he's gonna be able to get, and if it's anything at all meaningful in this early game.
Right, because if he can get priority, great. And if it gets to the point, especially where like fishing is just getting stacks onto See the Dark, sure. But what are you trading in the long run? Where again, the longer we keep leaving Vigar in the game, the more he's going to scale. As much as especially for Honor, will scale with those Dark Harvests. The problem is I don't see you pulling a 40 bomb out.
The knockup lands, another taunt lands, the root goes down, the ignite goes down, and second right sniper forced to flash and use heal again. Whenever this Galio goes in, he's able to find so much in terms of summer spells, but unable to find that crucial kill.
Yeah, what's great though is yes, he's being very aggressive. The problem is I would have liked to maybe have had Trundle come down at some point here because you win your lane. So if you freeze it.
Oh, speaking of freezing, they're able to freeze second rate sniper in his tracks there, but again, able to walk away. Nanosaurus Rex healing up. Their AD carry there. And Kane hovering mid lane, just trying to help do what he can to keep fishing for Honor away from seeing the dark there. The spot lane, they're about to take their first plate, get a little bit of gold on themselves, and right now the gold advantage, like I said, is a little bit even, but we do see a gank here in the mid lane. Jesus Juice is coming through, forcing out the flash from the Rumble, and that is nothing else coming through that. Tame gets forced to flash out by the set. A nice pullback into the stun combo, and it's just a little bit of skirmishing all across the map.
Yeah, Basebreaker just used very well there. Unfortunately, can't get that Haymaker off, but that means, Tame has to burn a flash, so in the case that, Set wants to keep more pressure there, it is a good gank for Swag to go after if he chooses to.
But lands, another taunt lands. It's so much damage onto the sniper. This time he can't run away. He's trying to go for it. They get the wish off. They get the heal off. They get the exhaust off. But he's walking in the wrong direction at the end of the day. That's first blood over to Prubal. And in the top side of the map, Swag's going for BMG. The Haymaker comes through. So much damage. The dunk comes through. And Bean just barely dies. But the flash from Seeing the Dark means that he picks up the kill with the Primordial Burst. It's a 2-for-1 going over the side to BDE.
Yeah, I mean, they played it well here. You got those good taunts. Again, on the bot lane here, you're able to use that Galio effectively and kind of really punish that Soraka pick there. Even though, yes, she could blind and everything, she's still not blind, but silence and everything. You're still able to get everything off that you need to. Again, had a really good Heroic Justice, got that extra knockup. You got the 200 years coming out from Aphelios, but Prevail there, and yeah, this is where I liked what they did, and then kind of what I predicted. Toronto was eventually going to have to go up there to deal with Set, and I know Set just unfortunately does have to fall. And I mean, as much as, you know, position yourself a little bit better so that way, yes, you do secure a kill more so for Seed of Dark is great, because what's Graves really going to do? Graves can approach when the cage is up there. It's a choke point, and even if you left it so you could have had the equalizer go down, it just really wasn't in the best favor that he wanted to just been able to get out.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, to your point about the Vigar using the flash, now he's kind of a sitting duck, right? It's a relatively immobile, well, not even relatively, it's an immobile mid laner. If he ever gets the push in his lane for some reason or another, I think Fishing for Honor can set up a very easy kill with swag. So Seeing the Dark has to be very careful when that flash comes up. But they do manage to start the objectives. I think they do complete it here. Yeah, it looks like they're going to be able to grab it up for themselves, the Rift-Tailed. And that's one thing that BeanMG was in the area for. He gave his life to stop the Rift-Tailed take. And I think if you're able to pick it back up and you're able to use it in the top side or in the mid lane, preferably in the mid lane, get some of that gold on the Seeing the Dark, I think it's 100% fine. Because you're able to like turn back the gold into your favor here. But Jesus Juice is on the other side of the map, just looking for that clear up that ward. Revan going for an engage on Rex here, and Rex here on the wrong side of the map. He doesn't have flash, he doesn't have heal, he doesn't have wish. That's an easy pickup for Pruval, and Revan Storm down here in the bot lane.
Yeah, this is where again you're exerting your support here, where Revan can just go up no problem and just fight the Soraka easy, because again, even if she silences, the fact that he's already went in and taunted means that no matter what, you now need to go silence Aphelios, honestly, because then he can't use the warrant and powered effect of his gun. And once you kind of realize, you know what, it's just a little too over. Oh my god,
So much damage. Being deep to 2 tower shots pretty much for free there, and buddy,
yeah,
I don't know what you're doing there. But back to your point about, you know, the bot lane, I 100% agree with you. I think your silence could be better placed, but more importantly, I think, you know, your positioning, right, could be a little bit better placed. A good job from Revan and Pruval to recognize that the Soraka was out of position there. But, you know, this is the semifinals. This could be your team's last chance. You can't be having these sort of mistakes, right? You have to really shore up your gameplay and start looking to, you know, play this lane a little bit better. Start using that Soraka poke a little bit more effectively. But right now, I feel like they're just kind of in survival mode in the spot lane, right?
yeah. I mean, and that's the thing is like, okay, now they're just trying to hang on because of the fact that yes, they're able to put this rift down here and get that plate gold. Don't get me wrong, I love that. But the problem is it really that you should be feeding the plate gold to them, or should you try to feed more into Vigar that little bit, because you know it's an easier lane that they, yes, can still farm, do very well in, and he could still pinch it to the point between the two of them that they don't need to do anything more than, ooh, nice smite.
Very nice flash forced out by Jesus Juice. Swag doing his best right there.
He's doing his thing.
Doing his thing. But, you know, back to your point about sharing the gold, right? They just dropped that Rift-Tail. They shared it between 3 people. 320 golds over between 3 people. I just don't see how that's worth it, right? I think it's oh my god.
He gets
Forcing
out
the flash. See in the dark. Buddy, I didn't think it was gonna be a kill. Or even that close. I thought I could keep talking about my point, but he just did so much damage there on the Vigar. I guess that's the power when the Everfrost comes through, right? It just allowed for so much lockdown and forcing out the teleport, forcing out the flash, and Fishing for Honor. He's hurting already, and it just kind of shows the power of the Vigar and its current place in the meta.
Yeah, that's where what was kind of like unfortunate was he also didn't have the boots for Predator yet early on, and some of those fights I kind of wish he had it, so then it would have given him that like a little bit of that extra speed boost, maybe that little bit of a
he's flashing and he's absolutely insane, going right onto Ninosaurus Rex. That's gonna be the coming down. That's gonna be the wish. The ignite ticking away takes out that kill, and now they're going for the 2v1 play, but they have the teleport in the bot side. That's gonna be Tame. No, it gets canceled by Bean with the flash pullback. Tame's a little bit upset, looking to run him down, but nothing comes out of that. So that's just gonna be a 1-for-0 in the bot side of the map. And buddy, both teams are going hard for this game.
Yeah, I mean, they're all hungry. I mean, it's semifinals. We really need to have teams make sure, yes, we gotta perform. If we don't perform, then it's just gonna be Infinite versus BDE, kind of a thing. If they're looking at that aspect, just because of the fact that first turret was great, the good old get camped emote comes out there, and that's the thing is like, keep placing the tent. It really isn't helping you that much because of the fact that we're still able to do something with it. That's something that they have to realize. Now, what I would like to see is where our stacks are at. He's at 126 right now.
Oh, 126 at 15 minutes. This Viger could be a little bit of a menace, when it comes to that stage of the game. And I'm kind of looking forward to see those one shots. Can't wait to, destroy my vocal cords doing that. But yeah, to the top side, what do you think of BeatMG flashing there? What do you think of him stopping? He already has a CS lead, and realistically, does Tame teleporting down there actually do anything that wasn't going to happen already? Like the turret was already pretty much a foregone conclusion that it would die, but is him teleporting down there? Does it? I think it hurts him more than it actually helps his team.
Yeah, I mean, so if you let him go, right, it really doesn't do anything more than, okay, yeah, you secured the kills. Now, the difference would be is what can Set get out of that? And Set could have gotten more pressure, could have gotten that CS a little bit easier, could have maybe got some plates there, good pillar there to kind of poke out and see people. Oh my
Goodness, that's full AP Galio for you there, baby. He has that Hextech alternator, but it's gonna be see in the dark, finding the root, finding the stun, finding so much damage. Second rate sniper picking up his first kill of the game, and even with the equalizer, it doesn't do that much. But BeamMG finds a two-man pullback. But with that little bit of speed up, they're just going to run out with the pillar getting dropped as well. I don't think you can keep going for this play. They recognize that. Very smart of them just to pull out. And BDE gives up this first Drake. TDS grabbing their first one of the match. And it is going to be the start of the Ocean Soul.
Yeah, Ocean Soul this time around, I do like it just for the fact that, one, even if they get over to BDE's side, you have just a lot of people that already have sustained that could just sustain even more from it. But the fact that, again, 4 stacked potentially onto TD Shadow here is going to be great, just because of the fact that you already have Sag who can regen, a little more health. You already have Kaisa, who's going to be one that is going to be life stealing too. You have Raka, who's going to need it because, again, she's going to have to get tanky. She's going to have to get that Warlocks eventually here and needs to get that health. But we are going to see that both Rift Heralds go over to TD Shadow here, which is great. They're definitely maximizing as much as possible what they could try to do with getting down these turrets, but able to, again, be around that map that little bit more there. Like you saw, like you talked about, if Set didn't pull him there, with the Facebreaker, what happens? Like you said, like more plays could happen. Well, look what happened when he literally sat down there. His turret's gone. Like, that's where you really have to look at, okay, are we committing a lot to this to get what we want? What's great is, yeah, they didn't go down, so that's good for them. But the problem is yeah, you took a Drake, which, stalled the soul point and everything. But if the Rift isn't used effectively here to get like 2 turrets, it's almost like a waste, because now you traded a turret out. Now Graves can do a lot with it. Okay, well, I guess you're gonna pop it here in mid.
Speaking of the turret, speaking of the Rift Herald, seems like we might have a play. The equalizer does go down and to see in the dark, and that's going to be a flash from Swag. He's looking for it, but that's going to be Rex burning down Solo. The wish does come through, the stun comes through, but it doesn't matter. The flash in from Fishing secures the kill, and it's going to be Jesus who's trying to go inside of someone. Doesn't even matter. The taunt lands on a see in the dark. Tame picks up that kill, and they completely snuffed out this Rift Herald play. I was literally about to say, how effective can they use that Rift Herald? And honestly, it wasn't effective enough. It gave the enemy their opening. It gave them the momentum back, and they're going to take 2 turrets here for a play that they initiated. This is looking like a worst-case scenario from the side of TDS.
Yeah, so this is also my concern that I was worried about too, was like, okay, do you get anything also with the Rift Herald? Because if you don't, like in this case, then you just lose 2 turrets. You're also getting set so far back that now they're up more kills on you. You already got that 4K gold lead, 5K gold lead, basically at this point, and is able to just do so much with it for BDE here. Like, even though it doesn't really feel like it sometimes, like, yeah, you get all the outers down, now you got one inner, but if they didn't have that extra push there where they could do that, it was kind of like, oh, this seems very much an even game. You got two turrets extremely weak on BDE side, so all they gotta do is push those to get them down, but at the same time, you have to look at now, what is TD doing? Like, TD, like, I mean, I saw people complain about the fact that Kai'Sa's going 80. Well, she's clearly not, because she does have the fact that she's probably building Crown, I'm assuming at this point.
Ooh.
And a lot of people do this start where you do the mana mune just because of the fact that you need the extra mana to get that ability power going. Again, she's hybrid. She's one of those ones that, okay, has to have kind of like that little bit of a mixed build where it really does benefit her by doing this. And I do like that, but I also kind of wished it was a tier just getting stacked and that she went to get that, you know, AP item right away.
Yeah, and she's going for the Nasher suit. That's not something we typically see, you know, coming out from, you know, Kai'Sa mains or even people who've just picked up Kai'Sa in the last, you know, few months ever since Faker played it, right? We really never see this item on her anymore. It's just not as effective as just rushing for that Ludens plus Manamune. It just doesn't do as much as you think it does. I don't know how I feel about it. It's going to be interesting to see if it can do enough work in this game, but as we get into it, both sides jostling for the dragon position, and it's going to be tamed in the bot side, completely hidden by the vision. Very nice play from him. Just
yeah, it's
hiding
going to be a
himself
great
there.
flank.
Yeah, what can he do with it, though? Exposes himself a little bit too early, but they do know that he's down there. They do know that they're pincher, and they have to choose a side. Which one are they going to go for? We're going to have a 5v5 here, folks. TD Shadow. It's going to be Ravensword flashing in a huge equalizer. Multiple people, as so many people locked up already. BMG trying to dunk someone back onto Pruval. He's trying to stay alive. A huge haymaker goes through, but it doesn't matter at the end of the day. Even through the exhaust, still pumping out damage. Fishing for Honor finds out second-rate sniper. And ladies and gentlemen, it's a complete route for BDE. Jesus Juice trying to find the smite through the wall. Doesn't quite get it. And he's forced to run back with his tail between his legs.
Yeah, and it's really unfortunate for TD Shadow there because, again, it was a really good idea that you got there early and everything. The problem is just when you can't see that Tamed is down there and you have to make a decision. Like, okay, like, at that point you see Tamed, you should have all just collapsed on him because of the fact that, okay, yes, it pulls you off of the Drake, but if you could get a kill on him and then turn back and you didn't lose anyone in that process, now you have that 5v4 fight that you want to have. The only issue you're going to run into is that Bean is going to have to try and throw someone away because someone's going to try and get on a Nasaurus and second-rate sniper as well. So if you don't have that happen, it's really just not going to work out for themselves. But yeah, great equalizer out there, great heroic justice. Had a good cage there too, where you know it helped them out on that side for that little bit for TD Shadow. But unfortunately, it's just you're going to see that. Yeah, BDE is just performing very well tonight. They're trying to layer as much as possible. Let's actually get a souls check on him. He's only got 3 Dark Harvest souls.
Yeah, not the greatest when you're taking Dark Harvest, but hey, he's still making it work. As we see a play coming out into second-rate sniper, forcing the flash out immediately. He's not even taking any chances with that. But you know, one thing I just want to highlight is you know is kind of the idea on the side of BDE is that you know they have not the best champs in the world. You know, Galio and Rumble in the current meta aren't the best champs in the world, but the way they're using them, the way they're combining them is just so much better than TD Shadow, and it's kind of what's just winning them this fight. They didn't have amazing laning phases, right? Like, even now you can see BeanMG is still over about 10 CS over tamed. So, you know, he didn't have the greatest laning phase, but they're still up. And that's just one example, right? You can look in the mid lane as well. Seeing the Dark had a better laning phase than Fishing for Honor, but they're just able to win the fights just through, you know, better coordinated play and from everybody on the team. And I think that's a hugely important team that a hugely important thing that this team is focusing on. As we see second-rate sniper just looking to get some poke down. They know that they're in the area. They know that this Baron is under pressure. And it's going to be the equalizer going down to Rex. He's going to use the heal to keep himself alive. But that's a summoner spell blown, and I think they can turn toward the Baron here.
Yeah, I mean, you got 2 summons blown on Rex right away there between the flash and the heal. The fact that, you know what, they should turn on the Baron right away, but they don't. I see a fight here in bot side. Oh!
Ooh. But he does make it out alive. Not too great on that fight, but even as we talk about a fight in the bot side, we're talking about this Baron getting taken so incredibly quick, almost down to half, or sorry, a quarter instantaneously, now reaching that halfway point, and they are just going for it. Proof all pumping out so much damage here, and it's not even contest. I don't even know if they see it, or maybe if they do see it, they don't exactly care. Yeah, they see it all right. They just don't care. They're just going to trade the mid tier 1 for it and a tier 1 on the bot side. So a little bit back in their favor. Not the greatest in the world, but when you're losing the Baron, why not?
Yeah, it's pretty much the race to try to get that going for yourself, because if you don't, now you have to wonder, okay, can I get it after they get the Baron? Because they're going to have those empowered minions. It's going to be harder for them to take them out, and those empowered minions will be able to take out those blue side ones really easy. So that's where they really had to make that choice. And we do have a Drake coming up here in less than a minute 20 now. I look at that. Everyone's trying to post up here. Ooh.
So gets caught in the cage, but when you're Galio into an AP mage, it doesn't even matter. He's just gonna walk that one out and just be danger. Now we have to look at the macro, right? We're talking about this Drake being up in a minute's time. They got the push in the mid lane. They don't quite have a push in the bot lane. It's still even there, still hovering, and they don't look to be eager to correct that. But it is going to be Bean and G getting the first one to be engaged on. The pillar comes out, the dunk comes out. It doesn't even matter. He gets taken out. And folks, that is a very quick pick using this power of this Galio heal. Or sorry, the Galio here, not heal. I don't know why I said that. But they do pick up the top laner for TDS. And now they can look for the Drake. They can look to control these waves. Dinosaurus Rex get caught out with the pillar, but with a very nice silence keeps themselves alive.
Yeah, I mean, this is where pillars are great, but if you can't really get in and do much, yeah, it's going to be really painful for them, because obviously you have to remember there's the root also there after the silence. So if you get locked down, yeah, they can burn you pretty quickly, and really there's no one good that he could have subjugated there. So there's no one really you're going to be using it on. What's the point? See the dark here. I mean, this is crazy.
Forced out. He's going for the dive. He goes in with the proto belt. It's going to be a flash with the wall by Revenstorm. It's going to be the flash away by Seeing the Dark, using the... That's not how the Predator works to try to run away, but it doesn't matter because he does manage to make it out at the end of the day. But look how much damage they do to that inhibitor. They trade the Drake for it. They don't care. They're going for that base. They're just going to take another inhibitor turret and another inhibitor. They do not care at all. Very nice play. They realize that they could give up a, they're on soul point. They don't ever need to respond to the Drake, at least for another 10 minutes, right? So they are more than fine making that trade. And I like this macro coming up from the side of a Big Duck Entourage.
Yeah, Big Duck is definitely doing what they need to do. They are rotating very well. They are being around the map when they need to be. They are getting those pushes off like exactly the way they wanted. Like, you're scouting out in the jungle there, seeing where they're at. You already have your mid laner pushing in, so that way you can potentially get that turret. Had a great dive too, and also a great follow up from Revan there. So I look at, they overall drafted a really good comp. And that's where when I saw the Rumble and I saw the Galio, I'm like, okay, this is still gonna work. Like, yeah, it's Rumble. Unfortunately, he's not like super meta or really an option that we've seen, say, necessarily in pro play lately, but that doesn't mean that he doesn't work in the idea like this.
Yeah, taunt coming through, so much damage coming through on the Jesus Juice. He gets the heal, he gets the wish, but buddy, you gotta run some way. Actually, that heal is huge. Oh my goodness, he manages to survive. Goes in to grab a little bit of that CS, smites that Krug there, and walks away at the end of the day. So not bad from Jesus Juice to survive, but honestly, potentially game-losing kill. If that kill had gone over, they would have had the inroad to grab that turret. They would have been able to keep pushing and keep that pressure going forward. And like I said, could have been potentially in the game. Doesn't turn out to be so.
No. But what's kind of nice is the double TP still coming out from. Ooh.
Jesus Juice again, buddy. You're in the wrong side of the map. This time he gets hit with the Graves ultimate. Has to force the flash out. Gets rooted up by the Aphelios ultimate. buddy, what are you doing there? You already went in there one time. It didn't work out the best, but now we're going to see the bot say, oh my gosh, Bruval getting taken out so low. Already popped his shield blow there. And it's going to be Revensor getting taken so low. He gets taken out by the Kane. But look at that. Fishing for Arna getting flashed in. And the healing just comes out from Dinosaurus Rex is so huge. The dunk comes back. Multiple people die. And it's going to be seen in the dark trying to take out one. He managed to do it at the end of the day. But they lose the turret. It's just going to be Tamed and Swag running him down. Tamed flashing out. Bean MG is just going fisticuffs with the Trundle. And buddy, I'm pretty sure Trundle wins this. They're going to take down the turret. They're going to win the team fight. They could look to end the game here.
Yeah, and this is where I look at, they're just going to end. I mean, they don't even have to think that they're going to go for the
just go for it.
ones in the mid here, and yeah, they're definitely going to do that. And I think it, you know, a good handoff to BDE there, just because of the fact that, you know, as much as we were kind of questioning that Rumble pick, you still were able to put yourselves in the right champions in the right lanes there. Again, you like the Graves in that top side. It worked out well. Trundle still was able to be around that map, get those pillars out when needed, use the subjugate onto either Sat or Jesus Juice there. And yeah, it was just a really good job by them. Unfortunately, I didn't really get to see the Dark come to light with his Viger pick there. And it's kind of unfortunate, honestly, just because of the fact that I thought they had a good pickup. They were having a good series going, but the unfortunate thing is you had Kaisa not really get to do much. And I think a lot of it's just because of the fact that, again, Jesus Juice wasn't really able to support more so from that aspect. You didn't get those roams from See the Dark either. Like, if you had that, maybe that would have put themselves in, say, a little bit better spot, just because of the fact that you get the Predator. Like, you just go back and get the Predator boots, like, and gank more. I think that could have just put them in a, again, better situation. Maybe drag the game out a little bit longer, get more stacks out of the Viger there. But unfortunately, we're just gonna see that he's just gonna get bursted down, and you know, game one's gonna go over to BDE.
Yeah, I mean, if you have the Vigar and you have the Predator, not using it to roam feels really, really illegal, right? Like, what's the point of taking that one particular rune setup then? But at the end of the day, you know, Big Duck Entourage just played the team fights better. Their laning phases weren't crispy, they weren't clean as we would like to see, but man, they did win those fights when they came down to those fights. They saw the opportunities to engage with Revenstorm, they saw the opportunities to drop the Equalizer over top, and those always did so much damage. So, you know, GG's to Big Duck Entourage as we take it and throw it to a very quick break, folks. Don't go anywhere as we get into the draft for game 2 here shortly. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Runeterra Academy, where in the semifinals, BDE is up 1 game over TDS. I am again, of course, once more, Arlent, joined by Gigatron. And Gigatron, we're getting right into the draft. We come back to Trundle getting first pick by TDS. They're taking it away from BDE. What do you have to say to that?
I gotta say, here we go, because of the fact that, yeah, man, it's just game one was like a crazy one coming out from Big Duck Entourage there, and this is where I kind of like that TDS is taking away the Trundle early, changes up the band that one little bit there, leaves the Amumu up, but takes out the Gallios. This way they don't have that like wombo combo of a bot lane that can be really detrimental to TDS, but also the fact that you don't have a delivery system to kind of worry about now. But BDE opts to take a bear, which bear obviously has been performing very well this season. The fact that, again, you can still go AP or tank really works well. The fact that, again, giving a Phalios again over to him really might be something that they need to think about. But this is where, again, we're getting another different caster and Channer. I don't like the position of where Jan is in right now. She's decent, but I don't think it's necessarily enough sometimes for going into lanes, especially if you're going into a tank, which most likely BDE is going to pull out here. So, I don't know.
I was literally about to say the Thresh. I think Janna is super strong, but I think she's a strong counter pick support, right? I don't think she is the necessary one of the best blind pickable ones, because simply due to the nature of some champion like Thresh, right? Thresh can play for disengage or engage style, and his engage is very non-committal, right? He just has to throw out a lazy hook, and if it hits, great. If it lollipops onto the target and it hits him, and all of a sudden you have a kill, and you didn't even mean to get that kill, right? But also it allows for the enemy to not fully tech into that sort of all-in style of team comp. They can now go for something like a Syndra, go for something like a Zoe, right? They can go for something like well, not Jace, because that just got banned away. But something long range that really just pokes away and needles at the Janna and really makes it hard for her to play the game. So TDS, BD sticking up pretty much to the same strategy. They're gonna ban away the cannon here, and now what do we see for this R4 here? Probably something to go into the top lane, then they can secure a mid-priority pick for themselves, maybe like I said, the Syndra or the Victor. But what do we want to see in the top lane? I don't know. Maybe give me the Graves again. I think he did perfectly fine on the Graves.
Graves can work again with that. I think the other thing that I would like is Rumble. Rumble was still good last time around. I think that kind of really puts Seed of Dark on either the back foot, or you look at that Tamed could pick it up. That Tamed has a lot of games on the Rumble, but this is where, especially for Honor, is most likely to be pulling this out, doing a lot with it, and this is where the Orianna and the Ornn kind of coming out is really good. Still stacking a lot of AP on themselves there. To really have damage coming out from Jinx for AD aspect. Yes, Trundle can do that, because I know good bonks can do wonders, but not. I don't think it's enough yet, because there's only two that you can really subjugate. Again, you can subjugate the bear. Again, it goes AP. Still be able to take a lot of tank stats away from him. And oh my, a Wukong.
Okay, so I think this is a Wukong mid. I think that Rumble is going to be going into the Ornn. I can't imagine anything else. Orianna is one of those champions that's very susceptible to those melee bruiser mids, right? That you generally, whenever you see an Orianna picked, you probably see an Irelia picked into it, you see an Akshan picked into it, you see a Yasuo, a Yone picked into it, right? Those melee in-your-face sort of champions, and Wukong fits that perfectly as well. He has the stealth, he has the dash to get on top of her, and he has a spinning staff strike to keep her in place. So I really do like this R5 Wukong. I think it does really good in the side of TS. I think the only place where it doesn't do good is onto the Janna, but with a Rumble equalizer onto the Janna who's ulting, you're making it really hard for her to just stand there and fully channel her ultimate, because she's getting burned to death at the same time, probably with grievous wounds on top of her. So she's dying more than she's healing up herself. So I think you have to give the draft over to BDE again, because they kind of got all the pieces and parts that they wanted to play with, and really were able to adapt the composition around it And I think again TDS is kind of on the back foot here because you're looking at who can Oriana put the shockwave on, right? Who can she put the ball on easily? No one realistically, because it's just hard for them to really get into the meat and bones of the team.
Yeah, and that's the problem. Is like, sure, your gateway to get into BDE is Ornn, because you get the Ornn horn going. Maybe with Trundle getting a good pill or two, that could lock down a lot of people with that. You know, maybe you get the nice long tornado coming out from Janna too, but unless there's a really good delivery system, which again could be the Ornn, could be the Trundle there for that shockwave. That's, I think, a lot of things could go really well for TDS. Again, they just have to execute to the point of getting those lockdowns on the different people. Like, obviously, if Bear's coming in, you throw the ball, you're trying to shockwave, it might not go off right away the way you want to, and then it's a little unfortunate kind of a thing. The fact that, again, Bear could come in, slap you down, get you stunned. Rumble could come out, very simple, easy to do that equalizer. You have Wukong that could go knock people up as well too. I would be really scared of this team right now, just based on those three, and not even at the bot lane yet. The bot lane is also scary. I mean, you have to look at great hooks coming out there from Thresh. You have the Aphelios who can do 200 years no problem, and has just way too much damage to the point where obviously he knows his gun rotations. He performed very well that first game, and now, yes, it's great to see that we are going to see Second Rate Sniper on Jinx, another ADC, but is that Jinx enough to help carry out TDS's plan to get a win here?
I think that's a good question. When you compare Jinx and Aphelios, right, you really have to take into account everything. And one thing you have to really reconcile with yourself is that Jinx is an overall weaker AD carry than the Aphelios before she gets her reset, right? I think they have a good way of isolating one target and getting her reset, which will allow them to steamroll the rest of the fight. But at the same time, if they're the ones getting engaged on, or if they're too far behind, it's so hard for her to get that reset, and then Aphelios just becomes a better champion. And before that, like I said, before she gets that reset, Aphelios is just far and away better. He just has better range, better utility, better guns, better damage, better wave control overall. He has everything. That's why they call him Mr. 200 years, right? Jinx, sadly, was a champion born in the 90s. She just doesn't have the full range of motion that Aphelios does, and is very one-dimensional in her play. So we're going to kind of see that angle come into play, and how TDS chooses to tech around that. That's going to be very important, whether or not they win this game and they're able to stop the momentum of BDE.
Yeah, I look at it, if they can, great. That means then this might be that game that I was talking about that they might be able to pick off. I don't know if it's necessarily going to be this one. Again, it's really going to rely on the fact of getting those really good CC coming out from TDS to really see that lockdown on a BDE. Because it's not like, if you had set maybe this time around, I'd be like, okay, throw the Bear Wukong right into the rest of the team, get that face breaker and a haymaker going, and get a lot of damage out there. But we didn't really get to see that because not a lot of team fights happened where Set was there last time in the game. So I feel like them not even picking Set this time around, it is kind of like odd but good at the same time, because of the fact that I don't know if it would have done much, personally. I think the Ornn is better. It's a better option, because you get that Ornn horn, you can get the brittle going down, you have that Dragon's Breath to be that little bit unstoppable there. But is it really enough to help put themselves in a better situation? And it might. It's just, I would like to see more also out of Second Rate Sniper. If we could get that going for TDS here, it could be a whole different game series.
I think TDS outscales this game. I think Rumble is one of those champions that can kind of fall off, right? Especially if he's going for that sort of all in, what's the word? Magic penetration build, right? With the Hex, not the Hex. Hextech Ruckabou, yes, that's the name of it. I think Rumble falls off comparatively to Oriana. I think Trundle can outscale the Volibear. I think Ornn, of course, he's a tank. Once he gets super tanky and his ornaments, he's passing them out to everybody. I think that's enough of an edge to just allow his team to be better than the enemy team. But their early game and mid game are so incredibly weak compared to BDE. And we've already seen that their early and mid game aren't exactly their strong suits. So I don't know. Hopefully their coach talked to them in this little break that we had. But speaking of breaks, we're going to take it to another one right before the game starts. Don't go anywhere, folks. This is the second game in the series between BDE and TDS. Welcome back, folks, to Runeterra Academy. I am again Arlent, joined by Gigatron, TDS versus BDE. And Gigatron, it looks like we have a little bit of an invade coming out. They're going to be 5 stacking towards this bot side, and TDS better watch out.
Yeah, I mean, this is the one thing that I think they really should be scared about, because of the fact that, again, Revan is someone that can definitely hook, no problem. Oh, where are you going? Don't show. All right. No ward. See, this is where, if you're gonna hang back that far, put the ward there. Like,
Yeah, at least put the ward down, right? But, they're creeping. They're looking for it. They're looking for the angle. Second rate sniper, but be so careful. Oh, they don't see him at the last second. And Buddy, he hits the hook from downtown, and that is going to be a kill. Going over to, well, unfortunately, goes over to Revan. Not the best target in the world, but a kill is a kill nonetheless. Very good job to pick up second rate sniper there, and he's probably kicking himself. Like you said, you didn't put the ward down. You hung back so far, and it just doesn't look good from this point on.
no, but it's just one color yet. again, it didn't go to anyone other than Revan, kind of a thing. So if it went to anyone else, I would say it might have put themselves in a little bit better advantage. Yeah, the support now can get an item a little bit easier now. But it's Thresh. I don't feel like that's necessarily enough. Like if it was a Pike or someone that's very damage heavy, like a Lux, then I'd be maybe a little bit more scared for TD Shadow. But at this point, I think it's just See the Dark needs to farm us out. Just get some stacks going and everything. Ooh, nice hook.
Very nice hook. A very nice bit of damage going on to Rex there. Now they're honestly, I think they're just looking to solo kill this bot lane, and I think that's something you have to do when you have the Thresh, when you have Pruval on the Aphelios. But right now, just stage one, back to normal, and I can ask you the best question I know how to ask you. Anything interesting about the runes? Anything you want to point out? Want to talk about? Just talk to me about it.
Yeah. So I will say that we actually have Rumble again mid, and that
Oh,
we're
you
having
can comment.
Wukong into top. So yeah, I think the Wukong into him is fine. Just because again, yeah, he's the major tank assassin, but Warren,
Assassin Bruiser.
yeah, like you have to look at like Warren will still get out like traded on from the Wukong. Maybe not as early as like Wukong likes to, but in the long run we'll be able to. Ooh.
Oh, forcing the flash out from Seeing the Dark is swag, and he's in the area. He drops the storm, drops the lightning. But at the end of the day, Seeing the Dark managed to escape with his life, just wasting that 5-minute cooldown. And it's going to be Jesus Juice trying to make something happen in the bot side on the opposite side of the map, but he gets hooked up, forced away. And buddy, BDE, even when they're getting ganked, still come out on top in these trades.
Yeah, I mean, this is where, hey, you know what? You have, again, just that flash being burned on. See the Dark. Really doesn't matter. Oh my, look at Tamed.
Ooh, Tamed getting forced away, but here in the bot side, a flashing and forced out from Jesus Juice, and buddy, you went the wrong way. It's going to be fishing for honor, getting the roam down, getting the priority, picks up a kill for himself. And that's going to be the Scuttle Crab secured. Imagine if this was last season. That Scuttle Crab could have meant the end of the game in a rage-quitting jungler. Thankfully, this one's only worth about 30 XP. Smile. As we look, Storm trying to look for the flame, trying to look for the hook. Hits only the hook. Does manage to pull in second-rate sniper, but he gets exhausted. Pruval. And with the heal coming out, the ignite means absolutely nothing. So back again, just, relatively even in this lane.
Yeah, and being even in the lane is fine. You really don't want to be super far behind, especially for the fact that, again, like they already gave the kill early. Bear coming down right now. This don't look good for them.
Oh, but they see it with the ward, but it doesn't matter. That's Revenant Storm with the flash hook with the snipe coming through and Pruval, but he does manage to avoid death by flashing away from that slow. You have to imagine if that slow hit, he's absolutely dead. But as we get back into it, Tamed managed not to die on the top side of the map. He does manage to get knocked up here, but at the end of the day, it's just BeanMG sort of flexing his prowess. Look at the CS lead that's slowly growing in the top side, about 20, but Tamed. Uh-oh, buddy, you're gonna get ganked here. Jesus Juice is in the area. How do you outplay this? Do you have the clone? Do you have the monkey dash? Do you have the moves? He does manage to get his clone out, but with the pillar coming down, with the Bellows Breath as well, Jesus Juice picks up a nice and easy kill.
This is where it's really good for Jesus Juice because he has like really easy kills onto Tame there. Because you have two forms of pillars. You have the Owlus coming out from Bean, as well as your pillar there on Trundle. So no matter what, he has like a easier knockup that will work well with his charge there that I think will really hurt teams in the long run if they find out that, yeah, he used his clone. If they don't find out that he used his clone, then that's a whole different other story. But again, I think that's where they really need to worry about that kind of because really I think this is like the easiest lane for trying to go because you can't really go mid in a rumble unless rumble's like overextended, and same thing on the bot side unless they're overextended. You really don't get a really good advantage into them, and this is where again top side would be good, but oh my God, Swag.
Swag, he's right there. He's waiting for BMG to overstep, but he's just gonna dash away, and now he has to help his top laner push in this wave. And I like the play, right? He needed to help his top laner in some way. The freeze had been going on for 4, 5, 6 waves, and even now,
Yeah.
it's still not fixed. What was the point of the gank if it's not fixed? Tamed is in so much trouble here. Oh, has only managed to get 5 extra CS in these last about a minute of time, and look at what they get on the bot side of the map. They pick up Drake. They're going to be moving to maybe collect Swag's jungle, and right now this top lane is just a really huge disaster point for the side of BDE. They really need to start building up the lead in other lanes so they can do something with this Wukong, maybe assign him to a different lane, put him in a different place, because right now this man is hurting quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that it's 48 to 19, jeez, that 30 CS difference is kind of just like so odd to see. But yeah, it is really punishing though, because even if I think you put Rumble up there, it could be great, but does it provide enough of what they want? And I don't know if it would have, personally, just because of the fact that even if you put Wukong into See the Dark, yeah, See the Dark still has some resistances there with having the orb on himself, so or the ball on himself. So yeah, that's something that they really need to think about. And I don't know how they're gonna get Wukong back into this other than just force him into another lane and maybe hopefully it'll work.
Yeah, absolutely. So I don't know, what other lane would you assign him into at this certain point of the game? Like, you have to take, of course, you have to take first hurt somewhere, but where do we send him? Do we send him into that dangerous lane? Do we assign him to See in the Dark, or do we keep him up there into BMG no matter what? Do we just kind of say, I know this hurts, buddy, but you just kind of have to deal with it for now. We'll get you out of there in one piece. We'll take it to game 3.
Yeah, he's playing strong weak side at this point. Like,
Strong
it is
weak
bad. It is bad because of the fact of like how much he is down. Now, the good thing is he is regaining a little bit back here. It's a bigger, not as bad of a difference now. But the problem is to answer your question though, I would say if say a tower goes down.
Ooh, Shockwave pulls in fishing for honor. He's forced to flash, but he's got the Nimbus cloak. He's moving quick. Jesus Juice can't chase after that guy, and with no mana on See in the Dark, I think it would have been folly anyway. So now he's just going to help his mid laner push in this wave, but what do they lose? They lose that Rift Herald. Swag picking that one up for himself. Now, the real question is, where does it go? The teleport comes out mid. I think that Rift Herald just goes into the hands of the mid laner. I think he wanted to try to boost his gold up as much as possible. He has those completed boots. He's doing quite a lot of damage with that Hextech Alternator, and it does give you priority for that Drake, which is going to spawn in about 2 minutes and 10 seconds here.
Yeah, I mean, hey, if he can get that Rift Herald in the mid, get that wave pushed out, potentially get a lot of turret plates as well as potentially the turret too. So that's something that if they can play it out right, will still be beneficial to them. But I look at, I mean, this Drake should go over to BDE here, but doesn't mean that they will, because of the fact that, again, you do that Scuttle Lizard, you just got taken by Trundle here on Jesus Juice. You have, again, some wars in the river here, so they're going to know when they rotate over. So I think that's the thing that they have to worry about it for BDE here is ward control. If they can get better vision in that river. Ooh.
A nice little tornado lands into the ball there, but nothing else comes of it. But I think you're absolutely right. They need to really be focusing on their vision control so they don't allow BDE to take this Drake and they can scoop it up for themselves. But Jesus Juice, he's in the area. He's looking for Revan Storm. Doesn't quite find the tornado. Doesn't quite find the traps from the Jinx, but he does find the flash hook onto the support, and it's going to be Natosaurus Rex getting taken out first, and it's going to be BDE looking for the Goomba Stop, looking for the target. But a nice command Shockwave into the Jinx rocket. Finds a kill, and it's going to be a 1-for-1 at the end of the day. But neither team takes the Drake that's going to spawn in 48 seconds. But that's a real interesting question. Which side do you think came out on top in that last play?
Well, the fact that you're trading 1-for-1 too is really, I don't know. I look at like Yeah, the kill one in the Janna, but is it really enough to like put you ahead? Because what's the Janna doing? I mean, she's got 2 CS. Yeah, she's got farm, gold from her spell thief there, but again, why wasn't the priority on a like second rate sniper or on a Jesus juice there, and maybe punish those two? Because if you get that,
Ooh, BMG drops down the Ornhorn, looking for someone. Doesn't even find fishing for honor. It goes wide. So they do drop that Rift Shield, gets that gold on themselves, but they do manage to trade back a Drake for it. So I think that's fine. I think that's a-okay. But now BDE is more than likely looking to start contesting these Drakes, right? They haven't really contested them. They just kind of given both of them up. But I think their game plan now is to start contesting those Drakes, starting from that third one onward and just making it as painful as possible for the side of TDS to stack them.
yeah, I mean that's what they definitely should do. I just have to look at the Ornal was great because it's just a spare. It's a spare you don't want to see. But yeah, it's again, if something even happened with that, I mean, both of them were pretty much out. So what's it really gonna do? Like, yeah, it might have knocked them up enough so maybe someone catches up to them, but really at that point, unless it was See the Dark, no one was catching up to him. So, but I do look at, yeah, it's nice that they did get the Drake here. So 2 Drakes to their side. We are going to see another Ocean Soul again, which is interesting. I like it, kind of thing for themselves, but is it something that, again, going to work out in their favor? Because, yeah, even though they had 2 Drakes last time around, maybe not necessarily the order that we're at right now, but is that Drake going to help them enough if they go for that priority? I don't know, honestly, because of how, yes, it's still a close game. They're only down basically like 1.2k. There's nothing wrong with that. I think it's just, is it enough?
Ooh, Runeterra looking to bait them out a little bit, but they do know that the dive is going to be coming. They have to know. Swag and Fishing for Honor, they do land the hook. That's going to be the teleport immediately getting channeled from Seeing the Dark. So it's 3v4. They choose to back out. I think that's good from BDE. All they had to do was race the Rumble Rocket, right? And, a little bit of a little bit of mana coming out from Swag. So all that for a teleport? Shoot, I'll take that any day of the week, especially since teleports have just been upgraded to those special unleashed teleports, right? Now the teleports are super valuable, but the long range hooks, the max range hooks from Revan Storm, they find the damage, they find the ultimate from Pruval, but with the last little auto attack from Revan Storm, he picks up a kill for himself. He doesn't care about carrying his ADC, he just wants all the money for himself, and I respect that coming up from the support player. But they're looking for the dive with Swag. They have the ultimate. They're forcing him back right towards this tower. Second rate sniper gets hooked up, gets flayed back, gets damaged, and Pruval this time taking the kill.
Yeah, as you say, if Revan gets it again, I mean, not that shame on Pruval, but it's just the fact that, okay, this man really does not want gold going to his ADC. This is going to him, which, yeah, well, I'll carry his ADC that little bit more, maybe because, hey, that gets him, like, his mythic item that little bit sooner, or an extra item that will just make him be that little bit tankier for the fights and everything. But yeah, just great job by, again, the rotation of Swag coming down to help him out. Revan again just getting good hooks that really just has been helping them out in this lane. So we are going to see that Rift is going to be started again here, is going to go towards potentially TD Shadow here. Unless maybe the Wukong turns around and realizes, hey, something's going on here.
I don't think he comes close, and I think he's a little too far behind.
His brain being only, let's just say a little one-sided or short-sighted, trying to get that CS up right now because look at him, he's down 160.
Oh, so much, yeah.
It's a big difference.
Yeah, Wukong is not feeling happy in this lane, and he's definitely not feeling happy when you look at items, right? You look at the Frozen Heart coming through for the ore, and that does so much into the AD bruisers of the world. The Irelias, the Camille's, the Fioras. Not really the Fiora or the Camille, but since true damage exists, but definitely the Irelias, definitely the Wukongs, definitely any other AD bruiser that doesn't have true damage in their kit. And pair that with the Kindle Gem, this Ornn is really sitting pretty with all that damage. But looking at first items coming through, it's Mythic on See the Dark, it's Mythic on Jesus Juice, and Pruval, and Fishing for Honor as well. Oh, and don't forget Void, but I think he just picked up his. Now they're setting up for this drink in 20 seconds, looking at the vision control. You have to kind of give it over to the side of BDE. They're just so ready for this fight. And he finds the max range hooks again. Revan, Red going for it. They're going for Seeing the Dark. He drops his on. He's very nice stopwatch. Perfectly timed. One can say, but that's a 4-man shockwave. They're going for the Ornhor. They find it, and everyone's flashing away. They don't want to be in the area anymore. And ladies and gentlemen, Revan missed his first hook of the game, gets knocked up, and goes for the Ignite. And look at the damage from Bean and G. He's going directly for the fight. Wukong trying to turn it around, doing what he can, but tamed. You're far too weak at this point. And that's a double kill for Sniper. He's looking for the triple kill. Doesn't find it. Jesus Juice picks it up with auto attack. And it's a complete rout for TDS.
Yeah, and this is where, yeah, it's just really good for them just because of the fact that, again, they are coming back more and more right now. And then third Drake going to the TDS, real easy here. You have that Rift popped in the mid lane too. What is Swag going to do? Try to go on a Sniper? Sure, but he's going to get exhausted.
Yeah, oh man, Sniper, he does manage to get shut down, but Seeing the Dark is right here. And at the end of the day, look at the fight they just won, right? They just won an insane fight that allowed to get them the Drake. But see, Fishing for Honor also teleported in. He does drop the Equalizer on the Dinosaurus Rex there looking for the kill, but I think they just barely eked themselves out of a dangerous situation. So at the end of the day, you trade the Jinx for that one fight and that Drake, and I think that's more than worth it.
Oh, yeah. I think the other thing too is we do have to talk about Risen rating us right now. So thank you guys for rating us. Hope you guys had a good stream and are gonna enjoy our good old IBS league right now as we're in our game 2. But yeah, I mean, this is where we're having that slightly now going back into TD's favor. A lot of it still has been into Big Dog Entourage, and I look at this is a promising series. Like I said, I don't think this is a 5-game series. I think it is a 3-1. The problem though is, do I see the 3 going over to BD, or is it going to go to TD Shadow? Just because, again, Shadow's playing really smart this time around. They had that 4-man shockwave that, like, look at it, all the flashes are gone. Like.
Oh, but they do find the root out from Pruval. They find the stun. They find the flay back. And even with the shockwave trying to do what he can, Seeing the Dark gets another kill given over to Revan. And this Thresh is on a rampage, 3-1 on the champion. And he's finding these hooks. He's finding the plays. And he's honestly kind of keeping the hopes alive for BDE right now.
Yeah, I mean, he's keeping those hopes alive. I look at that. This is where the good thing is you do have Revan being that little bit tankier, so trying to go for those turret dives, which they have the option to, especially with having BDE Swag on the Volibear there, is going to really help them out. Again, the fact that you have like the good CC layering into the Equalizer is going to be great. The problem is can they get in a good enough setup for it? Like, I would have liked it if we didn't have maybe Tamed on the Wukong. Maybe he was on the Rumble, and then we see the Orianna here. Now, that would have been a spicy draft coming out from PDE that I would have just loved. That I would have just been like, hands down, that immediately, just because of that. But
BMG, buddy, you're going in at the wrong moment. He does drop the Ornhorn, but Swag has to time the stun perfectly. He does just that. And with the Stormbringer getting dropped, or sorry, not the Stormbringer, but the Lightning getting dropped, they do pick up that kill. Swag getting himself a second one here. Jesus Juice hovering in the area, trying to do what he can. And Revan Storm looking for the hook, doesn't quite find it this time. It's going to be Swag getting subjugated, and the Equalizer coming out, but with the flash coming in from Jesus Juice, they're going to go for Fishing for Honor. I think they find it here. The chop comes through. That's 300 gold over to Jesus Juice. All he had to do was pay the flash price, and he's now 4-1 on this Trundle. I think he's looking to carry his team.
Yeah, definitely right now, just because of the fact that, again, you have a couple good ones to subjugate between the Volibear there. You have Thresh, you have Wukong, who really could be detrimental to them, and yeah, it'll be easy and great for those team fights. It's where, again, like, you pop that, and if you keep it going, and you could get, like, See the Dark to do Shockwave onto them, oh my. Like, I mean, yeah, we saw a really great 4-man one there. I'd love to see another 3 to 5 man even coming up soon in these next fights. But Drake's going to be coming up here in about less than a minute 20. We're going to hopefully see that they're going to rotate around and get some wards and everything. They're going to spot Bean out here, trying to go towards this bot side. Good thing for BDE is they have most of the wards here on the bot side river. Hopefully T Shadow can clear them out quick and easy.
Yeah, and to your point about See the Dark getting those multi-man shockwaves, I think it's a little bit interesting about how much this Orianna really has to pull more than their own fair share of weight, right? Like maybe it's just the laning phase from their team that just didn't come to fruition like they thought it would, but the fact that they have to look for these multi-man shockwaves on multiple targets multiple times over to win these fights, they really need to step it up across the board, right? Like, good on See the Dark to find these things, but his team doing stuff like this, getting caught out, Rex getting picked up by Pruval, it's not looking like the best thing in the world to win a game, right? But look at the macro, look at the wave states, mid lane getting pushed in so incredibly hard. I think Jesus is just gonna go fight that tower one time. Yep, he does it, picks up that turret. And then you have to look at the other lane on the top side. No one going to match the Orianna, which is just walk up into the area. I think they can go and start rotating toward that tower, trade away the Drake, and I think that might be the right call here.
I think, hey, you know what? You get Drake here. Ooh, sniper, maybe.
But Storm, he picks up Sniper, fishing for honor, flashes over the wall, blocks the rocket with his body, and it's going to be Pruval getting pulled over by the Lantern. BNMG missing the ultimate. He gets slowed up by the box, and that's Pruval with another kill. But in the top side of the map, even while they do pick up the Drake and pick up 2 kills, they do lose a turret. So I don't know if they hadn't lost those 2 kills. I think that's more than a fair trade, right? They pick up 2 turrets. Just all they do is lose the Drake when they're on soul point. TD Shadow would have been such a good place to win, but with losing those 2 kills, you have to wonder, is it really worth it?
There's still 500 gold. So yeah, as much as it's very minor that it's 500 gold, they're still coming out with being okay. Again, the good thing is, yes, you did get 2 charts top. And yeah, the idea of stealing was great, other than the fact that you had Revan there in the wings, getting that good hook off. The fact that Fishing for Honor also blocked that Jiggy's Rocket from coming in, because it was definitely low enough where it could have executed, and I love getting those Drakes when you get those. But the other problem is he was way too close to the point blank, kind of. Would have been maybe not enough, so it would have been potentially wasted either way. But again, just great job by Revan there, just having those rotations, and same thing by Fishing, just to follow up, because this is what BDE kind of showed this first game, and the second game right now still kind of showing a little bit of the same thing. It's just not quite into their favor totally yet.
Yeah, the macro is just so much better on point. It's just they're able to win these fights through superior macro. They're able to set it up, but sometimes in the micro exchanges, right, they make the mistakes of just walking a little bit too far up, grouping just a little bit too much into the wrong target, and TDS is really adept at fighting those weaknesses and poking away at them. So they're going to be looking to siege down this tier 1 in the mid lane, and that's going to be Revan looking for the flash hook. Doesn't find it even anywhere near, but it's enough of a pressure point that they are able to take the turret. But look what they trade in the bot side of the map. They trade a turret as well. Wukong can't even walk up to contest the Ornn, and this man isn't even building for his mythic. He's building for a Thornmail. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure BNMG needs to have his own ornament before he can start upgrading others. I'm not sure how that champion works, but I'm pretty sure that's the way they're balanced.
So.
Okay.
I don't think so. I think it's still okay for him. He doesn't have to have it, because he should be able to upgrade Reggie right now. He's 14. It's at 13 is when he gets his own, and then 14 he should be able to do that. So maybe you're right. He can't do it yet. I will quickly check that in a second, just to be sure.
Yeah, I think he can't upgrade if he doesn't have his own upgrade, and that and kind of makes you wonder why is his build so full of pots and pieces. But we'll see. You know, the second he decides to click on one of his allies and start upgrading items, right? You have to imagine it goes on to See in the Dark first, and then second rate sniper second. Yeah, okay, so he can't upgrade. Okay.
He can upgrade.
Just interesting. Normally you see him with his own ornament first, but this does work. This works just fine as well, I suppose. But as we get into this Mid game here, this mid late game. Both teams jostling for position around Baron, dropping down wards, looking for angles, looking for team play. And right now, you're looking at the weak points on each team. You're looking at See the Dark, Bean MG, and Tamed specifically. You really want these three members to step up on either side. I would say Natosaurus Rex, but it's a Jan at the end of the day. You don't really have to have the best KDA in the world just to keep your team alive. They're going to start up this Baron as a little bit of a bait, just to see who responds. They know they can't fully commit to it because the Jinx isn't in the area, but it is a nice play nonetheless.
I mean, it's still the thought of trying to get the Baron maybe as a sneak was a good idea. It's just the fact that, again, they're getting those quick wards when they need to is just really bad for TD Shadow here, even though that lead now has swung back actually into BDE's favor for the gold lead here. It hasn't been long, I'll say that, because it just had to have happened. But, ooh,
Swag going for the play on Jesus Juice. He flashes in, but doesn't quite find the stun, walks back into the root, and he is forced away by the Jinx rockets now. But they do assume control of the top side of the river from that play, and both sides are gearing up for this 5v5. Keep your eyes on See the Dark. We're looking at this Jinx ball, and it finds Pruval, forces the multi-man knock away. The Equalizer goes down, and Tame starts spinning. But Buddy, and they're in the back line looking at the damage coming out in See the Dark. He survives. He finds a kill, or sorry, the Jinx finds a kill. Tamed is just free firing, and they find two onto the second race sniper. He's getting burned down so low, but look at that, a double kill going over to the Jinx. Orianna looking for another kill as well, finds the last auto attack on Revan, and now they're just looking to chase down Pruval, and it's a completely one fight from TDS. He just finishes them off with auto attacks. Pruval not able to sustain up, and it's going to be an ace. And See in the Dark, second race sniper, they absolutely went ham that fight. So many members were diving them. Swag used the ultimate, the Stormbringer. Revan went in with the stun. Tamed as well, the Wukong being a huge threat. They were just able to kite it away, and they secured their team the soul. And the second ornament goes on to that Orianna there, and now they can look to threaten the Baron, start blowing open this game wide open. 1,000 goal lead to them though, so it's still anyone's ball game.
yeah, and that's where this one has definitely been like crucially close. Now I look at, I kind of question, did that Ocean Soul really benefit them? And I think it can. I think it's just the only one it really benefits on is just Trundle and Jinx. Everyone else really doesn't do much more than, yeah, okay, like if you're getting whittled down in fight, sure, it'll help regain your health that little bit there, but it's definitely needed on those two, and hopefully that they can get something going here, maybe get a pick so they can do that Drake, or not Drake, the purple worm there, but yeah, it's just really wondering what's their next move, because they got this lead. They gotta do something with it.
Yeah, it's not that much of a lead though, and I think honestly it's just been better macro coming up from the side of TDS here. Swag going in for the the play, and it's going to be Revan flashing, forcing out the flash from his opponent. The shockwave did come down, only hit on to Tame there, but now they're turning the fight completely. A great pillar to block out their entrance. The Jinx rocket from downtown, finding multiple people, and it's going to be the Ornhorn looking for it. He shoots it super wide away, but it doesn't matter at the end of the day because they're chasing down people, they're chasing down kills, they're chasing down fishing for honor, they're going fishing for Pruval, they're looking for, they do find the hook on to BMG, but Buddy, he's unstoppable. They find the pillar, and this is going to be the call. What are they going to be doing? Are they going for the Baron or going for the end of the game? They have many waves in the bot side of the map, and that's the call. They're going for the end of the game. Tamed, the only member alive, 0 and 3 on this Wukong, trying to be the hero. And Buddy, I don't think you can. There's just too many members alive, not enough gold in your pockets, and they're going for the end of the game. TDS looking to tie this series up and take us, like you said, to that potentially 4th, maybe 5th game.
Yeah, I mean, this is where, again, I thought TD was going to take a game, kind of a thing, off of BDE. Again, BDE is that 1 seed versus the 3rd seed here of TD Shadow. But, yeah, TD played it a lot better this time around. They were able to kind of punish the Wukong, and kind of really negated a lot of it just because, again, you didn't have that, great style flashy player of that Galio that we saw the first time around, because Galio was able to, again, just lock people down so much. This time, yeah, you still have lockdown, but it's not quite the same. And because it's not quite the same, I think it kind of hurt BDE a little bit here. But again, still was a great game. Look at it. It's only like 4K difference. Like they were neck and neck for a while with this. Like so
Mhm.
the fact that yeah, the 4K difference is there for TDS means you know what, they're coming. They're looking at this game like we're in game 2. We need to get a win. So we don't get a win. This means then that like we could be at match point, mental might be breaking down and everything, but look at them. They got this mental fortitude. They're coming back here with game 2, gets the win, and yeah, I'm excited for this game 3.
Yeah, I mean, I'm also excited for the game 3. Now we have a series. First game was kind of a stomp for BDE, right? It didn't even look close, but now, man, TD Shadow off of really good plays from See the Dark, like super good shockwaves. That 4-man shockwave, I think, saved the game for his team. And then, he was able to find Tamed, poke him out in the last fight, able to find Pruval in the Soul Dragon fight. So really good stuff from this mid laner. Maybe keep him on the Oriana. He's doing a lot of work here.
Yeah.
But regardless, GG's to the team. And we're going to game 3, folks. We're gonna throw it to a very, very quick break as we hop into just setting up for that game 3. Don't go anywhere.
The lies I tell myself help push it away, and I'm chasing whispers before they all just fade. So how can I leave it all behind when I refuse to watch it fall to dust? I will find a way. This poor time I close my eyes, a little less of you remains. I know you're slipping further from me now. Am I too far away?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Runeterra Academy in the semifinals of the freshman class. TDS has taken a game off of BDE. And again, TDS gets blue side, BDE gets red side. These guys, they like their ways. They like where they are in this current game. But switching it up, we're gonna see a first pick Corki come through for TDS. So already getting that hyper scaling AP magic threat in the mid lane.
We saw some change ups of the Trino being banned out now and going back towards that Galio again for TDS here. So I like the quirky pickup because you're kind of giving away potentially your mid laner, which I don't see him going 80 being bot. I see him being in mid. So you get the idea there of what the team comp might focus around, which is that poke, but it goes into the Ahri.
Oh, interesting pickup right there. How do I feel about the Ahri into the Corki matchup? Well, I think she's a good neutralizing factor. I think she's really good at neutralizing that Corki and not letting him get crazy advantage in the lane. And she can get that priority to start roaming early. And of course, she's always going to be that threat, right? But of course, Corki has items to kind of tech into it. You know, he has the Maul Mortis, but that slows down his overall AP threat. So I think I give this lane over to the Ahri, hinging, of course, on her being better. But they pick up Ornn and Ezreal, and into that, BDE picks a Mumu. So a very good poke comp with a very good engage versus a kind of an all-in sort of get that early reset for those two characters and win the fight.
Yeah, I mean, I like TDS with the poke. I like the Ornn again. Ornn was fine. I think it's just unfortunately they get those Ornn horns off as much as you wanted because you're getting stun locked, kind of a thing. But this is where that kind of is also detrimental too for themselves because now you have the Amumu on the other side who can definitely double bandage now, can get that Curse of the Sad Mummy going and really hurt TDS that a little bit more. So the fact that they didn't decide to ban it out and give it over is interesting. The fact that also Ahri didn't have to get banned out now because they picked it for BD is also great for themselves too. So I like this change up that they're doing here. And now this means, hey, we get to focus on more, say, jungle bans or the support bans, you know, coming out from both teams here. So the fact that we see a Kayn and a Leona ban and now a Kindred ban is really good.
Yeah, I like the Kindred ban because when you're playing like this sort of reset style of team comp, you need to take her away, right? She can quite literally keep everyone on your team from dying, and that's not good when you're trying to get resets based off of people getting takedowns, right? So, very good job from BDE to sort of recognize that. TDS banning away the Zyra Leona, taking that option away from the poke and the bot side to really tie down this Ezreal, but opting for maybe the Kinnan. Yeah, they're going to pick up the Kinnan going into the top lane, into the Ornn, seeks to poke him out in this early game and then scale up into a late game monster that can flank and really just deal damage on top of the Amumu combo. But one thing you have to kind of consider, that's a really heavy AP top side for the side of BDE. That is a quite clean Mercs game, maybe even a Mundo angle going into the jungle here.
Yeah, Mundo would be interesting because of the masochism and everything. I think the interesting aspect though is you're not probably going to see it because you get the Mordekaiser.
More jungle? Or is it Ornn jungle? Or is it Ornn support?
It could be Ornn mid. And I will say, or it could be Mordekaiser mid. The only reason I'm going to say those is because I feel like they're better soul lawyers, but it is going to be an Mordekaiser jungle. Sorry.
Wow. Interesting. I don't know what to make of the Mordekaiser jungle. I don't know if it's the best possible pick here. And realistically, how does it get onto the enemy team, right? How does it get onto the juicy targets of the Jinx and the Ahri, with Amumu and Kinnan in the way? And if they grab them, excuse me, if they grab themselves a tanky, not even tanky, Bard works out perfectly for that as well. He keeps them out of that cookie jar. And honestly, we're looking at a pick comp into a team fight comp. Poke, both teams have aspects of that team fight comp, but one has more of a poke style and the other has more of a pick style to it. So interesting to see which team has better macro because both these styles of play need sufficient macro to play on.
yeah, I mean, this is the thing that I look at is, yeah, you need macro. You need to understand how, one, Mordekaiser works with this. Because Mordekaiser, yeah, the clear isn't bad, but it's not quite the level of what people expect it to be. Here's the only other problem. We have a lot of AP coming out from them. So yes, even though Corki is that hybrid that all in reality, all he's going AP wise is his boots, for the Sork boots there. It's still, it keeps me wondering how much is it going to work out for them, especially in the fact that, yeah, your poke is great between the Ezreal and the Corki there, but do you stand up to the Kennen and the Bard, who Bard can literally just go and, Golden Guard people, and then Kennen comes up with the Slicing Maelstrom and just goes like, hey guys, how you doing? We're gonna be stun locked here for a while because I have my buddy Amumu, who didn't get to become prom king, come in with his Vantage tosses and does Curse of the Sad Mummy, and now you're like, oh no, and then the carry's coming in. Yeah, you're just done. You're just done. So I like, again, it's that interesting AOE style that BDE likes to go for. Now without having the Galio, but could have had the option to run with the Malphite even, because that was up. So I'm kind of surprised maybe that they didn't try to necessarily go for that. But again, I think it kind of works a lot better with their kit and with their matchup compared to into the Orange. Yeah, Malphite would have probably got to melt a little bit easier just because of the fact that unfortunately he doesn't really build magic resist too often since he relies on that armor more so. But again, yeah, I am interested in this Mordekaiser.
Yeah, I'm really looking at this Mordekaiser as well, right? I don't. This Mordekaiser is kind of throwing up a red flag for me for TD Shadow. I feel like he's just kind of a dead pick, and when you're playing into a pick composition like you see coming out from the side of BDE, you want to have as few dead picks as possible. You don't want to have a major weakness or hole in your draft for them to exploit, because they will exploit it. That's the nature of a pick comp. They find the weaknesses in the play, they find the weaknesses in draft, and they just go for it.
So we have to change up our stuff. It's an orange jungle, by the way.
Orange jungle. Interesting.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe they switched it around. Yeah, they switched it around. Okay. I knew. I was.
Yeah, they like doing that. I hate that. Why you gotta do this to me? You guys have access to all the champions. Stop doing that. But yeah, I look at even if it was necessarily doing the orange jungle, clear isn't great. I wouldn't say it's better than Mordekaiser's. I wouldn't even say Mordekaiser's is better than doing his personally. I think it's just still too slow. But yes, again, you're going against Mumu, who is more of a slow AoE clearer too. Was the fact that, like, hey, if you went against like an Udyr, if you went against just all these other junglers right now that farm way too crazy, way too fast, and way too good, what's the point in it, kind of a thing. But yeah, I'm really leaning into BDE on this one because they drafted a amazingly good comp.
Yeah, I think BD's comp is super easy to execute, super good at team fights when it comes down to it, and really good at taking advantage of this Mordekaiser jungle, really good at taking advantage of the Janna Ezreal lane and how weak they are early, and just the fact that they're able to roam around the map and make plays with a Bard. Jinx can just free farm realistically. And then topside, this is the only like volatile place, and they can quite easily turn that around. So that's kind of where I'm looking at towards this game. But with that, we're going to be hopping into a very quick break. Don't go anywhere, folks. This is Game 3, BDE versus TDS. Which team will take the lead and get closer to that game point?
Hold up, I got a Lysol that mood swings like it's got a fucking baseball bat. News streams, I don't really wanna face all that. Bad dreams are worse when you're awake, I'll bet. It's a nightmare life like a movie. They write the screenplay, I write the music. Playing out a role, not knowing how it ends. What if all my enemies turn into my friends? And what if the world is never ever the same? And what if all the money could never buy you a thing? And what if all the songs you never thought you would sing start coming out? And what if the truth that you never wanna face becomes the only flavor you're ever gonna taste? I guess I'm not a stranger to everything erased. What's coming now? No. And what comes next? Probably pigs in the sky if I had to guess. And what comes next? Probably pigs in the sky if I had to guess. And what comes next? Probably pigs in the sky if I had to guess. Woke up, I'm in a loop, I think. Falsehoods pulled down to show a truth, I think. All good, I'll just put my hands into my sink. Rinse off all the negative and do my thing. Sometimes I feel like I'm in a film, but there's an evil demon getting everybody killed. And all the people screaming, will we make it till the end? Then all of a sudden turns out the demon is your friend. And what if the world is never ever the same? And what if all the money could never buy you a thing? And what if all the songs you never thought you would sing start coming out? What if the truth that you never wanna face becomes the only flavor you're ever gonna taste? I guess I'm not a stranger to everything erased. What's coming now? What? And what comes next? Probably pigs in the sky if I had to guess. And what comes next? Probably pigs in the sky if I had to guess. And what comes next? Probably pigs in the sky if I had to guess.
Welcome back, folks, to Runeterra Academy. I am Arlent, joined once again by Gigatron as we go to Game 3 of TDS versus BDE, both teams taking a single game off of each other. And now looking for that coveted third game, just trying to get an advantage over the opponent in this potential best of 5, definitely going to 4 games. And Gigatron, I have to ask, anything unique we see in these runes that we wouldn't normally see in solo queue?
So I like the first strike coming out of Tamed. It always works very well with Kennen. Seed Dark's going that option too. It's gonna be great for those missile rockets coming out later. I I know a lot of people question sometimes the RA, like do you go electrocute, do you go a couple other things. I think the electrocute is just still really good because you can proc it very easily. But other than that, Revan chose to go Fleet Footwork.
Ooh, yeah, interesting. Bard going for the Fleet Footwork option, but I don't know. Bard is one of those weird champions, right? Like, what is the very best one on Bard? I don't know. There's a lot of arguments for everything either way, right? But Fleet Footwork being one isn't one I often hear in the argument, often hear in the contention. But I suppose it's on him to show us how that works out.
Yeah, it really is. Just because of the fact that, hey, you know what, you're hoping that between getting those, you're getting your movement speed around, maybe gets that like extra health that he needs when he gets poked out, be able to work out. But uh, we'll, like you said, we'll definitely see as the game goes on here.
One thing I also want to highlight is the fact that
Mhm.
Corki opted to go for the cold start into the Ari. What do you make of that?
So I think it's okay because of the fact that you're going to be farming out this whole lane because of the fact that again you're going into Ari. Ari is going to be able to potentially trade that a little bit better into you, um, like you as you see.
Speaking of which,
Yeah. Um, so this is kind of more that like safer style of play in the beginning, but then once you're able to sell it and you reap the benefits of all the gold, yeah, you
absolutely.
can allow it.
Yeah, I think it's just so insane into the Ari myself. I think it really does exactly what you wanted to do, especially when you have the first strike, like you said. But Swag looking for the gank, doesn't quite find it. They had a ward on him, but he couldn't make it work in the end. So he's just kind of forced to walk back sadly to his own jungle. And I mean, what else did we expect from Mumu? For him to be happy? No. Um, but BeatMG again on this Ornn. I think this is the third time. Was he on Ornn in the first game? I don't quite remember.
No.
Yeah, that's right.
Second team. He's gonna be
Oh,
on.
right. Set was the first game. So second game, he's on the Ornn. This time, again, looking to secure a huge lead advantage in this lane over his opponent. And that's kind of what we're looking for. That's kind of the power point we want to see coming out from the side of TDS.
Yeah, so you have to look at again.
Ooh, they're going for second race sniper there, but they didn't quite find the zap. I think it hit a minion. And so absolutely nothing will happen at the end of the day except for Revan losing his ignite there. And that could be crucial in these fights to come. But good job on second rate Cyber not blowing the exhaust or Natosaurus Rex not blowing the heal. Very confident in the fact that they would survive there.
Yeah, as we've noticed, Revan likes to kind of pop that ignite sometimes a little early, just because hey, then they gives you that healing reduction. Hopefully, they can burst them down quick and easy, but isn't quite always that case early on. But that's okay, just because it's a shorter cooldown. It'll be up soon and everything. And oh, there's flash.
Ooh, that is indeed a flash. Fishing for honor. Didn't quite find the ignite. Didn't quite find the last maybe auto attack or ability on to see the dark. So the Corki is able to survive, and that is the weakness of the cold start coming out, right? He doesn't quite have as much HP as something else, and if your CSing isn't on point, you're not going to find the huge value immediately, like usually at 10 minutes, like you really, really want. So right now, it is just about even in terms of everything at the end of the day. Nothing really to write home about, nothing really to talk about. Let's maybe get into the macro. Who gets this first Drake? It really just depends on who is able to correctly manage this wave, but you have to kind of give the advantage once that level 6 is achieved over to the squad with the Mumu.
Yeah, I mean, with the move being at 6, yeah, it's gonna be really fun ganks. But also look at Juice too, because if he comes to ganks, he just waits till someone's low. You can just throw him in the Shadow Realm, and then now it's like, oh no, what are you gonna do? Because once you're in that realm of death, like you're kind of just like stuck in there, and you might just fall. And then if you fall down, you give him better stats, and then he can go like potentially go take out the jungler if the jungler happen to come up, say like top side for example, or whoever again he's gonna go after. So it's really gonna be interesting to see. But Revan kind of stepping up here, but doesn't need to because again he's just going those meat punting, maybe trying to see it play, but see the dark might be sniffing out, realizing hey something's going on here.
Oh, but he doesn't step out correctly. He does manage to dodge away from the Mumu stun. And Swag doesn't have the level 6, so he's not really a threat on the champion. Speaking of level 6s, they finally come through on multiple different people across the map, mostly the mid laners and BeanMG in the top lane, but everybody else looking to catch up quite quickly. Pruval being forced back under his tower. And I think with this kind of pressure, you could look to see TDS take an early Drake.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. Just because their position here very early, getting great trading on a Revan here. He's now at half health, so
but it's going to be fishing. It's going to be a flash from Swag going on to Rex. He does get the ignite off. He's forced to flash away himself. The charm lands, the stun lands, and that's first blood for Fishing for Honor. They're looking for Seeing in the Dark. They don't quite find it. He manages to Valk away, but they do lose the Drake that they had first move on. And it will be a nice little play going over to the side of BDE. And one thing I want to highlight, though, is that they are down a little bit of gold here. As Storm goes in looking for second race, Cyber doesn't quite find the stun, doesn't quite find the zap. But this Drake taking a little bit while to complete. Does get helped along a little bit by that last little Q from Ezreal. So, whereas the gold difference was, you know, about 500 between the two teams, now it's back down to around 100, 200. And I think that is A-okay. But BNMG is just really taken, tamed at Pound Town right here. Really showing him who's boss with that W into brutal auto combo.
Yeah, he really needs to respect it because it is going to pop.
Ooh, they're going in for a play on to the support. They find him. They find the stun from Storm. And again, picking up those kills in the last game, I think that hurt him with how many kills he was able to secure for his team, right? Kill secure for his team. So I don't know. Maybe in this game he wants to kind of ease up on that pedal and not take as many kills. You know, last time I think he ended with what, 3 or 4 kills, and this time I think he really wants to end with closer to 0.
Yeah, I think the big thing is he's just kind of excited, just trying to get these kills, trying to get stuff going for a team. But tamed gets that brittle knockup going, but yeah, it still really isn't doing too much.
He's gonna be up here in the top lane. Look at the CS difference, like 30 or so, getting closer to that. And BNMG is just really performing on this Ornn here, really doing so much work. And this is kind of the story of the night, right? We've been watching top lane quite closely, and it's just been BNMG. No matter what he's on, no matter what into what matchup, he's just able to find a CS lead. He's able to find constant priority and be there for his team.
Yeah, I mean, he is definitely someone that could be really good for their team just because of the fact that, again, get those ornaments going, keeping out that pressure on the cannon there too.
Ooh, they're looking for a play on the Scene in the Dark, but again, a nice Valkyrie wave keeps himself alive. This man is so confident in not having to ever use his flash. I don't think we've seen him use it once, and that's pretty good, especially when he's getting as many ganks as he has been by the enemy team.
Yeah, I mean, you have to look at they've been heavily trying to gank See the Dark, and I look at Swag and Brevin going together is a really good combo because again you can portal over, get both stuns off. Hopefully, you know, one either colliding into the wall and into a champion, or into, you know, 2 things to get that stun off from Bard. But yeah, like it's just kind of a genius plan that they were thinking of. Is like, hey, let's just throw 2 of us together, even if it's tamed comes in eventually through there. That's gonna be great for them too. But yeah, I can't wait for these like big team fights.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to these big team fights and seeing how BNMG. Last game he wasn't really able to flex his huge lane advantage that he got. You know, sometimes his ultimates went a little bit troll, but his team was able to clean up after him and really look to help him out there. But we're really looking at Jesus Juice to kind of execute on this Mordekaiser pick. I don't think it's the greatest pick in the world, but if he's able to find the necessary targets through the pick, it's going to work out at the end of the day. It's going to be Rex going... No, it's going to be going golden as Jesus Juice as they flashed him. But in the mid lane, there's also a little bit of action. Fishing for honor, fishes for a kill, finds it on to See the Dark. He didn't use his flash at the end of the day, and I think he's a little bit too hesitant about using it. It's going to be Storm trying to survive, and Jesus Juice got pulled into the Shadow Realm. We're going to get slammed down. Jesus Juice picking up his first of the game, but look at that. Fishing for honor has 2 on himself, and it's just chaos all over the map. This bot side, this mid lane, both teams just fishing for kills.
Yeah, I mean, definitely fishing for kills. I mean, the fishing for honor. Ooh, nice flash from Tamed, but yeah, I don't think he needed to really worry about it too much, even if he got hit with it. Like, even Ornhorn doesn't really, I feel like, do too much with that. But again, just great job by For Honor, just doing what he needed to do, getting those trade kills, you know, on the cannon, or cannon onto Corky there, and he's growing that lead that little bit more and more. Gold, they're pretty much even right now, despite being up Drake in 2 kills. So Yeah, it's really.
Yeah, they're actually down gold, like you said, up two kills, up a Drake, but they're still down gold. Fishing for honor, playing this out super well. He hits the charm again on the Jesus Juice. The stun goes wide both times, but he flashes in with the ultimate. That's a moo. That's swag. They find another one onto the board, and he's 2-1 on the champion. He is looking to make a statement, even if his team, suffers a little bit for it.
Um, think of it this way: if Bard gets ahead too far, and by I mean like too far, like way too many meeps, he could just sell all his items, not even go healing stuff anymore. Just goes full AP and just bonks people with all those auto attacks. Like he's just gonna shred through so many people that like people don't realize like giving him kills is still kind of bad. Like, yeah, it's bad for the EDC, but it's bad for him too.
The ultimate from Revan misses as we were talking a little bit about him, but Pruval is in the area to reinforce his team, so second race sniper couldn't secure that Drake with his last little Qs with his ultimate, so they will just walk away at the end of the day. That's the second Drake picked up, and that's the third time we've seen Ocean Soul in this series, and maybe we get Ocean Soul the entirety of the series. I wouldn't mind that. I think it's the best soul in the game, or contention up there for one of them, absolutely. See in the Dark, unfortunately, did use his package, so he won't have that for what's the cooldown, like 10 minutes or something crazy like that. I don't remember what they changed it to.
Believe it is every 5 minutes. It doesn't come up for 10 minutes, and then after 10 minutes, it can be picked up in 60 seconds.
And oh, he does find the Everfrost. He does find doesn't find the charm actually, but he's able to turn around the flash in. Shut down, going over to See in the Dark, and he stays away, just barely out of range of the Mumu. Really nice play from him to turn that one around, especially when he kind of thought it was lost.
Exactly, and yeah, I did confirm it. It is 5 minutes. So after the first one, it's up for like 60 seconds, and then it goes to the 5 minutes. So what, he just used it at 13, so at 17, 18,
yeah, around 17.
18.
Yeah, so about lines up for the next Drake, right? So that's pretty good for them. And I think that's smart, not holding and sitting onto the back. It's just using it as soon as possible when that Drake goes down, so you have it up for the next objectives, next neutral objective. It's so incredibly strong in those situations. But yeah, they are about 1,000 gold and some change right now, and they're just looking to sort of accelerate that lead just purely from better laning. But BDE, I mean, again, if they're able to get in these good fights, if they're able to find these great picks, I think they just kind of win this game. But look how heavily indexed this Ornn is into AP as the ultimate come from Storm comes down. It's going to be looking for Natosaurus Rex. They do find it. They do find the stun, but it's going to be a teleport coming down. Who is it? I think it's Jesus Juice and BeanMG. It's the double teleport. It's the Ornn Horn. He's looking for it. He finds the Jinx. They're going for him. He's getting chunked out so very low. They're looking for the last auto attack. That's going to be the exhaust. It's going to be the bulk. And Jesus Juice picks up his second kill, 2-2 on the pick. And this Mordekaiser is looking a lot better than we anticipated it looking to be.
Yeah, I mean, he's just kind of getting really lucky kills, I think, going for himself. He is, again, providing a lot of pressure where, yeah, you know what, that TP coming down is great, but now that gives Tame more, too. Oh!
Ooh, instant pop for See the Dark, looking for Revenant, but there's Fishing for Honor. They find the double kill, and Ari, 4-1. They're going again. They're going for the charm. They're going for the ignite. They find GS Juice. He does get miniaturely exhausted because, you know, that is how Red Smite works. He's looking for Fishing for Honor, hands the buck. Oh, man, why did you flash? It doesn't matter at the end of the day. And that's gonna be Mordekaiser picking up a third kill, 3-2. Looking to hard carry his team here, and a team full of hard carries.
Yeah, I mean, 3-2, doing really well with this here. Oh, there's the pause.
That's the pause.
Looks like, unfortunately, one of the players is not having a good time with their stomach. So, yeah. But regardless, wish them well. Hope they're going to be okay and everything to keep
Absolutely
on. But we can talk about this. So yeah, even though Jesus Juice is 3-2-0, you have to look at Swag is 0-0-6. Hasn't given over a kill.
That's true.
Has gotten a kill for himself. But is still doing really well. The only big difference is you do have that Riftmaker still going on to Juice right away, where he has not been able to back yet. I think if he gets that back off, then yeah, he will be able to get that mythic going for himself. Maybe get out that little bit extra damage he needs to have, so then that way he can maybe get some kills going for himself, get some maybe some good positioning and everything. But yeah, I'm really interested in seeing how much
Yeah.
the bot lane suffers.
Yeah, and I think this is smart, coming out from like the tech end from Pruval. I think going for the Kraken Slayer is huge here. Why? Because you look at how heavily indexed this top lane is towards MR. You have Merc Treads on the Mordekaiser. You have Bean MG sitting on a Spirit Visage and Merc Treads, and going for going for a Fimbulwinter next, which doesn't offer AD or MR. He's really, not as tanky as he seems when it comes to 80 damage. And this Jinx, if she's able to find her second item, probably looking for Lord's Omnic Regard, she's going to be chunking him just as much as she's going to be chunking some of the other less squishy members. So, yeah, I'm really eager to see how this Jinx is able to perform, but fishing for honor. Still, despite having so much MR against him, he's still able to find these kills, still able to find the damage coming through. And it's really just, I want to see Tamed, I want to see Swag come in, do the combo, do the damage that they need to do, or else what's the point in picking, the Kennen here, right? Amumu, pretty good, pretty decent champion in the current meta, but Kennen, he's really, really fallen by the wayside. Doesn't perform quite as well unless you're somebody like Nuguri, right? Who's, by the way, is coming back to pro play on the damn Kia, so that's cool.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that was cool and interesting to see. I literally saw that tweet before we got on, so it's like that's actually awesome that we're seeing some players come back. We saw Visichachi is also going to be coming back to Astralis. We are getting back into the game here as we are unpaused. Hopefully that sickness has gone away or at least reduced a little bit there for BDE. But regardless, actually, sorry, not BDE.
Yes, yeah.
Yes, with that one. But regardless, like we talked about, this Ornn is just so far ahead in CS, and I think this is where a lot of laners and topside need to kind of really worry about Ornn and like trying to figure out how to work around him, because he could just get that CS very easily. He can provide a lot of that pressure that people just don't want to deal with, and the fact that again, yeah, the Kennen, we're really wondering what it's gonna do, because until they get to team fights, which yeah, we're over 15 minutes, we should be hopefully seeing stuff soon, but this might be one of those games that we're just getting long and drawn out.
Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully not a long and drawn out game, but I do see your point. I really do want to see those team fights soon. I really do want to see those 5v5 Drake plays, but right now they're making a play for this Rift Trail. Swag trying to grab it, but contesting it is Bean, MG, Pruval, and Revenstorm making the rotate over to help out their jungler there. And right now it's going to be weird lane assignments. It's going to be second rate sniper plus the Corki and the bot side grouping together to take down this turret. They do find it at the end of the day, but that meant nobody was in the mid lane to collect those waves, to collect that CS, but a Janna. And that's just kind of an odd assignment, right? That's just not where you want your goal to be going. But they do have complete control of the bot side of the map. So is it a real option for them to contest at this point when it's so late at this stage in the game? Generally, you want your vision and your contesting bodies to be in their area by about 1 minute 30. But this is where the poke game comes through. It's the Corki, it's the Ezreal. Look how much damage they're able to do. They do find the golden going down onto the Corki, but it's going to be Tame flashing in solo. Buddy, what are you doing? He gets pulled into the Shadow Realm. He's going to Brazil. Tame trying to survive. He avoids the dodge or avoids the bunk, and it's going to be fishing for honor, missing the charm, looking for the play. It's got 4-man. That's Swag right there at the end of the day, folks. They're going for it. They're going for the play. They're finding the kills. They do take out second rate sniper. Now they're looking for Bean. They do find the root. They find the damage, not quite enough. It's going to be Swag stunning up Jesus Juice, but he gets taken out at the end of the day. But they managed to trade it 1-for-1. And that's it. It's going to be the 2-for-1. But both junglers are dead, so it's now just going to come down to someone to steal this. A nice little stun from Revenstorm. But look at Seeing the Dark. I think he does have the quirky package. He does have the teleport. He's looking to make the hero play. He's looking for the steal. 900 on this Drake, 14 on the Drake, but now he can go for the kill. He's looking for Pruval. Valkyrie's onto him, instantly pops him. And it's just gonna be fishing for honor, finding a kill. He does manage to drop him with the ignite. And that's the end of the play. Who comes out on top? Still 800 gold for the side of TDS, but they did lose the Drake.
Yeah, they lose the Drake there for TDS, but it really doesn't matter too much because, again, they're still up to a slight amount on gold. They've had that Rift Herald and that turret being down. And, again, they're able to kind of capitalize on getting a lot of these gold benefits for themselves. But now, a slight favor is going to be potentially going over to that side there for BDE. They have now 2 turrets down. Hopefully, they'll go for that top side one eventually, but yeah, you have to look at it. Fishing for Honor played that fight very well, able to still get a lot of people taken down there. The fact that, yeah, I mean, you went for 2 for 1, and then you were still able to get quirky afterwards, even though, yeah, you had to give up a kill for it, on the Prevail, but Prevail was also very weak. Like, it was kind of like an easy shooing of like, okay, dude, don't go that way, kind of a thing. So, but again, still great job by Fishing for Honor trying to carry the game here. And same thing with Swag. Swag, even though it had death now, is still performing very well.
Yeah, still performing so well. That was a 4-man Curse of the Sad Mummy, just doing so much to bring this back for his team. And, you have to imagine, what if Tamed was still alive, right? What if Tamed hadn't gone so deep and just forced out of the fight so incredibly early? You have to imagine how much damage that to those 2 4 or 5-man ultimates would have done to the enemy team, how it would have shattered them completely, and how clean the fight afterwards would have been. But that's what ifs, right? That's for another day. Perfect players and all that stuff. So we just have to look at what we have now, and what we have now is about 1,000 gold lead over to the side of TDS, really consistent with what we've seen all game long. They've just been ahead just off of the laning difference. Top 450 in the mid lane, right? Because of just due to the nature of Cole and the fact that he's able to keep even CS. And then in the bot side, relatively even as well. So I don't know. It's seriously just that top lane that BDE just needs to focus on when it comes to the draft, getting him the best matchup possible. But it's going to be Red and Storm and Pruval walking to this mid lane, getting a little bit aggressive with their trading. Jesus Juice is in the area, backing up his bot lane there. But nothing else comes of it. It's going to be the rotate coming out from Tamed. Maybe a fight around the Baron so early on. I don't think that would be the call, but both teams are just kind of poking and prodding, but it will be the play. They're looking for the pick. They're looking for Seeing the Dark, but he's going to get pulled in. He didn't quite find the ultimate. That's going to be a play. Fishing for Honor finds the charm, finds the kill, and Tamed maybe looking for the flank. Doesn't quite find it at the end of the day. So Swag just walking on through.
Swag's just able to kind of get through, and that's kind of like the nice thing here for BDE is the fact that they have a lot of mobility for themselves. They have a lot of damage that can come out too, because you have Prevail that's going to provide a lot. You have Fishing for Honor has been doing well. Again, we've seen a Kennen finally in some team fights, so he's gotten 2 assists, which is great. But we need to see it more of it, I feel like, because then at that point, if you're going to keep picking a pick like this and still being behind into the Ornn, what is it offering to the table?
Yeah, like we said, this Kenny just hasn't performed up to expectations, but he still has chances to, and it's gonna honestly come down in this next minute, right? Let's just say 3 minutes, just to give him a little bit of time to take the fight and then take the Drake. So 3 minutes is kind of what we're looking at for this Kennen to bring fruition to the team, and to show us why you would pick Kennen here, right? It's really important to show us that. Last time they tried out the Wukong, didn't quite work out as they expected, so they're going for the Kennen here, maybe an easier time of it, but he's going off the top side to push a little bit, try to split a little bit, and they're just going to start pushing out mid, and you see the pings coming through from the side of TDS. They're just trying to keep that mid lane in the mid lane, in the middle, and not let them get that priority that they so desperately need to secure the soul point here.
Yeah, they desperately need this, because if they don't, the good thing is Tame does have teleport. He can come in at some point onto one of the wards there. Ooh,
Ooh, BMG going in. He finds a knock up on the Revan. Then they find another knock up with the Tornado, but he's managed to stay alive with that Bard portal, baby. That's why we pick Bard, because you're able to do dumb stuff like that and survive. So very good job from him. And now the Kinnan starting to make the roam down. He doesn't have a backline teleport he can go for. The only teleport I'm realistic looking at for him is onto the wave directly. That's the furthest back I think he can go without teleporting directly into the lines of the enemy, right? So fishing for honor, poking over the wall a little bit, and it's going to be a tense standoff. They have to win this Drake. They have the Corki package. They go into Praval. Where do they go for it? They did find the Bean MG with the Bard ultimate. That swag onto the front line. He gets taken to Brazil. No! Right as he gets taken to Brazil, he tries to flash. He tries to ult multiple people. He doesn't quite find it, but Tame finds onto the Corki. Seeing the Dark flashes out. He goes in with the package, and he gets taken out by Praval. Look at Praval. He went a little bit too deep, and now it's Ezreal's time to shine. Finds the double kill, finds the triple kill, and they win the fight. Fishing for honor wasn't able to pop off fully, and that is going to be TDS picking up their first Drake and keeping their hopes alive for this game.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is a do or die series. You're in semis. You're trying to get all these wins out here, and you're hoping, you know, your comps that you've been choosing, which again, it's a really good poke comp. Hopefully it can work out well for themselves, but looks like we are going to see that he does get that upgraded ornament now for himself. He'd give out starting now to some others, but it's probably going to be a little bit just because he preferred to take care of himself first.
Of course. But it's just kind of insane how insanely well Ornn scales up, right? Like once he starts to get those ornaments onto his, you know, own team and self, I forget the ratios on his passive, but I think it gives him like what, 10% bonus health, armor, and resistances for his first ornament, and then every ornament past that is 4%. So for every 2 people, he's getting 8%. Like, oh, it's just so disgusting, his passive, and it allows him to get these insane, you know, health numbers like 6,000 HP or something crazy like that. So just a super good tank, super strong, and just doing super well into this cannon, more so than you really would have expected ranged in the melee to be.
Exactly. I mean, I keep looking at this game and I'm like, this is such, again, another roller coaster one like last time. Like, yeah, the lead, then it went away. And yeah, lead, then he went away. The lead's changed, and then it goes away. And then it's like kind of that like ricochet back and forth here. But now we do see that they are here on this Drake. Maybe they'll go for it, but ooh, fail. Yes, is it?
Yeah, his Rune's Hurricane aggroed onto that Baron there, so Buddy took a little bit too much damage. But Kennen, so scared of Bean right now. He is just running back and forth, can't decide what to do. Grabbing Storm off on the side, clearing up vision in the top side of the map, and it's just seeing the Dark alone, doing so much damage, looking for the poke, looking for the damage, and it's going to be Swag, looking for the flank. Maybe they're looking for a dive here on the tier 1, looking for seeing the Dark. He uses the Valkyrie, and he managed to keep himself alive. They didn't know if he had flash or not, so he will survive at the end of the day. Tamed, just too scared to go in close to this Ornn, but they do manage to take the turret up on the top side of the map, open up a little bit of the map for themselves, keep the tempo alive, and now they look to reset. And this Drake's alive in the next 2 minutes and 30 seconds, so just a slow-paced game right now.
Yeah, it feels slow, but we have a good amount of kills. It's not like, oh, we're at 27 minutes here and there's only like 5 kills on each side. No, we're past that point. We're above 10. We're doing as much as they can, you know, for themselves, but ooh, Zap goes a little short, but yeah, they're trying to poke it as much as they can for PDE here as they try to go for wars, but it's just ain't working out for them too much.
Yeah, they're just not able to control this game, but look at the damage. He's going in for Praval, and he finds it! So much, and they missed the Ornn ultimate, or sorry, not the Ornn ultimate, the Bard ultimate. And Buddy, that's huge. That's a huge pick. That's something they can do. That's something they can make a play off of. I think they just go for the Baron here, but no one's set up for it. So at the end of the day, it's just a nice little ego kill, right? You just take it and you say, well, I still killed their Jinx, but my team wasn't ready to make the play. So not a bad job from See the Dark at all. And they secure that mid advantage.
Yeah, I mean, this is where, you know what, they are going to take that Baron now, but still, See the Dark able to provide a lot of damage, takes out the Jinx, and Yeah, I mean, he's definitely someone you gotta worry about, even though being 4, 5, and 6, it don't matter. Like, look at that.
Fishing for honor, buddy. You're in the wrong part of the map. You're in the wrong area. It's going to be See the Dark just kiting away from him, focusing onto this Baron. Revenstorm trying to make something happen, trying to look for a hero play. They don't quite find it. A very on-point smite from Jesus Juice. And buddy, BNMG's split push just became that much more scary.
Very much so. I mean, you know, the only thing that's scary is the fact that Orin is still able to just take these fights no problem. And he's kind of putting that pressure still on Tamed again.
Yeah, it's like you usually expect this kind of pressure to fall off in the later stages of the game, but it hasn't at all. He's just been able to keep the pressure on the Kinnan the entirety of the game, and this Kinnan hasn't found a break, even with the Void Staff completed, even with the Hextech Rocket Belt completed. My mana just has not found a break. This Ornn has just been on him the whole game, making him really just pain over and over, just paying the Ornn price. So now they have to be so much more careful. The Corki has those 3 items. The Ezreal working 2.5 items. Jinx 2.5 items himself. Mid lane doesn't have the parity it had anymore. And their mid lane is still worth about 250 gold in the shutdown. They're down about 4,000 gold here. And they're looking to contest this next Drake. Once it gets started, they have to be looking for it. They have to be watching See the Dark. They have to be spotting him out. They have to be matching them man to man, making sure he doesn't get a huge Corki pack up. It's on Revan right now to find the multi-man. It is a 4-man Bard ultimate, but it is nothing at the end of the day. The charm goes wide onto a rooted target. Fishing for honor. Fishing for the kill, and he has to stay alive. He has to dodge the Ornn Horn, and it stays alive. He doesn't quite die because the heal came through, but no, Ezreal from downtown with a snipe. Jesus, you trying to pull someone back to take them to Brazil, but buddy, he doesn't need to take them to Rio de Janeiro. Everybody is already there.
Oh no, I think we're gonna say like El Dorado for some reason. I don't know why, because like, you know, they're fishing for that golden treasure, but you know they ain't getting it. As they unfortunately have Fishing for Otter fall down here, but Swag.
He's looking for the multi-man stun, doesn't quite find it, gets taken to Brazil. He's praying at the feet of Christ the Redeemer, hoping to survive this. Drops the ultimate, but buddy, I don't think you're gonna be able to walk away from this one. But it's tamed into the backline. He finds 3 people, but he does no damage on this Kinnan. And See the Dark picking up the kill on the Swag, and he's trying to survive, but buddy, again, See the Dark does so much damage. That's a double kill, and they're looking to end the game right here, right now, and I think they can do it.
I think so. Unfortunately, it's just really bad for BDE here, because even though they rotated very well, they just had way too many things are going wrong in these fights.
Yeah, so many things are just going wrong. As we see the Ornn Horn get blown, they're looking for Fishing for Honor, not Fish in the Dark. I got those 2 names mixed up, but Revenstorm gets pulled in, gets bonked down, forced to flash away, and like I said, they're going for the end of the game. Nope, they walk away. They realize there's a little bit too much danger with these 4 members still up, and with Swag coming up in 3 seconds, he just offers too much utility to the team. But they could look for the bot lane turret as well, the bot lane inhibitor, and potentially in the game off of that, and I think that's going to be the move from them. They don't have ultimates up besides the Ezreal ult. So nope, they just opt to just walk away with their victory. 31 minutes in, and it's just been TDS's game all game long.
Yeah, I mean, they've been able to stay ahead for a while, even though it's been that kind of a roller coaster, but now it's just very simple. It's just you have that 6K lead right now, 7K lead almost at this point, going over to P Shadow here, and it's crazy because it's one of those leads that you would have never potentially expected out of this comp. Like, I would have never thought the Mordekaiser was going to go 4 and 5. I would have never thought Ornn wouldn't have died by now either, because knowing that it's not a great lane for Kennen, I would have expected like Juggler to keep ganking, try to get kills and something, but not going to be the case there. So.
And it wasn't even that it was a bad lane for Kennen. It's just more that BNG was just able to play around the Kinnan really proficiently. He didn't allow him to get massive amounts of poke in, and whenever he went into trade, his trades just came out on top for BNG on the Ornn. He's just able to win laning phase for himself without any necessary jungle help required. And whenever Swag was in the area, speaking of Swag going for the play, but he does get slowed up by a second-rate sniper, but he is forced to flash out, And I think that's going to be the pick they are looking for on the Rex. Nope, he ults him away with the Janna. And that's the failed play not coming out to fruition. Fishing for Honor, blowing the Ahri ultimate. And this could be a weakness that they can exploit coming from the side of TDS.
Yeah, I think this is a weakness they should be exploiting. I mean, right now it's just, ooh.
Swag does find the ultimate, does find it on to second base sniper. Tamed is going into the back line. He finds 2, but he doesn't kill either of them. And that's gonna be second base sniper finding 2, or sorry, finding 1, because she just used find swag. And it's gonna be Pruval. Oh, he does manage to take out the Ezreal before that happens at the end of the day, but Revan Storm igniting BMG and running away, and that's all you can really do on the support when you're the only one left alive besides fishing for honor. And man, this game is back and forth, but right now, it's just totally in the favor of TDS.
Yeah, this is where it is that soul point, so BDE really, really, really wants this, but I don't think that's going to be the case there. I think it's just gonna go differently, but I like what Revan's been doing. I just wish there could be more coming out from him to hopefully like help mitigate a lot of what the Mordekaiser's trying to do.
Yeah, you know, speaking of more, we didn't see Revan really perform on the Bard. His roams, if they happen at all, they were few and far between, and they weren't as impactful as we would want to see a Bard roam to be, right? His ultimates haven't been those crazy sick ultimates that just allow them to win the game off of the play. As we see the teleport come in, it's going to be Tame going for it. And speaking of the ultimate, speaking of Revan, they got the 3-man. They're looking for it. He gets knocked back, and that's going to be them instantly exploding Natosaurus Rex. Now they're looking for the rest of the fight. BMG knocks him backwards. Swag gets the ultimate onto him. He's looking for 2. He's looking for 1 more. Doesn't quite find it. He gets rooted up. Multiple man target. It's going to be Pruval. Free hitting. Looking for Val. He's hitting onto the Ornn. He's going for more. It's going to be Swag in the backline. He's going to be dropping. It's going to be Tim's getting taken to Brazil. Pruval kiting. He takes 500 damage, but it doesn't matter. He's excited. Jinx is going crazy. That's Pruval. That's Tamed. Tamed coming through with the hero play with the clutch. Their base is in shambles, but man, they won the fight off of that play. Even as we're talking about Revan doing more, he does just enough.
Exactly. I mean, he is performing so well for his team. He's able to still factor what he could do to try to help, like auto attacks, to getting meeps, to just trying to have that power spike and everything there from the AP aspect. But yeah, I mean, I'm glad to see this again. You're able to kill 4 versus 3, or I should say, yeah, you kill 4 versus 3. So it's really nice. You're able to again provide what you need for the team, and I like that again. They're 4 for 3 in kills. Yeah, you're up with the 1 kill, but is it enough? I mean, you look at the gold again. The gold is still down 4K here, so it's really bad for BDE.
But look at so you know, we're talking about the gold being down 4K, but look at what we have. We have a 3-item Jinx with the last Whisper completed. She's so incredibly close to getting that LDR. And you know, I was kind of talking about that earlier. I touched on it a little bit, but Ornn doesn't have really, well, he does have 1 now and 2 completed armor items, but he's so more heavily indexed into just having flat HP and flat MR. But oh my gosh, that's 1 big one, and that's Pruval getting taken out. The Ezreal ultimate just barely misses, and Pruval so incredibly low, but this time they have the Ocean Drake on their side. They can win these fights. We've already seen it happen once. We just need another miracle coming out from Tamed. We just need Pruval to be able to free hit. We need Swag landing that multi-man stun onto the right target. It's going to be fishing for honor, fishing for a kill. Doesn't find the charm, gets knocked up. It's going to be him going for Rex. He forces him to flash away, use the heal, and BMG wasn't able to get the ultimate off. They kite back. They're looking for the play. It's going to be Tamed. It's going to be Swag in the front line. It's going to be the first kill. Joining up with the Jinx. She's absolutely free hitting. She's going for Bean. She's just smacking away. They're looking for Rex. They're forcing him to flash away. And now it's Bean with the multi-man knockup. He does be able to get it, but it doesn't matter at the end of the day. It's them chasing the game. It's them stealing it away. They take out Rex. They're going for the Baron. What do they do? BDE with the hero plays to keep their playoff hopes alive.
Yeah, I mean, this is just the big swing of momentum that they needed. Just being able to, again, take the Baron here should be really enough for them, excuse me, to do what they want to do, which is, hey, win the game here. And now they're able to push the lanes out that little bit better, that little bit faster, since they're going to have those Baron powered minions, and yeah, look at that. They get a turret mid, no problem.
I think this is the first time or close, it's getting close to the first time all game long that BDE has had the gold advantage, because I think pretty much this entire game they've been down close to either anywhere from 100 to 4,000 gold, 5,000 gold, right? So if they're able to secure this next Elder in 3 minutes, or they're able to use this Baron buff, they're going to be able to take the lead for the gold lead for the first time. But again, they're just not going for the right targets on the side of TDS. They're just allowing the Shinx to free hit. And now that she has a stopwatch, Jesus Juice, if he does ult her, realistically, how much damage can he do to her before she just goes into that Zonius? And going to their poke aspect of their team, are they using it effectively? We saw one big rocket land and then nothing else in terms of poke. They didn't keep following up on that poke, and them starting the Baron means that they just took so much damage before it came through, before the fight actually started. But Tame in the bot side of the map looking to just pressure the enemy, but they're just going to be going for this inhibitor turret here, as fishing for her daughter takes so much damage, forces the stopwatch out to come through. He's looking for the charm, doesn't quite have it, and he manages to escape alive with his life. BNMG tosses out the ultimate. They use the heal onto it. Swag hits the 4-man. They're going for Seeing the Dark, but he is able to stay alive. They Swag in the back line. He gets exhausted. He's not able to stay. He's taking so much damage, but that's in a movement at the end of the day. He's just kind of walking away, but he does get taken out by second-rate sniper, and BDE goes too deep.
Yeah, when you go too deep, you're gonna get caught, and you're gonna get got, and that's what happened there, unfortunately, for themselves. So I think if they scout, try to dial back that a little bit more, then maybe it'll be a little better for themselves. But looks like we're gonna have Red Buff go over to Ezreal there, and yeah, that's not gonna be a fun lane to lane in, but luckily the turret's down for them too. So now BDE made a misplay there. We see TDS, it's doing okay. Could be better, but they're doing okay. What does BDE need to do now?
They need to use their poke effectively. They haven't been able to do it, and they've just been kind of wandering in these situations like this. Storm has ultimate. They could look for second-rate sniper. He's going to drop the ultimate. Forces the stopwatch out from Pruval. And that's huge. That's a huge cooldown that's just suddenly missing. But look at Tamed. He has a teleport. He has wards to go to. Look at that ward near the Krugs on the bot side of the map. He has that ward right there, and they ping it. They know about it. They're looking for Rex, but they don't find the charm, but it doesn't even matter. Fishing for Honor just blows him up. Doesn't even have the death gap, and that's already one person down. 53 seconds on this next Elder, the game-deciding dragon. And you're missing your support for that. It's looking kind of rough. Well, no, he will be up by the time it starts, but still, that's looking super, super rough.
He's gonna have to haul himself all the way down there in order to try to get that. But yeah, I mean, we have to look at Corki. Corki's trying to push as much as possible, and the fact that, unfortunately, as much as I would like to have seen Tame do more with his ult, I don't think he did.
He's absolutely at his moments, but you're right. It's not as impactful as we wanted to see the entire game, but they're just chasing down, playing the slow game. Revan looking for the ultimate, finds it onto BNMG. They don't quite find the stun on the second-rate sniper. They need to find this Ezreal here. They're going for the play. They invested the teleport from Tamed, but with this Elder Drake up, with Corki having the package, they're going to be looking to drop a huge amount of damage, and Tamed just so low, already at 50% HP. Buddy, think you can be doing this, man. You can't be frontlining, but he does have the Ocean to heal up just that little bit extra. It's going to be Swag going in. They don't try. They look for the charm. They don't find it. And both teams go back to neutral. Seeing the Dark starts up the Drake. Aggro's it for both teams, but they do find it. This is the 5-man. It's Swag. It's Tame. They're going in. They find the play. It's going to be Bean. He drops the ultimate and trying to do so much, but look at Bruval. He's just free hitting, doing absolutely so much damage on the Bean. He's just doing so much, but look at that. Jesus Juice is in the back line. He's kiting. He's doing what he can. He's looking for it. He gets bogged down, and Seeing the Dark, he's getting chased away, but they don't have any more damage. It's only Swag. It's only Ravenstorm. It's 3 against the world. Can BNMG, can Jesus Juice, can they keep the game alive for TDS? And it looks like, yes, they're going to be starting with the Drake. It's going to be on Ravenstorm. It's got to be on Swag. They got to make those hero plays. They got to do something as the Drake gets started up here.
I mean, he's got to do something, but
Beams in, gets the shield, gets the aftershock, taking up so much damage at 1100 on this Drake. They gotta stall for at least 27 seconds. It's gonna be Remenstorm. He takes so little damage. He has the force of nature. He manages to stay alive. They de-aggro the Drake. And both teams go back to neutral, but Remenstorm walks into the enemy. What are you doing there, buddy? He drops the ultimate, but he still dies. See, the Dark picks up a kill. That's his 10th kill of the game, and I think this could be it. This could be all she wrote. But Swag does have the ultimate. He's walking a little bit too close. The poke is quite immense coming up from the side of TDS, but it's got to be on Swag. He has to do something here. He has the ultimate. Like I said, he has the damage. He can burst this down solo, but it's so low already, 4,000 HP. He has to go for it. He has to look for it. He finds the stun. He's looking for it. They drop the ultimate. He has to smite away. He steals it. That's Swag. He steals it, but Elder. They're going for the play. They find it. Jinx from downtown. That's Swag. They're doing it. They go for Rex. They hit the charm. They're looking for Bean. They find him at the end. Swag trying to stay alive doing his damnedest. And he's going to do it. He does it. That's Swag. That's PDE. They find the Elder and they're going to end the game.
Oh my god. You have to love it where he steals it away. My prediction's going good so far. Well, we said Oscar, but regardless, it's great to see that one just pivotal fights like that just swing the favor. Yeah, you had a great steal there by Swag. Two, that means now that they're able to get
Second by Cyber, he does so much damage trying to stay alive. He has a Caesar, he has the Crown of the Shadow Queen, but it's not enough to keep him alive. That's Prue Ball finding the ace. That's them finding the Nexus. The GGs come out, and oh my gosh, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to game number 4. 2-1 for BDE in this series.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great job by them just because of the fact that, again, BDE is performing very well to the point of realizing, okay, you know what? We're down. Let's come back. We're down. Let's come back. Like, make sure that they keep that gold pocket, like, deficiency not being as wide as other teams might have had it. You know, it's very tight, very, couple K at most kind of a thing. So, really good job by them. Again, you had Fishing for Honor popped off on that RA that game too. So I have to, one, appreciate that he got it, and two, love that it worked out well for him. So great job there. And Prevail, hey, look at it. He went 10, 7, and 11. Finally started getting all the damage going out that he wanted. And again, he has that Lord Downs like you talked about. So it's just really good by them to make sure that, hey, you know what, let's just stick out these fights that should go well for us and go from there. But yeah, this is just crazy that we're going to get 4.
Absolutely banger series on our hands, folks. I mean, like we said, BDE takes that game over TDS in an absolutely close one. This has been the closest draft yet and the closest game yet, right? It'd be Big Duck. Whew, Swag keeping his team's hopes alive, all on his shoulders. And buddy, whoo, this is gonna be a long night.
Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna say it. They need to bring out some big dick energy here in order to win this last game potentially here for themselves, because if they don't, it's going to be a 5-game series, maybe a Silver Scrapes coming out, but regardless, I am excited for these games coming out right now. So with that, we are going to take a short break here as we set up for this game 4. So guys, stay tuned. It's a big banger of a series, so let's see what's going to happen.
Out of nowhere, always walls are breathing, and something leads to nothing in the end. Is it fate or fortune? Nobody knows. A series of unfortunate events. I'm better luck next life, so saddle up and right right to anywhere, anywhere. Better luck next time, so settle up and right to anywhere, anywhere.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. That was an absolute banger of a game
Yeah.
3 right there. Oh man, swag with the steal on the Elder, keeping his team alive, keeping them in the game. I think, if we look back at the team gold advantage, I'm pretty sure they were down the entire game up until that Elder steal in terms of gold, whether it was 100 gold all the way up to 5,000. I think the max was. BDE stayed in there, showed us their grit, showed us their heart, and they were able to scale up and just absolutely steal the rug from under TDS as we go into game 4 here. So, Gigatron, walk me through it.
Yeah, so I like this where they opt to take out the orange instead of the Trundle, which means, yeah, Trundle's going to be picked up, but that means then they kind of know who that jungler or top laner is, so they can still pick around that a little bit easier. Drake's worked very well for them the last game, so they might as well run it back again with that one, so great job by them to still kind of get that ADC secured ahead of time. Now, the option here is you could take a jungler, you could go for the Mumu again. You could go for a lot of other people. I mean, a Mumu was really... Oh, Annie.
What? TDS first picks Trundle, and BDE respond with the Jinx Annie, so they have a late game insurance and kind of a peel option, but more than importantly, tons of damage coming out from this flaming girl with a giant bear. And what do you pick into it? I feel like there's so many options into an Annie.
Yeah, oh yeah, there's so many options with that. I look at that's why Annie's like good and bad to kind of deal with, because you have good counters, but you also have the fact that Annie's get one of the highest attack ranges. She again has a really good kit that really sets up well for stuns, trying to get those AoEs or single target stuns. The fact that again she could see us very well in the most laners, so it's a matter of a question of what do they choose, kind of a thing. Obviously, we've seen the Kaisa before from them. Second Rate played it as ADC there. It would be nice to maybe see the Dark go for it, but no, they're gonna run that option again and go for Vigar being the mid laner here. So definitely don't like that going into Annie. Wait. It's actually Vex, not Vigar.
Interesting.
So
Okay. Fair enough. We all make mistakes. we all type in VE instead of, or VEX, or I mean VEI instead of VEX. There's always mistakes made. But so it will be the Vex going into the Annie, not the Vigar. Kaisa getting picked up as well into the Jinx. And right now, I think I kind of give the draft over to BDE. I think they have more options for this late game, and we've already seen Pruval able to play those late game options super well, right? See the Dark, he did perform super well on the Corki, but that's a late game champion he just wasn't able to pop off on effectively. So in this game, I really want to see him use the Vex effectively as we move into the second ban phase, taking away the set. Maybe they already took away the Ornn. What else do they ban away from BDE here?
Yeah, I mean, so BDE, you could just take away the set and the Jace, I think is fine, and then from what you're looking at TDS, the Mumu was a good pickup, because Kennen, if they opt for it, really doesn't do too much, and the fact that they already have the Vigar kind of ensures the fact that they could still blow him up very easily. So now we should potentially see a different top lane. I say potentially because you can still go and run it back with that, but you get a Mundo.
Oh, I like the Mundo. If you're gonna walk into a Vex, you might as well bring someone who can't be CC'd away. But at the same time, Mundo and Trundle, interesting, right? He's gonna get all his health siphoned away, or not his health, but rather his stats, his armor, and so on and so forth. But it can still work, right? I think Mundo, if he gets ahead, he's a super stat checky champion, so super safe laner up there as well. But we do see Nautilus locked into Leona, so that is going to be the play. This one's really both ways. It's really a close match, right? It's 49% for the Nautilus, or sorry, for the Leona, right? So a 51 for the Nautilus in terms of rune weight. But I don't think that matters, right? It's such a flippable lane. It really is just who's better at which champion and who's ready to respond to the others engage first. That makes it a strong lane, right? So, but Kaisa Nautilus, I think it's just a better matchup than the Jinx Leona, or sorry, a better matchup pairing rather into the Jinx Leona. But we do see the Gragas get picked up, a disengaged champion, and now it's BDE's pick to wow us, to surprise us, to give us something to really look at.
I like the Nautilus because Nautilus, of course, has the funny guy hitbox of just being able to hit everything, and the fact that again Gragas is one of those ones where you can obviously go the AP or tank route by going Grasp, since he is most likely going into the cannon here. It's going to not be Grasp. You're probably gonna go Comet with the aspect of going for that Everfrost. So I think that's going to be really interesting for their case. But the window, yeah, it's going to be that jungle there for themselves. Really good pickup. So I am interested to see how it kind of goes. Again, I don't like that they know that they had Kai'Sa and Veigar, or Veigar mostly AP. I say predominantly AP, and Kai'Sa, who's like kind of that weird hybrid. That you pick up Gragas, who again is going to go some AP items, and you have a window you're going against. Why?
Oh yeah, that's true. That's really interesting. Yeah, they kind of pick themselves into that corner, right? But I think the Gragas is just, if you're gonna blind something, you might as well blind the infinite sustain Gragas, right, into the cannon. Especially, I think Gragas can actually win this lane a lot harder than the Ornn can. So again, we're looking towards the top side to kind of flip the game on its head and potentially watch TDS take us to game 5 here. But of course, there's always the option that they take us to BDE manage to close it out here and now, take us to that game 4. I'm kind of split on this draft. I think both sides have some strong picks, but I also think they have some weak picks. I think the Jinx is super good here. I think the Annie is really good as well at sort of peeling for the Jinx, and then the Mundo as well into these 3 hyper AP carries and the Kai'Sa, Vex, and Gragas. But at the same time, I think the Trundle is going to do work. I think the combination of Kai'Sa and Nautilus is really good into the Jinx Leona, and I think Gragas is just so insanely strong into the cannon. I'm kind of split both ways on this draft, but I think I kind of have to give it just to the fact that each team can't really close out the game. I think I just give it over to Big Duck here.
Yeah, Big Duck, again, it was kind of the favorites going into this one. I like the Solar Flare with the Slicing Maelstrom. The fact that, again, Luna will be able to eventually tank everything, get a lot of late game coming out of them. But the same thing is you have that late game for Veigar. Gragas always got really good sustain and be able to do so much with it. Trundle can kind of eat away at the Mundo or the Leona. So that's where it kind of scares me from like that aspect of a thought we haven't thought of. I mean, I'm assuming the Gragas is going top. The Gragas could go jungle here. Hear me out. It could go jungle. I think it really works. There's a lot of players that I work with between casting and just a lot of the orgs have been kind of just listening in and seeing what they do and play, and a lot of them like Gragas right now, especially as a jungler, because of the fact that you have that displacement that really helps putting them in that a little bit closer. He still provides a lot of that AP that can still go into tank without needing to really feel like you need to have that extra super AP scaling. So that's where I kind of like that as an option. Actually, not Comet that he's gonna go Phase Rush. Sorry, Phase Rush is the option that he should be going for. But yeah, I'm really excited to see what they pull out. But yeah, it is a Gragas stop. But I'm trying to juggle.
I 100% agree. I think Gragas is a really insane pick right now. You can flex him into 5 roles. I say 5 because if he can be the farmer down there with the Senna, right? Just having those 2 farm it out. So he's an insane pick. I think he's super duper strong. And I think in this scenario, I think you really do want him top into the cannon because Trundle feels like he just gets poked out that little bit too much. But Gragas can actually trade back effectively. And like I said, actively look for solo kills once that level 6 is achieved. Trundle, I don't think he can do that even if he looks for level 6 because he just kind of gets spaced out by the cannon, right? But you also have to contend with the fact that we have a Mundo in the jungle, and if you aren't proficient at clearing with Mundo, if you aren't proficient at playing Mundo, it can be a dead pick, right? It can be something difficult to play. You don't really know how to play around with this kit if you haven't played with it, recently, right? He's a simple champion, but even simple champions need a little bit of time to work with.
Exactly, and that's the thing is if it needs a little bit of time, is it something that's going to hurt themselves in the long run? Because if you haven't given yourself that time to learn a champion, like think of it this way: like a lot of people, because of LCS and LEC and all the bigger regions, even Proving Grounds with Unified, even are seeing people play that Jax, the top lane, and like people will just try to pick it up and just play it. And Jax is pretty linear, pretty easy to play, but it's like unless you understand those matchups well and know how to actually play them well, it could also be like a disadvantage for a team. It's like picking Tournament too. Like unless you know how to split well and know how to take those trade fights into that champion that you're going against, in the top lane there, so that way you can start getting that win going for yourself. It's really gonna hurt people. So I think that's where, again, the Gragas is a nice safe pick with that. The Vex is gonna be interesting to see how that goes, and the fact that could actually pop up and do really well. Since it isn't a Vigar going in the Annie, I am less scared about it. But it means that, when the Mundo's trying to go on top of X, or say Kennen is trying to do it, or Revan even, it's going to be really hard because of the fact that you get that fear that's going to potentially send you in a tower, and then, you're death. So.
Yeah, absolutely. So with that, we will be seeing Game 4, potentially the last game of tonight. BDE go up against TDS in the semifinals, a freshman class at Runeterra Academy. Don't go anywhere, folks. I promise it's going to be a banger.
from all the cold weather, I've been getting sick thinking of you. Feels just like the flu. I'm drowning in the soup. I've been thinking of you. I can't find my cold. Everywhere I go so cold. Wish that I could go, but you're too deep in the snow. Frozen sky lights stored outside, and it makes me frozen inside. Every night I wanna drive by, but my coat is lost in the snow. Staying in from all the cold weather, I've been getting sick thinking of you. Feels just like the flu. Drowning in the soup. I've been thinking of you. Broadcast from my room. Someone let me loose. Sunshine in a noose.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to Runeterra Academy. Freshman class, we have the fourth and potentially final game between BDE and TDS. TDS again on that blue side. They love it so very much. And we see the invade coming down mid. They're looking for it. They have the Nautilus. They're looking for the flash hook. You know, this is what they like to do. They take the flash and they
Ooh.
get the flash out from Eddie. That's what you love to see.
Yeah, and they're still staying 5-man. They're going to see Revan here potentially try to go in on him, and yeah, they don't have a flash hook, but
Ooh, the
Ooh.
hook just barely goes wide there. Unfortunate stuff. They don't even pick up the ward either, so they don't get that level 2 advantage on the first wave. But you know, I still think that's a pretty productive day. At the end of it all, you trade your support's flash for the Annie's flash. You just have to hope it doesn't come back to bite you.
Minions have spawned.
exactly. Because if it does, then you're worried about, okay, if Annie gets behind,
Mhm.
then who else is going to get behind? Because then, say, Jesus gets ahead. So then that means See the Dark is going to get ahead. And that means you're going to see roams from See the Dark because you're on Vex, or at least you would hope.
Mm.
Because we didn't get to quite see that with the Viger earlier. But regardless, then
Ooh,
the
nice
trade's
little
already going
trade, but Annie just trades back even better. Nice little Q auto, and it does more than that E auto from the Vex. But the other side procking there, electrocute. And I'm gonna ask you, Gatron, again, anything you see interesting in terms of runes?
Nothing I feel that's really out of the ordinary because Grasp is kind of like common on Window. Or not Grasp, Fleet
No, the
Footwork.
Gorgas, yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
no, just
Fleet
saying, yeah.
Footwork is pretty common. Gragas being on Grasp. Yeah, maybe that's where I'd probably change that to Phase Rush, only because
Ooh.
it's range. But
Going for a little bit of a play down here in the bot side. They know that Rex doesn't have the flash to get away, so they flash stun. That's Revan dropping the ignite. They drop the heal. That's Jinx getting first blood for a change. Revan opting not to take the kill from his ADC for the first time, and this could be their chance to get a lead early with this Jinx and do so much into the later stages of the game.
I think he wanted the kill, because obviously if he gets the kill, you know, they've been doing well, but you know what, it's fine. He made the sacrifice. He made the right choice.
Sacrifice.
He made the right choice to, you know, make his ADC happy, and you know, I get it. If every game was like that, where first blood goes over to my support, I'd probably mental boom, to be honest. But
To be perfectly honest. But looking at the map state, you know, off of that play, look at what both junglers trade with each other. They trade their top sides. You know, one takes the Raptor camps, one takes a whole red buff, but they're going to be going for a gank in the mid lane. See in the Dark probably has the flash here. You have to imagine fishing for honor. He's going to be able to get that stun up very soon, but he does get feared away. Swag is going to start running him down. It's going to turn into a 2v2 real quickly, but Trundle is there to escort his mid laner out. Tame just kind of face checking them, throwing out a Q, and nothing else comes to the play.
yeah, I think if that was like a couple levels higher, like that level 6, oh god, that's a slaughter fest between all of them, because you got that the Shadow Surge coming out from Vex. You would have Gragas with Cask being able to get subjugate up to, but then you have the counter effect of slicing Maelstrom, maximum dosage, the fact of like you being able to summon Timbers potentially with the stun. Oh my god, it's just way too much. Oh, but they're coming back.
Yeah, they're coming back to try and make a play again. But look in the top side again. BNMG, buddy, he's just out CSing tamed and freezing the wave so effectively under his turret, just controlling the wave masterfully over this cannon, making it so hard for him to realistically play this game. Tamed, he's just been getting gapped all series long.
Yeah, and that again is something I feel like is the problem with the Kennen. It's not necessarily the player, it's the Kennen. Because of the fact that Kennen doesn't provide quite that damage to CS. It's kind of like almost like playing a solo lane Galio. Like you really, really need to know how to like play it so you don't use the passive wrong, kind of a thing. It's kind of the same with Kennen here. But again, Kennen also knows it's okay to be that like low economy champion. It doesn't have to be like necessarily the Gragas or a bunch of others.
They're looking for a play. They find Pruval. They hit the root. They hit the stun. They do drop the heal, but look at Jesus Juice. He flashes on in. He flashes on past the team, and he hits him with the club, knocks him out cold, and takes the gold back away from him. That's a nice little 300 bounty over to this Trundle. And both teams, they find a little bit of play down here in the spot side of the map.
And that's where I like this, that, yeah, we get to see the 3v3, but unfortunately, it's just Natasaurus getting really the better benefit because, yeah, the hook worked really well. You know, you're able to get that kill on the Jinx. And the fact that, yeah, Jesus Juice now comes back with the Sheen right away means that, yeah, he's going to be able to do so much more with that. Trades in ganks are going to be a lot better, too, when he does that good old chomp to the people. And, yeah, it's going to be great. I mean, I'm looking forward to these ganks now from him because he's that slight ahead.
Yeah, he's really just going to be so influential in this game. He's already not even, I wouldn't say a whole camp over his opponent. Honestly, they're kind of even in this jungle. They've been even all series long, and I think that's just hallmark of both junglers. They're both really good at farming, but right now, Seeing the Dark has managed to get a cheater recall over their opponent, bought 2 amp tones and teleported back, but fishing for honor. But I think they're just saving up for that 1300, that power spike that Annie so dearly loves, as Beat Swag walks into the area, looking potentially for a gank, but doesn't quite find the angle.
This is the thing about Swag, is he has to do ganks so often on Mundo, because that's how you're gonna get your 6 faster. That's how you're gonna get to really benefit your lanes that little bit more too, because, yeah, even though you have to look at it like Charles on top side, yeah, he's gonna go most likely get those 2 cans for free, no problem, which, yeah, no problem at all. I know they're gonna say join a new world and call them chickens, but you know what, I'm a old boomer that, I mean, I could have called them race, you know, for all I care, kind of a thing. But regardless, I am liking that. Yeah, we're getting that little bit of invade coming in from Jesus Juice onto the jungle there. Gets him maybe that camp ahead that kind of gives that lead towards himself because of the fact that
Swag again, they go in, they hit the root, they hit the stun, they hit the double root, they're going for second rate sniper. That's Pruval. He has to kite away a little bit and he manages to stay alive. It's gonna be Revenstorm picking up that kill, and they got the heal up from second rate sniper. That's huge. Now they just have to start looking for this Cloud Drake next, and I think it's gonna be theirs.
Yeah, I definitely think so too, because of the fact that, yeah, you know what, Trundle is on that more top side of middle. 2, he'd have to reveal himself, and then they would know where he's at. 3, Andy's gonna move down and help out. So again, has that prio in the mid lane there, so they could do that. Which means then, since Retail is just coming up right now, he should be able to do that. Free, no problem. I don't think Mundo's gonna be able to get up there in time. And the fact that even if he did try, you have to worry about the fact that See the Dark is up and available and has a decent amount of mana. You could get a couple abilities off, so really has to worry about that. But Ian gonna try and TP back. Kennen's also gonna TP back. All right.
Everyone's using those teleports.
Yeah, like just getting those quick backs, trying to get that CS that they potentially may lose out on. And yeah, I mean, this is still really good for them right now. Gold is pretty much straight even at this point. So really want to see what they do. Ooh.
They're going for Tame. They do manage to hit the double stun. Or sorry, BMG. He's going to have to run away. You know, maybe if he had the phasers here, but it's going to be Fishing for Honor getting hit by the Vex ultimate. They're looking for Tame. They can't find him. Seeing the Dark may have gone a little bit too deep. No, he managed to stay alive, but look at Jesus Juice, buddy. You're the one who went too deep. He did drop the Subjugate. He's trying to turn it back on the Tame, but he just isn't able to find the last auto attack. And it's going to be...
Subjugate there. Did he subjugate?
He's looking at Mundo.
I thought he did it tamed because tamed. Because so here's the thing. So even if it goes to Mundo, even with the maximized dosage, it really doesn't hurt him that much. So like if he did it to Kennen and Kennen was just so far back there with that, that's why. Because I noticed, I'm like, why isn't it going? And then I'm like, wait a second, that has to be like tamed. There's no way it's not. And because of that, that actually really hurts him. If it was on either Fishing for Honor or Swag, yeah, it might have been a little bit better. But even then, it's like, you know what? You like you said, he overcommitted. So what's kind of the point anymore with that?
Absolutely. Right now, this game's probably the biggest difference, you know, in terms of series, right? This is like the biggest advantage that we've seen BDE in terms of kill. There's like 3 up at this point, about 100 or 1,000 gold up, and I think they're just looking to blow this Sweet Allied open. They don't want to give their enemy in TDS a chance to come back, right? They're trying to make this a quick series, a quick night at the office after such a banger last night, right? Or a banger in the last game. But Swag, he's going in. He's looking for a gank on to Bean, and they find it. Tamed, picking up his first kill of the game. And this time earlier than the last games.
Yeah, I mean, this is where sometimes you have to, as a jungler, give your top lane a little bit of love. Can't love, geez, not love. Can't always, you know, make them weak side the whole time. You gotta give them a little bit of love. But yeah, this is where Gragas, yeah, even though he's got that CS lead now, is down 2 deaths, which is hopefully gonna give Kennen that little bit of time to get some CS, try to get some pressure going, and hopefully deny some waves to him. But excuse me, regardless, I like what Swag's doing. He's already 0-0-5, kind of right around the same point as last time with the last game. So I am really excited to see what he can do more with this.
Yeah, absolutely. Swag just super strong, super far ahead on this Mundo already. His ganks have been super impactful. He already has the what is that called? Frostfire Gauntlet. I almost called it Frozen Fist again. But Frostfire Gauntlet has that ability ready to go on the, or sorry, not ability, but item ready to go on the back burner. He's really ready to use it, put it to the test. Swag walking in, tossing out a Q, just being there for his bot lane. Both sides see each other, and it is Jesus Juice who has the Rift Herald. He did pick that up prior, but they opt not to drop it just yet. A minute left on the streak. Both sides walking in to start dropping some vision.
Yeah, and that's where I like that they're setting up still very well with it 50 seconds left till that second Drake's gonna be coming up. So what's nice is it's not going to be an Ocean Soul. So what are we expecting it to be? We have a 33% chance to get it. So.
Oh, let's just throw a Mountain. Why not? Let's just throw a Mountain Soul. As they drop the Rift Herald here and face check Swag, he has the Frozen Fist, the first person to reach his mythic item. They drop the stun out into Rex. They drop the root down on the Rex. He tries to drop the depth charge to return back a little bit of the damage. They use the heal from Pruval, but they're just flashing directly on a second rate sniper. He drops his own heal. He drops his own flash. They look for Swag, can't find the last auto tech, but he's going to use the Killer Instinct to dive through, and the healing is too much. He's just going to drop to Pruval, and that's him finding the double kill. And this Jinx is going to be so insanely strong.
Yeah, this is where, hey, you get those early kills on Jinx, she really starts popping off, and that means, you know, those rockets are going to start hurting. People are going to be crying for the fact that she's going to get that second item, Renan's, early, too. And if she gets that going for herself, yeah, it's going to be all over, man. But this is where I liked how they played this. They played it out very well.
Oh, that's going to be... See the Dark, he hits the ultimate and he gets stunned up for infinity, but hey, it was a cool kill. It was a nice job. You know, he managed to purchase his Luden's Echo off of that, or sorry, Luden's Tempest off of that. So not bad, but I don't know if that's the best play you want to go for at the end of the day.
Well, I look at it's probably better to get something than nothing. You know, it gets that gold back that little bit there, but yeah, I think you have to realize that probably corporate window didn't do his taxes, and they sent Vex in, you know, to be that like really scary person to be like, you know what, you didn't do your taxes, you're past your audit, you need you need to do something here, and he didn't want to do it, so unfortunately he falls, and yeah, that's just crazy. Just thinking about that right now, but. Oh, second rate sniper. Actually having
It's
issues.
a quick little DZ right there.
Regardless, though, yeah, Swag just performing very well. No kills yet, but I get he's been playing the way he needs to, and it's kind of surprising. I mean, he's literally in I think 90. He's in 90% out of the kills there.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's got what that's
Yeah,
10.
90% KP. Yeah.
That's 8. Yeah, it's 2, 4, 6. Yeah, 8. That's 8 kills. He's got 90%, man. Well, roughly. Math's hard, but we'll just say it's 90%.
Trust me, I avoid math as much as I can.
Unfortunately, I have to do math with my job. It's not, you know, it's simple math. So, which is something I should be able to do with this right now, but my brain, you know, does not want to work. But regardless, I'm definitely enjoying this. This Jake's is definitely getting that little bit more of a lead too in the CS department too, and I like the fact that if she can keep that going, that even with games where Jesus Juice comes in here, the 2v2 is still gonna work well for him. You have to look at like he's the only one out of the 3. And they're like, ooh.
Ooh, they're making a play on the Revan Storm. This time he overextended himself. They drop the depth charge on to Bruval. He's forced to flash out, flash away from his team. That's going to be Natosaurus Rex picking up a kill. And Jinx Rocket looking for the kill onto someone else, but in the mid lane, fishing for honor, trying to find something, trying to find See in the Dark. He flashes past him, but isn't able to find the last Q, and takes up 3 auto attacks on that turret. And look at the Trundle running, racing towards the mid lane, trying to pick up a kill onto this Annie, but at the end of the day, nothing comes out of it. Action across the map.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, here's something. Ooh, yeah, he threw that out, but unfortunately not catching. Do you want to talk about this? We have a Kraken Slayer, guys.
Interesting.
So, and I know people kind of wonder, like Kai'Sa, what do you build on? Because she's weird enough, like Gangplank, where you come out with just like 4 different builds. It's kind of the same for her, because you could go either that Kraken or that Shield Bow, and you're still okay. And then there's the style of going that Luden's Tempest or going for the Crown. I think Crown is definitely better out of the 2. Yeah, Tempest definitely gives you obviously a lot of burst. But I also look at I'm someone who's trying to sustain and make sure I can get through like fights and games. So that's where I look at that from that aspect, kind of a thing. So if that's going to be the case, then yeah, I mean, ooh, nice job stealing blue buff there.
Nice little steal there, yeah.
But yeah, like I'm looking at for her, going to Kraken is still a good option because it's Hail of Blades, so you're still going to get to proc that very easily, kind of a thing. And the fact that again you're going to have the Cathian Rain plus the Killer Instinct being good enough to pretty much be that gap closer, try to get in, get that Void Seeker going. If you have that, I think it's perfectly fine. I think the only issue with, like I said, going the route that they did before was you had that tier early, which is fine. You just turn into Mana Immune sooner than I would have liked, because if you had it go into, say, your Mythic, whichever Mythic you were going to choose at that point, you might have been a better situation, because you have to realize sometimes Mythics, yes, they may not be necessarily your first item, but like full completed item, but they should be sometimes, because then your items after will give you those extra stats that you need that people don't always just think about necessarily. So
yeah, these
I
items
think I
are
had this time around.
yeah, these items are super nice. Speaking of items, you know, Proto Belt on the Kinnan, standard stuff, Frozen Fist, like we've been talking about, or Frostfire Gauntlet, not Frozen Fist, because they had to change the name and be special. Leandri's Anguish and Kraken Slayer on.
Frostfire. Just
Yeah,
go for the
I'll
Frozen
just go
Fist.
for it.
It's
I'll
fine.
just go
That's what
for
it
it.
is.
Yeah, it's just Frozen Fist. It's just Frozen Fist. Yeah, that's what it is. But all those items achieved on all those characters, and everyone else as well. It's going to be a teleport down from the Kinnan. They're looking to go now. The Gragas is already in the area, looking at Bean to make the hero play, looking at Fishing for Honor on the backside of the map. But look at Tamed, he's taking up so much damage already. And they're going to disengage real quickly just to reset a little bit of these lines. Natosaurus Rex is going to be matching Fishing for Honor here on the side of the fight, but I don't know if that's really the target you really want to be matching. I think Annie has more than enough damage to go for it, but it's going to be Revenant Swan flashing in, Tamed, finding the multi-man stun, but he's going to get feared up, he's going to get killed, and now Swag is taking up so much damage on that backside of the fight. They are able to find BMG off of it, and now they're resetting. It's both fight lines just scrambling. Both top laners are dead, and now it's going to be the side of BED, or BDE, starting up this Drake here. Look at C in the dark, looking to find the fear, looking to find the target, only finds the Annie, only finds C in the dark, and it's gonna be, or sorry, Fishing for Honor, and it's gonna be them slaying the Drake. It is gonna be the Mountain Soul like we predicted. Revenant Storm looking to drop that E, doesn't quite find it and gets speared away. And it's gonna be TDS running for the hills. 2,000 gold down, and they're gonna be looking to siege up this bot lane here.
I never said what I was gonna choose, but I was actually going for XX, so I'm wrong anyways, but that's fine with me. Good job by them getting that Rift Herald popped on down here. Of course, it's way after Blades at this point, but you know what? Maybe if you can get that, maybe guide it in. But regardless, good, great play by them. They were just able to just still do a lot. You get that Drake going for yourselves. You're getting kills that you needed. And the fact that even that pressure coming in from Sea to Dark happened, it really didn't set them behind.
Yeah, this game is, what's the word? This game is super interesting. This one is like, at this point, 20 minutes in, this is, I think, our lowest kill game. I can't say that for certain because these games can go
Yes.
but yeah, this 20-minute mark, like I said, the lowest kill game, and only one Rift Herald was taken. No, they just take two. Jesus Juice took the first one, and then Swag took the second. So yeah, Rift Heralds were taking this game, but now they're starting to posture up toward that Baron, or just at least get vision down, maybe make some plays toward this Kaisa. I think that's going to be the call, because look at Revan Storm's positioning, kind of in the area, kind of lurking around the Kinnan, and I think this is the play you should be looking to make.
Definitely. I mean, I look at any good play right now is just to try to pick off people, try to see if you can set up for the Baron at this point. And yeah, I mean, you already have 3 Drakes up, on, down. I mean, your Mountain Soul's not going to be up for another 3 more minutes. Might as well go for something. Ooh. Seems a little short there.
Yeah, just a little bit short. He tried it, though. I have to, give him props for that. The Storm just looking to get a little bit of vision. They're clearing vision on the bot side. Not that it's necessarily useful vision at this point, but both teams just going back to round square one. Jesus Juice hovering in the bush. I think he got spotted there for that little bit of a second. Yep, they spotted him out and started dropping some pings on his location. They know he's there, and they don't know when he's leaving, though. That's the most important part. Fishing for Honor, going into BNMG, Tamed going into the Sea in the Dark. And right now, it's just back to square one.
Yeah, back to square one, which is fine. Slows the pace down that little bit. Ooh, Nodosaurus coming in.
Source Rex maybe looking for a play here. Doesn't quite find it. But look at BNMG, Swag face checks BNMG, and it's just going to be him dropping the stun immediately. They're looking for the play, maybe. No, they don't commit the barrel. They just commit the subjugation. They just commit the pillar. And it's going to be BNMG going a little bit too deep. Gets rooted up there. And it's going to be Pruval getting flanked by Nodosaurus Rex. They use the depth charge. And that's going to be the barrel, buying them a little bit of space, Fishing for Honor, looking for the juicy targets, but they find Jesus Juice, forces them to flash out. That's going to be Sea in the Dark flashing on the other side of the fight. The Jinx Rocket being too much of a threat. And at the end of the day, all they got was a teleport and flash and a few other flashes, but no kills to either side.
Yeah, no kills, but you know what? Taking someone's away is obviously the ideal goal. Looks like Annie's trying to zone with her bear, which is really good, but it means that she's going to take a tower hit soon here. But luckily, they break down that turret pretty quick. Mundo with his money bags there, getting that extra health back that he needs. But yeah, this is something that, again, the window pick was a good one to pick up. They had really good ganks out of him. He's been able to kind of be across the map as much as possible, trying to make those big decisions that he needs to do. And obviously, this is why he runs a corporation. He's just doing, he ran the numbers. He's been playing very well. And
but it's going to be the long range ultimate. It's forcing Tame to flash away, use the Proto Belt to escape. Sea in the Dark At the end of the day, he is able to live. So very good stuff coming out from him. Yeah, I don't know. Mundo, I don't know. He kind of got silly there, right? He just able to walk past the enemy. They weren't able to do anything about him, and they didn't choose to ult him back in the team. They used that Rag Sparrow for disengage instead. That's really interesting. It's really interesting coming out from the side of TDS. I think they could have maybe made that play into Mundo and killed him or burst him down real fast. Well, and another thing I want to point out is they don't have any anti-heal yet. When you're into that Mundo, when you're into a Jinx who kind of can just kite around, more than likely has the blood. What's the name of it? Legend of Bloodline. Yeah, has the
Yeah.
bloodline stacking up. I think you just want that anti-heal, right? But the fact that they don't have any of it, it's kind of concerning. But we will see how this goes at this next Drake fight. This could be the deciding game-winning fight here. They do drop the depth charge down into Bruval. It's going to be Swag body blocking for Bruval. They're going to drop the killer instinct onto Bruval, but Bruval trying to do what he can. He has the heal. They managed to burst out Swag, and he's kiting. It doesn't do enough. But look at fishing for honor, and that's tamed to the backside, looking for a stun onto See in the Dark. And it doesn't even matter. He's not dying just yet. He drops the heal. He gets feared up, and he's trying to do what he can. He misses the Q. He's trying to stay alive. He gets stunned up, and he's going to be running away. But the last auto attack is just enough. But it's going to be Swag looking for Zing in the Dark. They drop the ultimate directly onto him, and it's just going to be Revenant Storm and Jesus Juice. It's kind of brawling fisticuffs on the top side of the fight. Swag doing what he can, trying to save the game, and he gets healed up so very much, but he doesn't have enough. His ultimate has run out, and it's going to be the ace for TDS at the end of this fight.
Yeah, the ace. It's just crazy to think that it even happened. But you know what? That's fine. They can have one Drake. They fought for it hard. That means then that this next one, they can still give up again if they choose to for BDE, but they really should just go after it. Get that Mountain Soul, get that extra shield going on. Then that way your two tanks are off that little bit better. Plus, then it means then for your carries, you're able to get something going for them too.
Absolutely. That fight was all over the place. There were so many different things happening all at once, and I think that was the downfall of BDE. But it's also kind of a good thing for TDS. They were able to find the split fight. They were able to split things up and really match a target man-to-man, right? To really make it difficult for the side of BDE to group up. But I'm still worried because they aren't just at a point where they can match BDE in that 5-on-5, right? They're just not strong enough, even though there is 1,000 gold divide between the teams. In terms of the carries, look at how low, low kill and item wise, how far behind second rate sniper is, right? He's just not at the same level that Pruval is at this current moment. And then in the mid lane, they are more than matching the Annie, but it's going to quickly be evened up once they decide to really put some gold on this Annie. Once she gets, about 700 for the Shadow Flame, she's going to be able to do so much work in these fights.
Yeah, you know what? I feel like second rate sniper is really embodying his name because of the fact that Kai'Sa does feel like a second rate sniper, especially when you have the option of Caitlyn being your first rate sniper. So yeah, it's really interesting that he kind of keeps going for the Kai'Sa and hasn't taken the option of the Caitlyn. Doesn't have to be necessarily meta pick either. It's just there's so many other options that I'm just surprised that players haven't gone for, in this kind of series. We've seen the Jinx a lot. We've seen the Kai'Sa. We've seen the Azrael too. So
I don't know. Maybe Ashe would have been a good play here. I really do like the Ashe. I think with those buffs, she's a lot stronger than she used to be. But See in the Dark sees the play coming from a mile away. A very nice ward there, and his team is there to help him out. So this could be the play that they're willing to make. Pruval has to force his way through. He's going to get hit with the ultimate. He's going to get feared up. He's going to get taken out. The killer instincts come through as well. Revan, the one caught behind enemy lines. They got a little bit too eager. And this could be them giving up the Baron. This could be the huge throw that they were waiting for. This could be the angle, the play that they were making. And it's going to look like they're going to start with this Baron. And now we're looking at Swag to make the hero play again. Mm-hmm. This game isn't quite as close, but still important nonetheless.
Yeah, you're not also playing Trundle, so you can't just get some really crazy fight damage off. You're pretty much kind of relying on that hopefully cleaver, or I should say
2,000. He's looking to flash in, but they're going to focus down Swag. This is so smart coming up from the side of TDS, but look at Tamed. He's into the front line. He's doing so much damage. So many targets are stunned up. He goes golden, but look at that. The fear comes down on the Swag. They take out Swag, and he's trying to do what she can. Tame not doing enough. The Jinx rocket comes through, doesn't kill the targets. But they do lose Rex in the process. They do reset the Baron. I think the call is just to back off. Look at second rate sniper. He's walking away. BNMG is still starting it up. But buddy, you don't have the team, and their team has respawned. So I think this is a smart play overall. Swag sacrifices his life to make sure that they don't finish that Baron.
Yeah, you know what? That means, hey, if I stall myself out enough, then I could potentially get it later. Kind of thing is the thought process of a jungler. So I look at, again, great play by that. Yeah, unfortunately, I have to sacrifice your life and some of your teammates. But you know what? If that
Hey,
means
that's fine.
they're not gonna do it, it's still a good option.
Yeah, absolutely. So now, as we get into this game, a minute 15 on the Drake, and now it's up to either side to decide. Do we want to go for the Soul or a simple Dragon? I think it's on BDE just to say, hey, maybe we want the Drake here. Or sorry, maybe we want the Baron here, right? We just want to grab the
Yeah.
Baron and we can start pressuring all those lanes, right? They have the option. It's on TDS to respond, even though they are about 200 gold. This game is so incredibly close. It's honestly 100 gold maybe between these two teams.
Yeah, I would say have them get wards here and then just go run a Baron immediately. And just do it.
You have to do something. You have to make a play happen, and it's going to be second race sniper just looking to toss out the W's, and they need to group on one side of the fight coming out from the side of BDE. You have to let Tamed be the one who's flanking. You cannot be just kind of in three different spots at once trying to enter this fight from three different ways, because that's how you lose these fights. They're just able to jump onto Pruval, and he's able to get taken out. But we're looking most importantly at Tame to get those flanks. Second rate sniper far off on the side, playing it off angle, off on the side, and it's going to be Swag face checking. It's going to be Natosaurus Rex finding the angle, finding the hook. They're going to be diving directly into onto Pruval. It's going to be second rate sniper picking up a kill. Tame trying to do what he can. He can't do enough. It's going to be Revenant Storm trying to survive. BDE Swag going in, looking for sniper. Doesn't quite find. He gets taken. He's getting kited. He does manage to find the kill at the end of the day, but Annie is dead. Everybody is dead. That's a triple kill for Sniper before he drops. And that's going to be them delaying the game that much longer for TDS. And actually, I think now they're in the driver's seat. They're going to be picking up their second Drake.
Yeah, so second Drake going towards them, they had a really good fight there, getting the ace. I think the big thing is yeah, even though you're getting second rate sniper, but it's still good. You're trying to shut down ADC and try to negate as much goals going to them as they can. The problem is now they're getting a lot of value out of this. They got a Drake, they got 5 kills, they got a turret now in the mid lane. Honestly, they could go take the turret here, go to the dragon, or that dragon baron, and probably should not get contested for that, just because of the fact that yes, they may be all coming up right now, but it's too late for them. I feel like even if they try doing something, that's not going to go into potentially BDE's favor.
Absolutely. And one thing I just want to highlight is TDS, the ability from Rex to find those hooks onto the priority targets. He found Fishing for Honor, and then he was able to get using that kind of pullback into him, he was able to find the depth charge onto Revolt, and using the killer instinct from second rate sniper, they popped the Jinx instantaneously. It's just one of those things that this support is just doing to keep his team in this game, and you just love to see it. Even though his scoreline isn't the best in the world, he's still able to do so much here on this Nautilus.
Yeah, and this is why Nautilus is really good, just because, again, those hooks are nasty. They have really great hitbox. It's the fact that you're able to, again, put yourself into the team, get that Riptide going out with a depth charge, too. Like, you're getting so much value with that, that if you could Riptide, or not Riptide, depth charge someone far away in the back, then it just really helps out your team to potentially, like, pick out the people that you want ahead of time and work from there. But yeah, the all of them being right here is kind of nice, because hopefully they get a team fight going, but a team fight even in the choke. Excuse me, even if Tame gets the Sanya's off with the slicing maelstrom, I don't think it's enough. Ooh.
Yeah, it's
Nice.
not quite enough. He
Great
just doesn't have enough damage on Tamed. He really needs to finish that Void Staff, right? He really needs to start specking into that death cap. But with them pressuring this Baron so incredibly hard, even though they don't have mid priority, it's just looking super difficult for the side of BDE right here. And again, they need to enter from one way. They need to protect their carries. They need to be able to take the engage on the chin and then return the engage, right? They need to be able to disengage it and then re-engage it using Leona, using Swag, but they're just not able to do that. If they're not able to turn the engage, then they're just going to keep slowly losing. But this is a full AP or a full AD Kaisa. So in terms of raw DPS, not quite as much as Pruval at the end of the day. So if they're able to keep this Jinx alive, especially once she hits that 4-item power spike, think we're looking at a BDE victory, but of course that's just wishful thinking as they're gonna make the play on Pruval. No, Pruval, what are you doing? You're just out of position, but no, he's able to kite, he's able to kill, he's able to take out one, and this could be TDS going a little bit too deep. It's looking like that's gonna be the case. BNMG, what are you doing? Jesus juice, what are you doing? They're trying to survive, they're trying to turn it around. That's gonna be tamed, going golden. He's burning the stopwatch, he's burning the zonies, but they're fighting it out. These two tanks are going crazy. It's gonna be Annie flashing over the wall. It's gonna be Annie going golden. It's gonna be Jesus juice trying to find the Annie. It's gonna be the chop coming through. Swag. It's gonna be Reb and Swag. It's gonna be BNMG. These two trying to do what they can, but he's gonna be leaving his jungler to die. It's BNMG. It's Jesus juice. They're keeping this game 100% alive for TDS.
Yeah, it's just crazy what Jesus Juice is doing. He is able to sustain through a lot of it because Grundle with the subjugate just does a lot of damage there. Again, he's getting really good chomps out, getting that stacks on the lethal tempo going too. And the moment he gets to the max, he's just able to bonk so much, do a lot with the club there. And yeah, they really just kind of have to respect it. And that's the one thing that BDE is not doing well, is they're not getting that like respect going towards itself. Much as the rocket is a good idea there, unfortunately it is not low enough yet. So great job by TDS here to make sure that they get that secure for themselves as they do potentially set up here for this Drake. Ooh, Drake is going to be coming up here in less than 50 seconds. So
and right now I think it's just kind of Pruval is even though they were able to turn that fight around initially, take out See in the Dark and Second Rank Sniper, Pruval, what are you doing there, right? Like, why are you just able to let Rex just walk up and ult you and just find the play? It shouldn't be allowed, and it just kind of, it's just been happening over and over and over and over, and it's just not a good look from Pruval here on the Jinx. So buying this GA is going to be huge here, especially since it's going to be able to keep himself alive in these fights as they get drawn out like they have been. But man, these fights are getting insane. I think they're just going to be opting to give up this Drake here. They realize that they don't have to throw the game on this Drake. They just have to try to get back gold. They're about down about 3K at this point. They're going to be trading mid to tier 2 for it. And I think that's absolutely fine coming up from the side of BDE.
yeah, you know what? That's the thing is like you already lost Baron, you're already losing the Drake. Now you're both on soul point. You got to really get something going, and the fact that the only lane to push up was the mid lane there, yeah, you got to at least get something back for losing out on two big objectives on the map. So yeah, I think if they can push out potentially this top side, maybe get some of the bot side going, maybe they can get those two inners knocked down. But the fact that again, we have TDS stomping through this mid lane right now is kind of crazy to think about. That, you know, again, I predicted it was gonna be a 3-1 going to BDE, and TDS is showing why it potentially is not gonna go to that. Ooh,
Another depth charge, another fear, so much damage going down to Pruval, but he is able to survive this time and start life stealing back up. He does have the GA complete, so even if he had dropped there, he wouldn't really have dropped. But they do force him back to the Nexus, and they do drop a lot of ultimates, well, not a lot of ultimates. They commit one ultimate to forcing him out. And so the siege begins. The cannon minions are slapping away, and this is one of the issues with drafting an Annie. If you get far behind, you're not able to have the ranged wave clear of a Syndra, of a Victor, of another control mage, and you have to rely on your AD carry. And if your AD carry is too weak to stand up there effectively, you are going to get poked down. But look at that. It's going to be the engage going down on the second race sniper. They're looking for him, but look at that. It's going to be Annie instantly exploded, but that's going to be them finding See in the Dark. Killer instinct on the tame. He's trying to do what he can. He's getting beat up by that bear, but look at that. Pruval is kiting so incredibly well. He gets stunned up. It doesn't matter. It's going to be BNMG going too deep, and it's going to be TDS losing the fight. BDE finds the game, and this could potentially be it. This could potentially be their chance to come back into this game.
I think it definitely is. It's a really good swing of momentum for BDE here because, again, they played it well. Prevail just did what he needed to do, which was kite back and just keep hitting rockets as much as possible. You have Revan, who, again, protected them very well. Same thing with Swag. Was able to try to get more of that CC lockdown on people, able to kind of chunk people down. And, yeah, they did a great job with that. Tamed also came in with a good slicing Maelstrom and, yeah, got a good amount of them. So this way they were able to essentially do something with it. The fact that, yeah, Annie was able to get a kill before she died, and the fact that, yeah, they didn't really feel super punished for it too at the same time is great. So good thing is still, even though you're down a kill, and you're down a Baron. You're still and down turrets too. You're still able to come back and have that little bit of a lead. So this is where what's really going to be beneficial to them
Ooh.
is to get this Drake that's coming up here in a little over 2 minutes now.
Oh, but this could be a major issue. Look at the over index from the side of BDE. Look how many anti-heal items they have. They have 4 across the board. They have the Morellos, which I think is fine on the Kinnan. I think that's the only person who realistically should have it. Maybe the Leona as well, but having it on the Annie as well and on your Jinx, shouldn't Jinx just get IE here as the last item? She did so much damage into this enemy team comp. I'm not quite so certain about choosing to grab not the greatest item in the world in Mortal Reminder. This could be super quite devastating to the team, but maybe they know something we don't. Maybe they're privy to some in-game information that we just aren't. But it will be Bean MG just putting on the top side of the map, trying to do what he can, trying to drag away pressure away from this Drake as it spawns up in a minute and 20 seconds left to go.
Yeah, I mean, their clearing wards is good, but they're still going to spot them out, know that they're there. I know if they play it right, they got the TP coming in now from Annie in the mid lane. They got Tame's TP up, so does Bean. So, if they could get something going, great. If not, you know what? It's still going to be potentially a great fight here as things ensue. Bonesaw comes out.
Retame with the teleport. It's going to be Bean backing. He has a teleporter of his own. He's just going to be backing, trying to look to join the team. But they have to kite for Pruval. If Pruval is able to kite like he did in the last fights, they are just going to win. But this time, he doesn't have Flash. He doesn't have GA. He doesn't have heal. It's going to be so insanely difficult to do so, right? And again, like I said, has more reminder. So Swag just takes the brunt of that assault. They find the killer. They find the W on Pruval. Kai'Sa does have killer instinct, but I don't know if you want to dive that deep for this AD carry. But again, they're kind of getting split on 2 fronts. This is looking super dangerous from BDE. This is not how you guys win your fights. You get Bean and
Yeah,
D.
I mean,
trying to go for it.
Ooh.
Kiting back just that little bit more. Swag taking up so much damage for his team, being that meat wall that you want a Mundo to be. They're trying to make it through the choke, and it's TDS who's trying not to allow them. Pruval has to play this so insanely carefully, because if you get caught here, you lose the game. They're going to be going in. Revenant Storm misses the ultimate. It's going to be looking at the Rex. It hits on to Revenant Storm, and it's going to be so much damage. Look at Tame, he's trying to do what he can, but no! Sniper, you went too deep! Sniper, he's dead! He's dead! They just can't kill anyone else anymore, but they're trying to do what they can. It's going to be Annie over the wall surviving. It's going to be the flash in for the Vex. She's trying to do what she can, and she saves it! And fishing for Honor, walking away, and they're going to be teleporting into the base. They're going to be trying to end here. I think they can do it. Fishing for Honor, the only one left here, trying to back. I don't think they get back in time. They don't have the ultimate. They don't have the wave clear. They have to go for kills. They have to try to do something, and I don't think they can kill a Bean MG on the Gragas. I don't think they can kill Trundle here. I don't think they can kill Annie, especially not with that pillar. It's going to be TDS taking us to game 5.
Yeah, this, unfortunately, I like I said, I thought this was going to be a 4-game series, and unfortunately I have to eat my words, which is fine. It happens, no big deal. But again, we're going to have another 5-game banger series. We didn't have it last week, of course, because this was supposed to be last week's game, but we did have it, in quarterfinals. And yeah, I mean, I'm fine with seeing this, every single series. I really don't want it all the time, but you know what? It's something that unfortunately with good old IVS here, you do see it more often than not. So again, I like what both teams are doing. TDS came out and played very well here. I mean, you have Trundle who popped off. I mean, died only twice. It was 11, 2, and 10. I mean, this is crazy. Has a high KPA there. You have a high KD. You have, again, 3 Drakes to your name. You're able to still get a Baron. You were getting all the turrets that you needed to get to. Yeah, it's just a great job by them that they relied on a Trundle to help them out. But the fact that, again, that you have See the Dark who got fed too. Because if that didn't happen, and say the Vex and the Kai'Sa was shut down, that was a whole different story there.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting. BDE was able to get ahead early, but they just weren't able to carry that. And once that, what's the word? Once that 3rd Drake rolled around, or 4th Drake total, rolled around, they just couldn't. They just couldn't keep going. They just ran out of juice. They couldn't keep the gas going, and they had a few clutch fights after that. But Woo, Jesus Juice and squad coming through clutch. TDS speeding them up.
Yeah, I mean Jesus Juice was doing very well with Trundle there, and I have to look at again. Trundle's one of those ones in the meta that really works well, and the fact that again you took 2 tanks that he could subjugate. That's the only bad part about Trundle is like if you're having to kill the Kaisa because Kaisa killer instinct, and the Vex is just sitting in the back because they already used their fear and everything. Then at that point, go kill the Trundle, because if you don't kill Trundle, he's just gonna sustain too well, get the extra damage out that he wants to do, and it's really gonna punch them. So again, I liked it was decent comp coming out of TDS. I think I was just hoping more out of BDE this time around. But again, I would like to see a different change. As much as I love seeing Kennen, play something else. That's all I ask.
Absolutely. So, with those words of advice, we will be tossing it to a quick break as we hop into Game 5 here over at Runeterra Academy. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. I promise it's going to be another banger.
Silver Scrapes.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the last game of the evening. I promise, I promise, I promise. I am your host and playcaster, Arlen. There's no other way they can do it, Gigatron. I swear. It's a best of 5. It's at the 5th game. There's no way we go to the 7th game, right? Um, but regardless, it's BDE. 2 games versus 2 TDS's 2 games. Both teams looking to just clinch that last victory and go all the way to finals here. Both teams fighting for it. And we are in draft. So Viego, Corky, Orin taken away by BDE, TDS taking away Trundle, Galio, and Anivia. What are we going to see from the first pick here?
Yeah, I think the Trundle band is still a very good one. Both teams play it exceptionally well, I think. First pick is going to be the Jinx, yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Like I was thinking the ADC or I was thinking jungle was going to be first pick, and then I'm like, yeah, you know what, Jinx. It's just going to be Jinx because they've been playing it well, and it's been working in the team fights. He's been getting those kite ability where you get the rockets going and everything, and then you get that. Hey, you know what? Great job. If you can't, because unfortunately the Trundle was able to get out of the team, or you get displaced because of the pillar, or whatever the case is. Yeah, it just wasn't really helping them out. But again, we see a Kaisa, so. That's fine. Kaisa is really good with that killer instinct, getting on top of them when she needs to get on that backline, and yeah, that's you know all she hopes for, so she can kill out Jinx. But
yeah, we have to see how that works out because last time they had the Nautilus paired up with the Kaisa, and we saw the Nautilus Kaisa do so much work on those choke points. They were able to kite out so effectively and set up so well and peel so well. But at the same time, their laning phase was less than stellar, right? So it's kind of the trade-off. Do we want to see that late game power? Do we still want to see that laning phase power as we see a Malphite get instantly picked up for TDS here? And I have to be very careful what they put into the top lane if they choose to Pruda Bruiser, because realistically, you know, we've been watching top lane all night long, and it's been consistently in the favor of TDS. So this is their chance realistically to put something strong into this Malphite, something that can really make him just not wish to play the game. But 4 seconds left on the pick. It's going to be the Zilean pickup. Now, as a support Zilean, is it a mid Zilean? Who knows?
right, it could go either way. I think mid Zilean would still be good, just because the bombs do provide a good amount of damage. You're able to again be that kind of support person to chrono shift someone back to life, and yeah, you know what? Even if it's himself, it's still better than nothing, kind of a thing. So, ooh, the Cho'Gath coming out potentially for the Malphite.
Interesting. I like the Cho'Gath. If you're gonna have a tank in a tank matchup, why not pick a tank that does too much true damage, right? Very strong pick into the Malphite, and yeah, overall just very decent. Now it's coming up from TDS. What do they pick? Do they counter pick the mid, but they don't know which champion is going mid? They don't know if that's a Zilean support, a Zilean AD mid. They really just don't know. So I think they just have to pick their jungler here and hope to find out. No. They're gonna lock in this Vex, it looks like. They're just gonna, yeah, it's gonna be the Vex getting locked in here. So they want to have the Vex go into whatever they have, and maybe BDE drops, you know, opts into the Syndra matchup, something that's super difficult for the Vex to play, and send that Zilean into the bot side, and then grab their own jungler up. But who knows what they'll do exactly. We have to wait on this ban phase as they take away the Ivern.
Yeah, I mean the Ivern going away. So as much as Ivern got that buff, I don't think Ivern's in that position still to really be that aggressive. Wow, they're they're definitely doing some spicy stuff here. I see the Zyra is getting banned out with the Echo, as well as I don't know who's gonna be that last one, but I think going the Vex with the Malphite. I mean, it's just two good engages that you Shadow Surge in, you get that fear off. The only bad thing about that is you could mess up the Unstoppable Force and not hit someone with it, potentially because of that. So that's the only difference with that there, I'd say. But great job by them to make sure they ban on that Nautilus. Nautilus definitely performed very well last time. So maybe they go for that Leona. Maybe they go for a Thresh.
Maybe they go for a Rell, potentially. You know, a Pantheon Kaisa. I've never heard anyone as well. A Pike if they want to get really spicy with it, but they will pick the Hecarim, not Alistar. I don't know why I said him. And now they give BDE counter pick on that jungle, and they kind of force him to decide, okay, where's this Zillion going? Is he going into the Vex? Is he going into the support role? We aren't sure at this moment. What does BDE pick here? I think they go for the mid matchup and then they just grab that jungler there. But that remains to be seen.
Yeah, I mean,
Fair?
oh, Tarek.
Dang.
Okay, so we're gonna talk about Tarek for a second. TikTok.
Talk about him. Talk about him.
TikTok, you guys are crazy when you do shit. So I got to witness a lethality Tarek, and it is terrifying because he can blow up any squishy.
Wait, where's the Cho'Gath going?
Cho'Gath's still going top.
No, there's a Kennen. Wait, that's Cho'Gath's jungle?
I guess it is jungle.
Interesting.
Yeah,
maybe it's
BD
Tarek
likes to
jungle.
blow out weird stuff. So I likes to do a lot of different things, which is okay. I like I'm fine with it. Like we got to see a variety from him. I think he'll still work in the Hecarim. The only issue is Hecarim's gonna clear faster. Even though Hecarim got nerfed, it's more as he levels up, not those first early levels. So once he hits 4, that's where you start noticing the damage fall off. But after that, or before then, he's still perfectly fine.
Absolutely.
And the Gragas.
Yep, Gragas getting picked up into the Kennen, so it will be Cho'Gath jungle, or it could be a Tarek jungle. That has been floating around Hylos for some time now. But yeah, Tarek, Zillion, Cho'Gath Kennen, this screams to protect the Jinx comp, and Jinx requires those 3 items. So as long as she builds that, I think Gale Force LDR into what's the word, IE, I think she's just going to be ripping through the side of TDS, and I don't think they have a real easy way of touching her once that Tarek ultimate goes down. Zillion is just on top of her with the heals and the speed up and the slow and the bomb, and it's on TDS to get something going in this early game and to really win their lanes and win their assignments. And right now, again, we're looking in the top lane to do that. We're looking at the Gragas to win this Kennen matchup. We've already seen him do it once. Let's see him win it harder this time. And really put that to effect. I think if they play through Bean and G up here in the top side, they could have a much easier game if they tried to play through second-rate Sniper in the bot side.
Yeah, I mean, if you play through Bean, I mean, it's really going to be good. I think the good thing about Bean is Malphite support.
What?
Oh God. I didn't realize that. That's a Malphite support.
It is Malphite support.
That's a Malphite support.
Wait, what?
Oh, well, okay.
Wait.
See the Dark could pick it up. See the Dark could play it instead of the
Vex support? No, there's no way it's a Vex support.
Well, it's a Malphite support. So.
Oh my.
But it's okay because you have Gragas, going on that top side in the Kennen. He's gonna still win into that. Cho'Gath gonna be the spicy one coming out from BDE here. I think this is where you really have to understand that Feast is something that does scale very well. But the problem is yes, he could do it only so much on minions. It really needs to focus on trying to get the amount of champions. If he can't get that going for himself, it's going to be really sad. Now, this is where I would have liked to seen it last week, as we did have those bugs for April Fool's still going over, because then we would see a big giant Cho'Gath, potentially get bigger than the map screen. That would have been fun. I'm just saying BDE and TDS had the opportunity to play a fun game series for us to cast, and they chose not to. And I really would have enjoyed that, but it's fine. It's fine. I'm just gonna give shade for no reason. But again, I do like the Tarek coming out. I think it's a Tarek, really good option. Provides a lot of that invulnerability again. That works really well for Kennen. Kennen can survive then through most of his ult, and then through that Maelstrom, and then might have the Zanyas after that. So, or could Zanyas and then get that slicing Maelstrom, or get that ultimately coming out from Tarek to protect himself for the invulnerability. So I think those are good. It's a really good kind of protect comp, between the Zillion and the Tarek. But other than that, yeah, I'm still enjoying a lot of this from BDE. The only issue is it is so easy to play TDS's comp. It's not even funny. So that's where and we've seen Bean already play the Gragas very well. We've seen the Vex go very well for themselves. Kaisa was decent. I'll say that it's decent. It's not great, but you know what? It's something that unfortunately sometimes you get caught out when you kill her instinct in. And then Malphite, yep, another good one that is just able to do so much that even that supportive role really works well, especially with the hack room. The only issue that's going to probably be the problem is again those fears that could mess up the unstoppable force. So you have to pay attention to
Absolutely.
those.
Like, yeah, this comp is, both comps are simply broken down as protect the AD carry, kill the AD carry. That's it at the end of the day. Both teams have their goal, and it's all on Pruval. The world is on this man's shoulders. Kill him or save him, and then kite and kill the enemy. That's it at the end of the day, folks, and that's what we're going to be looking at as we go into this game, the last game of the series, the last game of the night, and potentially the last game of either of these two seasons. Don't go anywhere. I promise it's going to be another banger. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the last game of the night, BDE versus TDS. As we get into this one, Mountain Drake spawning. It's going to be the first one of the night, so we don't get a Mountain Drake soul like we did last game, and maybe we get another Ocean soul. But either way, both teams spreading out into the 5-point. No shenaniganery going on here tonight. And I ask you again, Gigatron, for the last time of the night, anything interesting we see about runes or setups?
Looking at that right now, my stuff doesn't want to work. Um, Nothing out of the ordinary, I really feel like, because you obviously are gonna have glacial on both for um Tarek and Zillion there. Uh oh, I guess that's when we talk about Predator. We got Predator on swag.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we do have Predator on swag. I don't know how I feel about a trick out for Predator. I feel like that's really scary, but at the same time, really easy to deal with.
yeah, I think it's like a good knowing of like, oh shit, someone's coming, like kind of a thing where like if you don't hear it or you don't know it's coming and then all of a sudden he's just coming out of nowhere like lightning fast. I'm kind of surprised he also didn't go for Ghost, but I guess he really doesn't need to. Like, you know, the Flash is still perfectly fine. So, but yeah, that's something that I'm definitely interested to see how it's gonna go.
I really am interested to see how it works as well too, and more importantly, I'm interested to see how well this top lane comes out for Tamed. You know, he hasn't put on his best performance tonight, and that's okay. We just need to see it come through. But I think it's going to be super hard with Bean MG up here on this Gragas is kind of neutralizing his pick completely.
So I understand that some people say Glacial Zillion is strange. Yeah, it's a little strange, but I don't think it's the ordinary either at the same time because it's still good with the bombs. Because that's what you're really using it for. You're using it bombs, you try to get double hits going, so that way it can provide that stun that you're looking for. But at the same time, it's like, is that extra slow enough to really do that? And then I guess that's really the big question in the long run.
Yeah, is there enough to win this game? We'll have to see. Revan, Storm, and Pruval flexing a little bit of their might here, just poking down Dinosaur's Rex a little bit. But again, this is the slowest part of the game. I don't expect anything to happen anytime soon, realistically. So we can just kind of keep talking a little bit more about what needs to happen in terms of the mid and late game sort of macro that we're looking for.
Mid and late game. So I'm really hoping mid game we see a big change for both of the bot laners. Seeing that maybe Tamed isn't super down in farm as we see.
Ooh, Revan taking so much damage. Just flash in from second ray sniper, heal, exhaust, and a flash comes out for Revan as well. And it comes to absolutely nothing here in the bot side. Rex getting super low, but still at the end of the day, you have two tank supports facing off.
Yeah, I mean, this is just really good for themselves. They're getting good trades. I mean, unfortunately, you have to burn like 3 sums, you know, for one kind of a thing. But in reality, you know, it could be a lot worse. We do see that he's kind of invading, trying to scout and see where he's at. So good job, like getting that Squire's plant going for yourself there. But yeah, for someone else in chat, if you're having FPS issues, I would say probably refresh your stream or try to refresh the rate. I mean, it's just all that I can really say with that. But yeah, this one you don't want to miss. It's game 5 banger, man.
Game 5. But look at this. It's going to be Swag sneaking into the bot side bush. Look who's also on the bot side. Jesus Juice. And look who's roaming down, fishing for honor, fishing for a kill. They're looking for their moment. They're looking for the opportunity. They're looking for their chance to strike. They see it coming from a mile away, though, so there's no way they fall for this, right? Absolutely no way.
Well, they don't know Swag is there. So I think that's the good thing. So if they try to go for it,
and the knockup comes through, the silence comes through, the root comes through, the stun comes through, the damage comes through. Who gets the kill they're looking for? And it's going to be Ruval finding it. First blood to the Jinx again. And this time, they're looking to really cement their advantage.
Yeah, I mean, this is where they played it out actually kind of very well. It's the Zillion's kind of the bait. Where, see, this is how PVS's works. You get the slow, so you get the double bomb off, you get the stun, you get the root that you kind of, or not the root, but you get the stun and double damage out that you want. So this way you can poke out there. And yeah, I think it works well. It's just one of those ones that, I mean, it could be better. No offense.
Yeah,
You
it
know,
could be.
like maybe going for more of a damage ability than just going for that. But we will say this though, Kennen this time around much better. Pretty much tied up at this point, 38 to 38 right now. You have only a 10 CS lead going towards that jungler there for Jesus Juice, but other than that, yeah, hopefully he's feeling better. I know he kind of said, thanks, but didn't really answer my question. So hopefully, maybe if he gets a win here, he'll be happier. But regardless, he said he has that lead now in the jungle for CS aspect from the camps, but it's down in assist compared to him. So here's the good thing: you do have Predator boots already fully boots Predator coming out right now. So nice job by Swag to pick those up. So maybe he'll get some good ganks off and everything coming soon. We do see Hecarim is sitting on that top side, but isn't really going to get anything because Kennen has gone back, and the fact that there's no camps for him to really steal. So he's just going to take the scuttle.
Yeah, he's just going to take the stun and walk away with a little bit of a prize, and it's going to be Swag looking to gank this butt side again. He's in the area. They're looking for the kill, and this time they're looking for the Drake as a pickup for the prize. He's popping that Predator. He's running for second-rate Sniper. He's looking for the play. Do they just go for Nanosaurus Rex instead? No, the slow goes down in the second-rate Sniper. He doesn't have the flash. The exhaust comes out for Swag, and they just turn onto him. Jinx popping out some damage onto the Kaisa, forcing her out of the lane. And I think they just go turn to grab this Drake here. It's such an easy pickup, and it's so very nice for their comp.
I think for me too, you could have gone in with Zillion there and try to get potentially a bomb off to get that slow from the Glacial Augment. I think if that works, then potentially get that extra kill. Yeah, you might commit a little bit more than you need to. And still could get the Drake, no problem. I just figure, hey, you know what, try to get something more, and if it doesn't work, so be it, kind of a thing. So, but
look at that. And look at this. Tame, this time kind of high-key winning lane, is able to flash away from the barrel and the ultimate. He's smurfing this time. He doesn't have to see us leave to back it up, but, old Tame wouldn't have been able to do this. Game 5 Tame coming through clutch, baby.
It doesn't have as bad of a deficit as he was having the last two games. So great job by him to make sure that he's controlling this that a little bit better. The fact that, yeah, he's doing well with everything here. Yeah, he's going to spot out that Vex is still back in lane and everything right now. But yeah, I would really love to see how this mid lane goes even more too, because especially for Honor, he's trying to get stuff going for his team. He's more of that like extra support. At the same time, it's still creating a lot of damage, but still like how the Cho'Gath is actually working very well, and is pretty much getting accelerated right now more than I thought he would be.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing great. Each team has their moments and their opportunities, but right now the 2 kills in the game are on the Jinx, right? That's at least 700 gold for the Jinx, and that's not even counting the CS that they have over their opponent. It's not too much, but it's an honest day's work, and it's only gonna grow as this Jinx is gonna be forced out of lane. And how do you realistically make a play onto this Jinx target when they're so strong, right? And their team is so willing to throw away everything for them? I don't think you realistically can. So right now we're just looking to scale up with this Jinx, looking for this next Drake play, and that has to be the opportunity that they have to go for next.
Yes, I agree. They definitely should be going for the Drake next, because it is going to be coming up in 3 minutes and 3 minutes at this point. Now we've seen Earthquake, we've seen Air now. What do you think Soul is? I'm going Hex Tech again.
Nah, that's gonna be Ocean. Oh, but it's tamed, getting the ultimate forced out of him by BMG's cast, and each side, down 20 CS at this point. But look who's in the area. It's Swag looking for the gank, but BNMG sees it coming from a mile away, is able to get the dash away, and he is safe. But look who's in the bot side of the map. It is going to be Jesus Juice. They do have they have a pretty hard Wombo combo, right? They have Rex's ultimate, and they have the Onslaught of Shadows. So they have to be very careful about that hitting onto the Jinx before Reven's Storm ultimate comes down.
Yeah, unstoppable force and the onslaught is really, really potent combo. Again, even the Shadow Surge with all that is going to be like super strong. That's why I said like they drafted a really good comp for engage and disengage coming out from them. But again, they're really good pick comp. And some team fight. Excuse me, but I still really wouldn't want a team fight because Tame still being on that Kennen there.
Yeah, I don't know. Their team fight's super strong, but again, it's just this Hecarim waiting in the wings. It's just this Natosaurus Rex on this character. He's just gonna go in. He finds the knockup. They find the exhaust. It doesn't even matter that the stun comes out. It doesn't even matter that the heal or the flash comes out because he's gonna drop. The shutdown goes over to second ray sniper, and that's the combination I was talking about. That's the Onslaught of Shadows. That's the unstoppable force, and it's going to be See the Dark fishing for honor. But with the Zillion having ultimate, buddy, I don't think you can get a solo kill for yourself. So that's just going to be the Zillion walking away in the mid lane, and he's totally okay with that.
Yeah, I mean, you have to look at that. They're performing very well here. This combo, like you said, worked out really well. You have the fact that they're able to get this plate gold here too, trying to get themselves that little bit more of a lead. Only about 1k difference, so I think that's okay. You're having a Drake come up here in 40 seconds. I hope that they can plant some more wards, clear some stuff out. But yeah, fishing for honor, being able to survive still was good. In that mid lane there, the fact that really watching Prevail, because if he can form on this stuff here, be really beneficial to them. Oh yeah, pop that big boy.
Oh man, they're gonna be opening the game up wide with this one. They're gonna start rotating the Shinx around the map, start grabbing some plates early on with this character, and you'll love to see it. Taking down the first turret, putting that gold onto Preval, and now they can either tech toward this Drake or they can go towards the mid lane. But I think there's gonna be a fight here around this Drake.
Yeah, definitely. I don't see that there isn't, because of the fact that Unstoppable Force is about to be back up. Same thing with Onslaught.
Goes in, gets the stun. So much damage from the Zillion bombs. But Preval, he's on the wrong side of the map. They're going to die for him. They're going to find him. That's going to be Hecarim picking up 2. He's looking for more. But look at Reven's Storm. He's staying alive so long. They do manage to find Swag on the backside. But it's tamed, baby. He finds 1. They're going for a 3rd. He's going for the 2nd. It's going to be Reven's Storm flashing it. It's going to be tamed, finding 2. It's going to be Seeing the Dark taking out the support in Reven's Storm. It's going to be running away, trying to save his life here. But I think he gets caught out just that little bit. It's going to be second rate sniper flashing over the wall. It's going to be Seeing the Dark finding the ultimate. And it's going to be the side of TDS looking to clutch out this game. 6-4 in terms of kills. And that's the Wombo combo you have to be so scared of.
Yeah, it's a really good combo that, again, it's just all great layering here from BDE, from TDS, that I like a lot. I just wish, they could have been able to do more with their stuff there. It's just unfortunately they really didn't have a lot for BDE, and the fact that now BDE is trying to get stuff going for themselves as they should. Yeah, I'm interested to see how it performs this Cho'Gath here, because you get that Predator boots, you got your Bambi Simber now, or you're probably going to build Aegis, but still, ooh,
Oh no,
double bomb.
Speaking of items, I just think the Jinx just doesn't have the right items for the job. I think she really would benefit from the Gale Force here, just to survive that little bit longer, have that kiting potential, have the movement speed available to herself. But having a having a Kraken Slayer, I just don't think it's gonna be the best for you, especially when your team's trying to do so much to keep you alive. buddy, having a Gale Force is just going to keep you alive that much longer. But we have to see what happens to prevail at the end of the day. If he's able to pop off with the Gale Force, he's able to do so much in this game. And he's going to be able to carry his team to victory. But right now we have a lull in the action for at least another 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Neither team needs to make something happen. So we shouldn't expect to see either team getting caught out.
We shouldn't, but might happen because look at how Nanosaurus Rex is posturing here. I was he wants to go in with his ult, but I will say we are both wrong on our Soldrix. It's not going to be either of them. It's going to be an Inferno. So
yeah, it's going to be Inferno, and I think that benefits both teams, right? They both have a lot of damage, but obviously the team, you know, both teams have a lot, like one team has a lot more tanks, right? So they need that damage to bolster up those, but the other team, they have a lot more supporting members, so more damage is always better. But it's going to be another engage. It's going to be the Killer Instinct. It's going to be them instantly deleting Bruval, and that's the skill of their composition. It's going to be the knockup landing on the Rex, and it's going to be the chop coming out. It's just going to be barely enough damage to find him, so they are able to trade 2 for 1. At the end of the day, it's going to be Seeing the Dark surviving, barely missing the knockup, but oh man, they didn't even have a chance to drop the exhaust from Revan. They didn't have a chance to flash from Puval. They didn't have a chance to even drop the ultimate from Revan, and that's just the power of the Onslaught of Shadows from the Unstoppable Force into the Vex ultimate. It's just so much damage so instantaneously, and it's so hard to deal with.
yeah, all of a sudden I saw the Unstoppable Force and I saw that Shadow Surge coming out. I was like, oh no. Excuse me, it's going to be coming out of nowhere and coming in fast and hot, and that's what it was. I mean, it was like a blur of actions just happening there. And I was like, oh my. They layered this so good that it's like not even funny. Like there's no way they can really recover from that. So I think, oh no.
And look at the early stopwatch buy on the Jinx, man. After that last dive, they literally backed and bought a stopwatch, and they bought a armor, cloth armor. You know, it's like, sheesh, second item GA? I don't think that's the move, but I mean, do what you have to do to survive at this point. You're so far down in gold, you're just not able to, even though you have the CS lead, but you are just down a whole item here. It's going to be them barely missing that Vex ultimate onto Bruval. He's able to survive that, and this is going to be the teams posturing a little bit around this Rift Herald. It's going to be Swag using the Predator, looking for the opportunity to go in. Let's get bumped back by Dean, but that is going to be tamed into multiple people. They do find Hecarim. That's Pruval pick up a kill. Now they're going to be going for BMG. They try to find him. The exhaust comes through. It's not able to do it. Pruval trying to do what he can. Doesn't find the zap. And he's going to be able to survive at the end of the day. It's going to be the fear coming through from Seeing the Dark. And he is able to keep BMG alive just that barely few seconds longer. And they do find a winning fight.
Hey, it's a great job. You still get the Hecarim. You poke out 2 of them, actually 3 of them, where they're super low, and the fact that Nanosaurus could do something here if they really want to, but it's not going to be the case. Looks like we're going to have Second Rate Sniper try to see if they can snipe out something here, get that vision, but we're going to see that Tamed is actually going to be backed and coming in.
It's going to be them finding a fight. It's going to be the Pruval getting the Zillion ultimate onto him, but his team's kind of losing the fight around him, and he's trying to do what he can. It's going to be him dropping the stopwatch, if that's what you want to see. Swag flashing onto multiple characters, but it doesn't matter. That's the Hecarim. He's in the area, and he's coming for you. He's galloping through the opposition. Second Rate Sniper finding the triple kill. Then they find the Drake, and now they're going to be looking for this mid-tier 1.
Yeah, I mean, this is where I really look at that. Going for the dragon there kind of was just risky because of the fact that, again, you know Nat is up. If you have Nat up, it most likely means that Azawa Force is ready. And people don't realize, like, there's actually a really good one that even if you play more of that Ultimate Hunter cooldown build, it's really cracked sometimes. Like, which is what he's doing right now. He's not doing quite the way that I play it, which is Dark Harvest, but you know, regardless, still doing a lot for your team there, and the fact that, again, it's almost going to be like, what, he's level 9? At level 11, he'll be at 52? 50 seconds, something like that. So it's going to be coming up constantly with that, more so. So that's something that they really need to worry about. So can't wait to see that happen.
Yeah, I can't wait for it either. both sides. I mean, Bruval just used everything to stay alive. He is going for the GA. I'm just laughing because it's so sad, man. You hate to see it when the Jinx has to do this to survive. You know, tank their build to try to survive this insane burst coming out for them. Every single time they died, it's just been off of the back of that insane wombo combo, and it's just so incredibly hard to deal with from Bruval. It really requires a lot of good macro, a lot of good kiting, and it's going to be the silence coming out. It's going to be Swag looking for second rate sniper. Wasn't able to find him, wasn't even able to find a knock up on the Rex, and it's going to be them clearing out the mid wave, start walking toward that Baron just to secure that vision.
Exactly, they're gonna try and siege the turret here maybe, but even then you get 4 right here. Gragas could come down at any point, and yeah, it's just not really worth it. Gonna waste time here, I think, because Drake's not gonna be up again for a little less than 3 minutes, about 2:45-minute mark. Yeah, it's gonna be nuts when they do have that fight going, but the fact that all 5 are here versus Kennen being up on that top side now because that wave got pushed out, and they really need to be careful. Yeah, I don't care if you got Chrono Shift or if you got Zanya's or whatever the case is. Don't even waste something if you don't need to. Kind of a thing.
Absolutely. There's no reason to trade anything for free, but the play is going to be made for this bottom tier 1. No one responding on the side of BDE, and TDS looking to pick up a nice little quick objective. 5,000 gold is their advantage with about, 5 kills or more in their favor. So they're just looking to slowly and methodically in the game in the hopes for their opponent in the side of BDE. But BDE, they got to come back somewhere. They are down gold in pretty much every lane in terms of CS. And then just in terms of kills as well, they're down, in every single lane. So 300 gold is their closest lane so far, and it's just purely on the Jinx. So if they're able to get Pruvol gold, he finally has a GA. He's going to be surviving, baby, at least for 2.5 seconds. But it's still better than nothing. So just keep the Zillion on top of Jinx at all times, and you guys might have a chance at this game.
True. They could. It's just really, how do they play it out? Like, does the Chrono come in too early and then now the GA doesn't pop, or is it that they time it too late, that GA pops, they get up, and then they're not able to have Chrono Shift on themselves in time because they just get deleted immediately? So that's something that they'll play out more. We'll see what's going on with it, but yeah, I like that Swag's getting there. Ooh.
They're looking for the play, they're looking for the opportunity. You don't quite find it. That's still the predator being popped for another 40 seconds. That Drake is still up in the area. It's gonna be BNMG going in, looking for the opportunity. They don't quite find it. He does have the cast ult are up for everybody, but the target we're looking at is Rex. That's their go button. That's the point they want to be on. So if they're able to find Rex, they're able to use Bean, they're able to use Jesus Juice, and they're going to go for a TSM. They're going to force them to respond to this mid lane push. But now the roles have been completely reversed. They're trapped between a rock and a hard place. They have to go for a move now. It's going to be Storm flashing in. It's going to drop the ultimate. They're going to be looking for it. But they dropped the ultimate early on to Pruval, and he's going to be staying alive. He's invulnerable, folks. What can you do? The shutdown does go down onto See in the Dark, but it doesn't even matter because BNMG does pick up Swag in return. But look at Pruval. He's kiting. He's kiting. He's kiting. Pruval's going for it. Looking for one more auto. Looking for the Jinx rocket. Looking for it. And it hits. He's got the double kill. He's going for more. He's going for the triple. Doesn't quite find it. And that's Pruval, ladies and gentlemen, when he has the resources he needs to carry.
Yeah, it's nuts. I mean, and this is where, again, didn't really need a GA because it didn't pop off there or anything like that, but the fact that, again, they're able to protect him very well, very easily, and all you really commit is your, jungler. Yeah, I can't really fault them for that because, again, they're just able to do what they need, and they get Drake for it. So that means now they're going to be up 3-1 on Drake's around that soul point. They are struggling a little bit on turrets, but you know what? That is something that they can work out themselves shortly, as they're only down about a 3k deficit, and slowly climbing back. So hey, you know what? If they can get another good fight going for themselves, especially gets a kill on a Kaisa, get that bounty gold off of her, it's really going to benefit them. And I would like to see again, for them to do what they did last time. Again, you went in on Natosaurus, you got that stun down there, you exhausted them, so this way if they tried going in, it wouldn't be extra damage, but it would just do the knockup still and everything from that unstoppable force. So they really played it out well, and I think if they do it again where you can kite, that's going to be really good. Yeah, and they see the sneaky behavior. Oh, Raven, man.
Yeah, you better run, buddy. That's the Malphite running down towards it. He has that ultimate ability available, but look at BeamNG, completely uncontested in his push down here. Going for that tier 2 in the boss side, but they have the mid lane priority. They're kind of forcing the side of TDS to go the long way around, or else they're gonna get chased down like that. Oh my gosh, he's so fast. What the heck is that? It's gonna force out the teleport from BeamNG, and then they just kite back. That was a completely they didn't commit anything to that. They just dropped the Predator and walked away. That was pretty alpha.
Yeah, that's super alpha. I think you have to look at, it's that when you play football and you're going against a...
Ooh, the stun does land on the Rex. The stun lands in return on the Swag, but they lose that mid tier 1, and they're just going to be kiting back. One thing I want to highlight is that Pruval still hasn't lost his GA, so Buddy is still due for a resurrection no matter what, even if Fishing for Honor messes up his Zillion ultimate and accidentally places it on the Cho'Gath or something crazy like that. But with 2 minutes 40 seconds left on this next Drake timer, they're going to be looking to reset, drop some vision down, and start to stack those Drakes because they are 1 away from Soul.
Right, they're 1 away from Soul. They have that Drake coming up shortly. They get, you can get some wards, get the Scuttle if it pops up down there. Great. That'll be still really beneficial to them. I think, what was I going? Trying to remember what I was talking about before we got distracted there with the potential fight that was happening. But, losing train of thought. I mean, it's after midnight my time, so.
Oh, yeah.
Others are after, yeah. Well, you're an hour ahead of me. Yeah.
Yeah, speaking of being ahead, Swag showing why he's ahead of Rex. It's gonna be Rex trying to ult out. He gets exhausted. He gets hit with a double bomb, and Swag chomps him up, eats him for breakfast, or actually dinner, since it is, like we said, past 12 o'clock for some of us, 2 a.m. for others, and apparently 7 p.m. Hawaiian time? I didn't even know Hawaiian time was a thing. But it is going to be Swag looking to dive. Second rate sniper here, forcing him to flash out. But he barely just lives there.
Yeah, of course, Hawaiian time exists. Unfortunately, they don't go off of Pacific time there. I think hour back. Yeah, they're an hour back or something like that from that.
Huh.
Maybe 2. I don't remember. It's been a long time.
Time zones are weird, man. But speaking of time zones, we have another stopwatch, this time on Seeing in the Dark, going for those long-range dives into the enemy team. I like this itemization coming through for the Vex.
Yeah, even if they put it on the Kaisa, I feel like it's still good, just because, hey, you know what? It gives you that extra chance maybe to live a little bit longer, maybe get another rain down on her. So, yeah, it's going to be really good to kind of see a couple of them do that. So, yeah, I agree. Great option that to keep it just in case you go in. But, ooh, Predator popped.
Yeah, Predator popped, but he doesn't find the target, doesn't find the knockup, doesn't find the stun, but they are going to face check that little bit, but no, it doesn't come through at the end of the day. So they will be kiting back just that little bit more, but we are now looking for Swag running at the enemy team, misses the knockup. Tame on the other side of the match, another side of the map, trying to match Seeing the Dark here, doing what he can, but look at Pruval. They go for Pruval. It's going to be Rex diving onto him. It's going to be the exhaust coming through, but he flashes it this time, and he's kiting back. He's looking for the kills. He's looking for Jesus Juice. He's trying to find him. He doesn't quite find it. The rocket goes through, but he's doing so much damage. He finds 3. Pruval's going crazy. He's on-ing. He takes 4. That's the quadra kill for the Jinx. Even when you try to keep him down, you can't just not keep this AD carry down. They get the soul. They're going for the end of the game. It's going to be BDE flipping this entire series on its head.
Well, yeah, this is just that momentum that they needed to have. Again, I would have liked to have seen the Penta there, but unfortunately, See the Dark was just a little too far away. But regardless, you're going to see that Inferno Soul be on the side of BDE here. It's crazy again that he had a pop off there for that. quadra kill. I mean, it was just nuts. I mean, I know you were feeling excited with the Jinxes. You were getting excited with that, but this is just crazy. Oh, I thought it was going to get stolen there for one odd weird second. If it did,
I would have lost my mind.
I would have probably cried.
I would
To
have
be
cried and lost
honest.
my mind at the same time.
But regardless, I mean, we're gonna see that they get the Baron here for BDE. So, of course, about 5 minutes till Elder's up. Hopefully, they don't have to need that as they can try to push out these lanes with that the Baron buff, and um, they get themselves going. But wow, wait, you should get a stat check. We're gonna get stat check on those knobs. We're at 9.
That's a lot of HP coming through for this Cho'Gath, and with this extra Inferno Drake, he's looking to do a lot of damage, not even just with the ultimate, just with his pure auto attacks. You know, Cho'Gath has super high base damage for a champion, and even though it's 30 minutes in the game, that base damage is still going to come through, especially when you have 2 Inferno Drakes backing that up, right? So Big Boy is looking to get even bigger, but still, Pruval hasn't died ever since he bought that GA. He died 4 times, bought a GA, and hasn't died since. And, you know, and I respect that energy 110%. That is, he's looking to get his Pinta here to end the game. But speaking of ending the game, it's still going on. They're looking to crack an inhib either in the mid lane or in the bot lane. Kinnan looking to do some damage onto this tier 2 here. Pings are going down. BNMG is going to probably go to look to match him, but with the poke damage coming down, the sniper, that's the rocket going through. And it's going to be BNMG flashing over the wall, trying to look for Pruval. He hits the casket, and they hit the ultimate. Everything's going on to Pruval, but buddy, he's invulnerable. He's getting healed. Guys, you can't go for it. Guys, you're losing. Guys, you all died. And it's going to be BDE looking to end the game. That's going to be the teleport going into the bot side of the map for the fishing for honor. I think they can do it. They 100% do. They have the minion waves. They have the damage. They have the death timers. It's all on their side, but it's going to be close. You have to imagine. It's got to be on the back of Prue Ball. Is autoing down these turrets. I think they can do it. I think this is the end of the game.
I think they can do it too. They already got the wave here, even if you're taking the turret right now, especially for swag. You're a pretty tanky guy. You don't have to worry about anything. So it will be the last push for themselves as they get the win here for the series. It took a long time for them to get there, but you know what? It's fine. It's a great job by BDE. Unfortunately, making me look bad with my predictions here, but you know what? It's great. You know, I had them 3-1, but you know what? 3-2, I'll still take it.
Wow, that was.
A
Oh,
banger.
and honestly, yeah, a banger is a way to say it. An insane series. Whew, that was wear and tear in the vocal cords, but man,
Doozy for it.
that was a doozy. That was a doozy. That was great performance by both teams, TDS and BDE. They both played their heart outs, but at the end of the day, it goes out to uh, um, BDE, and they smurfed it. You know, they recognized what TDS was doing, so they bought correctly, they kited correctly, and they played around it perfectly. And at the end of the day, I think, you know, BNMG kind of got a little bit too antsy on the Gragas, tried to make the hero play and it just didn't work out. So GG's to both teams, and whew, I I I, I can't wait to see BDE in the finals.
Same. I can't wait to see them go against Infinite Solo Queue. And yeah, you know what? This is where um, both teams are really good. Both are in the same division too, so it's kind of like seeing like a rematch from earlier in the season. And you know what? I really like both teams here. I've been able to cast both of them now. You know, throughout the split, and you know, I get to talk to some of the Infinite players, and they're really a good rounded folk there. So I'm really excited to see how our finals goes next week and everything. But um, regardless, I am glad that again BDE was the ones that were able to close out, making me not look super bad, at least with my pick of them winning. But regardless. Yeah, it was a hard fought game, guys. I really do appreciate you guys, everyone sticking around for this. I mean, it's, you know, a long fought hard series that we weren't sure who was going to do it, because it was like, okay, yeah, they won, then they lost, they won, then they lost. And it's like, all right, you know what? As much as I love roller coasters, stop playing with my heart.
Please stop playing with my heart. But it was an absolute banger. Thank you for everyone who came out to watch. Thank you for the players coming out, and Thanks, Gigatron, for sticking through it, bro. It was an absolute banger, dude.
Yeah, it was a big banger. Where again, man, I have no problem doing it. This is why I'm glad it's a Friday that we do this on and not
Oh, yes.
Tuesday where I would strangle myself if ADL didn't start earlier. So great. So again, just great job by you again to even though you stressed your vocal cords a little bit, you had again just some great
It'll
ones
be
that
fine,
you
dude.
did.
It'll be fine.
Yeah, just get a good rest in.
I'll
Hopefully
be
you don't
good.
have to guess tomorrow, and
No, I don't.
then hey, there you go. Then you'll be good for the rest of the week then, or the weekend, hopefully. So, but I do want to say thank you to everyone joining us. I assume we are not doing an interview unless one of you lovely. Yeah, I didn't think so. But otherwise, yeah. Again, thank you everyone for tuning in. I'm the only lovely face you get to see because Arlen decided to break his camera, but you know,
Didn't dis
it,
okay.
uh, but regardless, again, thank you everyone for joining us tonight. We do have more games this weekend. Sophomores is going to have their finals, right? Or are they in semis? Semis, cool. Semis is going to be this weekend for I believe both sophomores and juniors. So stay tuned and watch those at their respective times. I believe they're both still 8 Eastern time. Don't yell at me if it's wrong. Uh, again, tune in for the next couple of series, and again, we'll be back next week here, hopefully at our normal time at 8 Eastern, unless BT decides to delay it again to 8:45. But again, I'm Gigatron. Arlen's joining me on the desk. You have PBS being our lovely producer here. We all want to go to bed, or some want to go color with our girlfriends. So we'll be signing off. Have a good one, guys.
Jesus.
I'm so fed